Hi, everybody, and welcome to the EXP Expo. This is day 2, and we're starting out strong. We have with us Michael Bracco. And for the first time ever, we're doing live demo. So I'm excited to have that happen because I don't know that I've ever seen him do it in big scale like this. He's got a giant thing behind him. How big is this art going to end up? I don't know. Let's add him. Michael!
Hello, Jen. How are you?
I'm doing so good. Oh, yes. I love that you have your hair. It's not quite as red as I'm used to, though. What is going on?
No, it's not. It's in COVID times, it's hard to get be on top of that kind of thing. But fortunately, my mother-in-law is a hairdresser, so we get lots of goodies to bring home and work on my head. But not in time for this, unfortunately. I'm so sorry.
So do you go over to her house and she gets you all sculpted up, or do you have her come over?
No, we kind of do like the porch pickup at this point, still. And we'll bring it back. And since my wife, of course, is the daughter of a hairdresser, she has the know-how to have her way with my head. So, yeah.
Oh, it's a family affair. I love it.
Absolutely.
So how much are you missing conventions right now?
I mean, that's half of my life, so a whole ton. I'm such an extrovert, and I just really miss the amount of time I get to spend like meeting people and actually bringing all the stuff that I do out into the open and having conversations about my work and other people's work. It's killing me, but at the same time, the time spent at home with my family and actually just having time to draw and work and write has also been incredible.
So speak to that. Do you find yourself being more efficient at home, or is it harder to concentrate because the kiddos are so lovely and distracting?
Well, I only have the one, and she is she's like very into making and doing things, and also both my wife and I have art businesses that we do out of the house, and so she's just used to that. And for me, I've been a lot more productive in a lot of ways, but I also my day job is I teach middle school art, and that's an interesting thing to balance along with comic making and running a business and being a dad and husband and getting the whole household working in general. So it's a lot and it's different, but I find that I always just try to focus on the fact that I used to have a job where I would be in the car for 2 hours a day. And so I'm like, those 2 hours are mine. I am taking those back and I'm using them to their fullest while I'm stuck at home. So
how old is your daughter?
She's 8, which is like such a fun age.
It is, because that's the age where you can start to have full conversations in which you can see them developing as a human being. It's so mind-blowingly cool.
And yet she still likes me.
That can continue. I have a 17-year-old and a 20-year-old that are on the cusp of their birthdays, and they still will hang out with me and talk with me. So it's possible. Raise nerds. It works pretty good.
A lovely sentiment, and I do think we're gonna find some luck. She is very, very connected to us, and I think this has all actually been kind of a way to connect on a deeper level. Just being stuck together in a house for almost a year now. Isn't that crazy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what does your wife do? That it's a business from home?
Oh, she's a potter.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, no, she's a potter. She's actually she innovated a new way to screen print, because I'm a screen printer. I do all the T-shirts. And from watching that, she's like, I think I can find a cool way to screen print on pottery. And so she actually found this cool new way, and it's really amazing. Her Instagram is really incredible to watch because she demos how she does it. And a lot of people have screen printed on clay before, but usually when you screen print on clay, you screen print on flat clay and then make something with it, which is really limiting because you can damage the print so easily. So she found a way to screen print on fully formed pieces that are already finished with whatever she wants. And it's just amazing to watch. And being next to each other so much more now has, I get to be next to it all the time. So yeah.
Okay, so my first question is, does she make any good nerd pottery?
She has in the past. Her stuff is we've collaborated a little bit, so she has a few tentacle mugs. And she's her nerddom is more in the there's lots of like animals and mermaids, and it's very like whimsical kind of
like fantasy creatures.
I wouldn't say fantasy creatures all the time, but just like like a magical woods. I is how I would describe her work. Like there's little hints of magic and everything, but not like full on dragons and things. And which is kind of an interesting aesthetic for her, considering I'm in the other corner drawing the most horrific and nightmarish things I possibly can.
Okay, I know this is all about you, but I totally need her Insta and how to
please,
order
her. Yeah, she is Pink Kiss Pottery. Her last name is Pinkus, but here I'll put it in our chat. So yeah, so
because I'm gonna go order something sometime today when I have free time.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
I'm a sucker for pottery. If she has anything that's like green or green blue, I'll.
Oh yes, yeah, lots of that's her whole world is like that in between of green and blue. Like that's a lot of what she makes is in that category, actually.
Yeah, you should see my bedroom. I'm sure my husband thinks there's no way she can fit more stuff on this. So my dresser is one of those low dressers, but the top of it is all the little shelf things.
Yeah.
I think they're intended to like have one thing per shelf, and it's all my favorite things.
Well, and I imagine that you're actually pretty organized with your magnitude of things that make you happy to just have around you. I am myself a hot mess all the time. Like everything's in piles.
I'm a pile person, Michael.
Oh man, me too.
I'm not organized. I'm only organized in my professional life, which is really weird. My husband sees that in me. He's like, "How do you keep things organized?" I'm like, "It works. It works." I fight against myself because I know where everything is at work, but my staff just thinks, Miss Jen, this pile. What?
Amazing.
All right. So before we get to doing art, I want to talk a little bit about Spaghetti Kiss because it's I think that was my first link to you at San Diego Comic-Con, probably.
Oh, no, not San Diego. I've actually never been at San Diego. It was New York.
New York Comic-Con. You're right. Yeah. And I love your aesthetic for the creatures have connection to like actual kind of creatures, but they're not. You've made them your very, very own, guitar mermaids, and I don't know. There's so many cool things. I actually buy them for my staff for the holiday presents.
Yes, you do. Which oh man, thank you very much.
They actually asked me this year, Miss Jen, what's up? I actually gave them gift certificates this year because I figured I didn't know necessarily what they needed.
I think that's a very reasonable route this year. Yeah.
So, do you have new designs coming out? You've been working on art, you said.
Yeah. So, comic making is so time intensive, and it's like very much a. It brings me a lot of joy, but it can be a trudge of like it takes forever, and a book takes 1,000 or so hours. But for me, I got into t-shirt design because I could, or just apparel design in general, because I loved having these like minute little stories or characters that had a backstory that I could get out in a drawing that didn't take me a year or 3 years to make. And so this year is actually the 15th year of Spaghetti Kiss.
Wow. And
which is insane to me. So I'm actually wearing one of my newest designs right now. Let me see if I can get the camera on it.
Sorry, I got glasses this year, so I have to do that weird like lean in.
So it's a robot cat lover. I'm very much a cat person, and it's just a big robotic automaton who looks kind of intimidating with cats just loving up on him. He just doesn't know what to do. And
all my staff will want those for sure.
And then let's see. Oh, here's I'll stick with theme. And on the other hand, as like cute as this is, perhaps. There's also and again, I am very much a cat person, but Well, another recent design is the true nature of cats, and you can see the little guy down there, and he's
Oh
just
my gosh.
real sweet, and then launches into this giant demonic force, which is what a cat is.
I'm gonna spend so much money at spaghetti
Aw.
today.
Yeah, like I said, this is my 15th year, and I realized that I had a lot of designs that I had done 10 to 15 years ago that I still love and I still have in my drawer, and that haven't seen the light of day. So for 2021, I'm going to be spending the year every 2 months taking an old design and updating it a little bit, and then doing a new run of them.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I look forward to that. So you're a teacher. So
Yeah.
is teaching art impossibly hard? Having to do it virtually, or have you just like embraced it with your giant wall of paper? The kids love it.
I will say that I had a really, really good bond with. I teach middle school art, and we're a pilot program for like for lack of a better word, like a little bit more of an intense art program. And so I would have kids. Usually in middle school, you get them. It's like a specialist class, and you'd get them for like a quarter and never see them again. And my school was doing a thing where I would get them every day for 2 years. And so last year was the first year that we made it through the full 2 years with the kids, and I had this incredible bond with them. And when we switched to virtual learning so suddenly, that bond really held through. And I still have those students. I still like keep in contact. They've moved on to high school. And then this year when it started, it was a much more intense version of virtual learning, which I had never done. I'm actually not anything close to a computer whiz. It was with kids who, some of them I had some experience with and some not, but it was still this pilot. And I find it's very different, but it's also really amazing. And there's so much I'm learning about the act of teaching when I have these incredible limits. And I think one of the things that's really special about art making and illustration in general is it's our limits that make us come up with our best ideas. And I think that the limitations of virtual learning have shown me that kids can push beyond what I ever thought capable of and do some things. And I think when I can finally go back in the classroom, and I really can't wait for that, for everything but that commute I was mentioning before, I can't wait to see how kids integrate back into live learning with all that virtual learning like mixed together and all these new skills. And I think it's really going to be exciting and be a really positive thing for the future. I really hope so, at least.
Yeah, it's our schools have had kind of like a mixed choice. Like you can do both. You can do the virtual, or you could do in-person learning, which my youngest this is his senior year of high school.
Oh man.
He's not a very good virtual learner. He has a hard time focusing on stuff unless he's got a teacher to kind of like direct him. So he's doing in person, and he's doing so good. I'm so happy for him that he gets to go and do that. But so I feel for kiddos that don't have the option.
Yeah, and it
aren't very good virtual learners.
No, and it's that's one of the really interesting things is you have very adaptable kids who will do really well no matter what you throw at them. Mm-hmm. You have kids who did not connect in person schools and really struggled with that, who are soaring right now. Mm-hmm. And then you have kids who were soaring in live school who are now like all of a sudden like just can't make that connection. And as much as especially where like as much as I've fully embraced virtual teaching, I can't wait to get back and like get that. I feel like that combination of what we've learned about kids from these two perspectives, I think is going to help us to really reach them. And I'm looking forward to seeing how education changes in the next 5 years because of this.
Absolutely. All right. So Adam Rec is the book that I know you from, which
right.
is an all ages amazing book.
Oh, thank you.
It's still, I have so many copies of it because I know that it's for me an evergreen, that it's always on the rack.
Oh, that's wonderful to hear.
Yeah. And it's always, I actually spent a lot of time figuring out where to put it. I put it now flat, right at kids' eye level, We've got a little ledge that we have in our kids section. That seems to be the best place for them to pick it up and flip through it. Because we have a read everything policy in our kids section. The kids can plop on the ground and read it as much as they want.
Which should be. That's amazing.
Yeah, because I realized that, hey, when I was a kid, I wanted to read things like 20,000 times, the exact same thing. So it didn't hurt at all to let them read it once in the store so they could think that, oh, I need this copy now.
Oh, man. Yeah. I think that's awesome. Anything to get a kid reading, no matter what it is, just let it happen.
So for that book specifically, is that your one comic book project, or I just don't know about the others yet?
So Adam Rec was actually, I did that back in 2009, and then it was released as issues in, I think, 2016, 2017. It was my one and only, like, completely kid-friendly book. Not that I write very adult or crazy, like, R-rated things. I actually don't do that, but I really wanted to do something that I could give to an 8-year-old and be like, have fun, and I didn't have to worry. But I also really wanted to do all the things that I would have loved at that age. And so Adam Rec was very much a book I wrote to be something that I would have read with my dad as a kid. And so it's very much about a kid whose parents get captured by space pirates while they're exploring the deep cosmos of space. And just like the friends, like he gets stranded on a deserted planet and meets this crazy Han Solo-ish type character. I mean, it's full of tropes and ridiculousness and fun. And I had a blast making it. I'm a big sci-fi nerd, and the projects that I'm working on for the past few years and what I'm working on now are although they're sci-fi, are very different. My main project, the thing I've been working on for so long, is actually called The Creators. And The Creators is a graphic novel series about a wave in evolution that causes a small population of young people to suddenly develop the ability to bring their imaginations to life through their artwork. The power is like, could do all these amazing things. It could totally change the world for the better, but it's tied to these kids' emotional states. So if they go through anything traumatic like bullying or abuse or fear or violence of their power at all, it can come out in these horrific ways. These giant demonic, like kaiju level ways. And so the book is very much following the lives of these kids and their creations, which are like unicorns and demons and monstrously robotic teddy bears who are all their like friends and these really awesome creatures, but in a world that like completely is terrified of them. And the whole thing is actually based around my experience as an art teacher. And the school I work at has a magnet program for kids with a variety of special needs. And I've spent my entire career teaching art in this like amazingly inclusive environment, learning how the more kids learn how to work together and collaborate and learn from each other's experiences, the more they learn how to empathize and the more they grow that way. And so the book, while still just trying to be this fun, dark, crazy science fiction, that takes place in the real world, is also just an allegory for special education, mental health, and art education based on my experiences teaching.
So funny. You showed me the front of the book. I was like, oh yeah, that's the book I needed to reorder because I sold out right away.
Yay!
So I apologize that I hadn't remembered it, but I was like, that flew out the door.
Oh, that's awesome. That's
fantastic. Any other projects you've got? You got passion projects going on?
I actually, right now, usually I do projects where I'm kind of like the sole creator on projects, but I am doing my first novel project with some writers, and we've more than just like writer and artist, we have kind of really fully collaborated. I've had a huge hand in the writing. They've had a huge hand in the art. The main writer has done all the color work, but I'm doing a book called The Monuments, which ends up being a theme to the things I do, where there's always gigantic creatures destroying things. And I love the idea of using the concept of like a kaiju, a giant monster that stomps through buildings, as social commentary. And this one is all about kind of an alternate Earth where these giant robots come out from nowhere during the civilizations like Victorian or medieval period, somewhere in that range. So like in the past. And these giant futuristic robots come out and just start stomping through everything and destroying everything. And everybody loses hope and feels like they're all going to die. And right before they crush everything, they just stop. And nobody knows why. And all the things that separated the people and kept them hating each other for all these years, they kind of get over in an instant in order to rebuild the world. And then, all their problems kind of come back and the world develops. And 800 years later, the robots are still there, but they haven't moved. So they're like these giant monuments, and that people haven't tried to get rid of them because, one, they couldn't. They were for the first several hundred years. And two, they have become these monuments to like the old problems that they had. And then 800 years later, as all those tensions rise, all of a sudden, one of those robots, the face just opens up and a living young man pops out.
What?
And the book is about that person, their connection to all of this, and what he and these robots actually represent and their connection to humanity.
Oh, I love that. Is it a finished product
So it is almost a finished product, but we did a year or two ago put out the first chapter of it as an issue, which I have. I don't really distribute anymore just because that's kind of was a lot for me. And like I said, I do the convention scene. So right now I have those over in my Etsy. And I've still got like about 100 of these left. It was our like promo, and it is the first 30 pages of what's going to be like a 140-page book.
What's the Etsy page so that people can go grab those 100 copies up before they disappear?
Oh yeah. So it is Spaghetti Kiss, which you can see up here, Spaghetti Kiss, and then it's just .etsy.com. And actually, what I'm doing is for today, I will throw if you order anything and it's not this, I'll throw this in there. Just because we're about to put out this big book and I really want people to see it. I'm really excited about this project. It's one of the coolest things I've ever gotten to be a part of. But I'm also at the site, no matter what you get, if you use this as a coupon code, just the EXPO today, you could get 20% off everything in there. I thought it was at least, like something I really wanted to do was to really, I don't know, just make today a little bit special in the shop before I ruin it with making ugly things on the wall.
I am going to totally take advantage of that coupon code, and all you guys should too.
Thank you.
All right. I know that you have a cool demo set up. I am excited. What are you going to draw today? So
that's the thing is I don't really know. And I kind of wanted to put the onus on you. I have and see what you wanted me to draw. And my typical thing is I turn everything into robots and monsters and make things horrible. And then through story writing, I usually try to take those horrible things and actually make them sympathetic and make what's on the inside really count. But in order to do that, I have to make a really grotesque, horrible outside. Okay. So I was just gonna sit here and let you, or if anybody else wants to give a suggestion of something very normal or mundane, and I can turn it into something horrible.
It's okay, Richard. I'll let you know what it is. We'll tell it again at the end.
Awesome.
All right. Can I give you a really hard, crazy one?
I mean, I was hoping you'd start simple and ease me in here, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm obsessed with this weird creature called a tardigrade. Do you know what those are?
Oh yeah, the water bear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's made any really cute tardigrade art. or kaiju tardigrade art.
So a lot of times I will, and I'm doing it right now, I'll look up a little bit of reference just to give me an idea. And although seeing it, I'll just need the little glance. But they're so cute.
They're adorbs.
They are. They're like little demonic manatees. They're kind of naked mole radish. So I'll start that up here. And I always like to start with, when I do large scale drawing, if I can help it, I'll always start with some really, really bright marker, just so I can get a real basic idea. If I'm drawing in a sketchbook, of course, you'll see comic artists use, what's it called? Like blue pencils and then pull it out digitally. And I'm okay. So I'm literally just like getting a feel for this. I don't care if these lines are right or wrong. I don't even know how much you could see that. Sorry, this is my classroom setup, so I always am like moving things around as I go. But this chubby little dude, one of the things they've got are those crazy little claws, and they've got that mouth, that little like tube of a mouth. So I'm gonna have a little fun with that, and I'll just go in. I always like to use, when I draw large, just a big old fat paintbrush and a tub of ink, and just kind of explore with line. And the nice thing about a brush is that you can really get like a variation of lines. So here we go. Here's his face. They're kind of like big hairless cat butts now that I think about it. And but instead of just having this nice little, let's kind of exaggerate the size of what comes out of that. And of course, my head is immediately going to one of my favorite movies of all time, which of course would be Alien. And so I'm going to give him his little alien tongue and give those signature ridges that they have. I'll come over here. I'm going to really get some of that nice like black sheen that you see on those guys.
Yeah. What a good combo.
Right?
For half a second, I thought you were gonna say Starship Troopers and thinking of brain bugs.
Oh man, I didn't even think about that. That's another one though. I think one of the nice things about drawing like this on a large scale is it's not so precious. Like if this one sucks, so what? We'll go to the next one. And along with that, I think when you're working on the fly, you end up coming up with some really neat accidental ideas, you know? So I'll just give some nice drips. And then let's go back to that tardigrade. Just gonna double check him. Okay. And I really want to make him feel nice and chubby. I think that's kind of the thing that makes them fun. I got to make sure I'm not blocking. But they also have some really crazy arms in these things, which that was the thing I didn't remember, and I'm just noticing that now. So I'm going to have fun making them more claw-like and monstery.
Ooh.
And I really want to make sure that I keep that sense of like, it's still got to be recognizable. You know, I still want you to look at this and be like, wait a sec, is that a weird tardigrade, or is that, you know, what is that? But you know, but still get that sense of like, okay, yeah, that's a tardigrade. It's not my imagination. Let's see. And it looks like he's got 6 legs. Really going to continue with that fatness on him.
I feel like we're doing creature design a little bit too. Like there's someone watching right now like, yeah, we need to make this movie.
Well, and that's I think that my favorite thing to do is creature design and robot design. And that's when I was working on the book, The Creators, and well, now I'm deep enough into it that I don't get to do this as much. But that's why I was like, what if kids could bring their imaginations to life? What would they make? And I'm like, this is just an excuse for me to come up with ridiculous creations and ridiculous creatures and things like that that have meaning in a story, but I can make them whatever I want.
Oh yeah.
All right, and so here we have, and I almost made him just like standing up on these 2 little legs. You know what? I'm gonna own it, and I'm gonna do that. Let's have some fun with that.
Richard Ship says it looks like a graboid face.
A graboid. Wait a minute. What's that from?
I actually don't know. I know that sounds really familiar, but I can't remember what graboids are from.
I can't remember either.
Ship, what are those from, brother?
Oh, I feel like I just recently saw it.
Tremors.
Tremors. Yes, I did just recently rewatch Tremors, and then I attempted to watch the other Tremor movies, and my interest waned as they went on. But that first movie, man, is amazing. All right, so I've got my tardigrade.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see. Any other suggestions? Anything in the
Are we making something to fight him?
we can make something to fight him, but we can also just load this up in general. So anything else that's like really mundane, it doesn't even have to be an animal. It could be anything that's very mundane or regular or really adorable that I can take and turn around and turn into something horrible.
I was just thinking, if we wanted to do something creepy, I'm terrified of centipedes.
But they're already
creepy.
Right. I'll tell you what, though. I'm going to hold on to that. And I want you to tell me the most grossly sugary, sweet, adorable thing you can think of.
Gummy bears.
A gummy bear. Like the food or the Disney cartoon?
Either one.
Okay. So gummy bears. And I'm going to put Disney in there so I can see what that looks like. And yeah, they are unfortunately cute. So I'm going to get my pink marker out again. And let's see. All right. So, oops. Yeah, there we go. Oh, God. Okay. So looking at that. I'm going to block in a couple of shapes. So Mickey Mouse, it's not even funny.
Do you guys remember this cartoon? It was awesome.
It is awesome. My daughter just found it on Disney Plus, and it's been interesting to see her do this. Okay, so I'm just going to start there, and I'm not even going to block in anything. So you can probably see a little bit of her pink little face. Mm-hmm. And let's have some fun with that. Okay. So I'll start little nose, and you can see how Disney this is. How
this
cute.
Is like Disney 101 art class right now.
It really is. You know, just figuring out how to make everything just a little bit too big. And this I don't remember. I just rewatched this actually, or I had it on in the background. My favorite day of the week is Saturday mornings. My daughter will wake up and watch cartoons for like an hour because no kid should. I know that Saturday morning cartoons aren't the same thing as they were when we were kids, but I feel like it's her right to have that. And I have a drawing table set up in our living room so that I could just hang out with her and draw and have it on in the background. So here we have our adorable little bear. Okay, so water bear, Disney bear, and it's a little funky. I don't think I really nailed her face, but that's okay because of what I'm about to do. Which I'm not even going to say it. I'm just going to see where your head goes, Jen, as I'm drawing this.
Okay.
And having these cilia-like legs starting to come in.
Yeah, you're playing on my fears. See, I see how you're doing this.
I don't know what you're talking about. That would be a cruel thing, and I'm not a cruel person.
It's no lie.
Middle school art teacher. Cruelty is my. No, I'm kidding. That's terrible.
No lie. Right in front of our store, there's just this little grassy knoll that they don't really tend to it very well, but it has a bunch of like tall grasses and a couple little bushes and stuff. And I think it is a little tiny microcosm of Skull Island, because out of that little grassy knoll comes the most giant creatures, versions of every bug that you can imagine. Like we have giant millipedes that come out of there.
Oh God!
There's big horned beetles that you see that are just from Africa, with like the big claws. None of which are dangerous. They're all like, perfectly mundane creatures, but they're giant versions of themselves. And every once in a while they'll wander into the store. And so I don't know what's going on in that little, I don't know if there was like some kind of nuclear bomb released just in that section. I think, but we have not seen any centipedes. Otherwise I would have taken off and nuked it from space.
I mean, it's the only way to be sure.
It's the only way.
All right. So here we have our gummy centipede. I'm trying to wonder what flavor it would be. And I don't want to see this thing bouncing here and there and everywhere, if I'm totally honest.
No.
All right. So here we go. I'm going to give it a little cast shadow just to. Okay.
kind of feel like these guys might actually just like do a dance off or something.
Yeah. Or that's going to be one epic like movie kiss that's about to happen. Yeah. John, Martha. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I ate your face, darling.
All right. So, let's see. I have tons of room here, and I can totally draw other things. Oh, I'm starting to see people say. So somebody said Winnie the Pooh. So I'm gonna do that, but I'm gonna do it without looking at reference. I'm just gonna kind of have some fun with it.
Challenge accepted.
And I'm gonna move real fast on this, and just to have some like fun with it. And I'm working a little bit with a fold of a paper.
It's amazing. Just that one W between the eyes makes him give him such angry eyes. Man. That is not happy, Pooh.
No. But I mean, no, people have been, if anybody's been watching this, they're seeing me do this, and they're just like, if they're asking for Winnie the Pooh, they're not looking for the Disney classic.
No.
If they are going to be sorely disappointed.
And that's ridiculous ideas. Go.
So I still want to give him a little bit of like some cartoony ears. And then, you know what? Nothing says poo more than honey. So I'm going to make him just this giant gelatinous melting honey pile.
So this is what happens when he ends up eating the toxic honey from some spaceship wreck.
Right. Oh, and I just had an idea, but I think I need to look that one up. Because this is where things get horrible, and I apologize in advance. Yep, there we go. Okay. All right. So, okay, good. I can still be seen with what I'm doing. Okay. And then, if anybody figures this out, let's see.
It's Winnie the Goo.
Well, I'm trying to get Piglet in there and have him being like digested and slowly melting, but of course with a nice, cute little smile on his face. And have some bear teeth coming out in front of him as they melt into the ground as well.
This design isn't what inspires me, but just the name in general that someone threw up there, the Winnie the Goo. There was this really cool guy that used to show up. I think I met him at San Diego Comic-Con, and he made a book called Whiny the Poop, which is not for kids. It was like, I think Piglet was like withdrawing from he wasn't taking his meds properly.
Yeah, that sounds amazing and horrible at the same time, which I don't know if you can tell based on the aesthetic I've put forth is very much my bag. And then I'm just gonna, because that's kind of coming apart, grab a little chunk of tape to hold this together. There we go. And there we go. There's my Winnie the Pooh, which, yeah, I think that's pretty nightmare fuelish.
Yeah, Piglet finally just annoyed him one too many times.
Oh, Pooh.
I can't do voices either.
I can do a few, actually.
What can you do?
Okay,
Let's see if I could jump into the Ice King. Hello there, princess. How are you?
That's so good.
And then,
oh my god, you guys, what are you even talking about? I don't even know. You're spinning my cheesy poops.
So that's all I got.
Oh my gosh, I'm sure your daughter asks you for it all the time.
The Ice King, yes, but we haven't shown her South Park yet, so no.
Oh no, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Hello there, Marceline. How are you?
And she's just like, yeah, no, never mind, no.
Yeah. Stop it, Daddy.
Yeah. All right. So I rigged up something on here. There's this artist online named, let's see. I want to make sure I tilt this a little bit. Named Ben Avalis, who does these. And I just did this in my class. So let's see. I need another suggestion. We have Winnie the, something kind of on the simple side, though. And there's a reason for that. So you can give it to me if nobody else does. But I don't know. Do you have any pets or any animals that you just really love that are the more typical kind of simplistic, cute things?
We had a pet that was we only had him for one day because when we looked it up, we couldn't keep him by Texas law. We had a flying squirrel come into our house. They have the cutest big eyes. So cute.
Yeah. Okay. So let's do squirrel. I also had a pet squirrel for one day. I was very young, and let's just say I did my best. It didn't turn out as I wanted it to.
Yeah, our neighborhood, there was a baby, like actual just regular squirrel that had fallen from its nest, and our neighbor raised it.
Oh wow!
And so if you go outside on any given day, and he decides that you look like you might have food, he'll just jump on you and check you all out. Where's my nuts? Because we also hand him walnuts, which reinforces the idea that we might have some food.
Of course, yeah.
His name is Peanut. He's the coolest.
I mean, his name's Peanut. That makes sense. All right, so I've got this little piece of paper here, and I have to plan this one out a little bit. And so I'm just planning out his face, and there we go.
By the way, flying squirrels are impossibly hard to catch in your house because they, fly.
I mean, that just makes sense. So I think I've made a squirrel that's a little bit chubby, and that's fine. I'm going to go with it. But let's see where this goes. So I'm just going to start out really regularly, just drawing this squirrel. They have really big, shiny black eyes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And cute little noses. Okay, so I'm going to have fun with that. So there's this amazing artist who's a self-taught person, and big chipmunk cheeks, but little mouth. And this artist just does these amazing things where he'll take something kind of normal or something really well known, and he will then take it and turn it into something horrible. But the way he does that is kind of a form of animation. So here's my squirrel. And so I'm going to see if I can make this work. So I have this paper folded up in a certain way. And so now I can unfold it.
Oh.
And now I've got space. So
magic.
And now I can just have fun making him horrible. And instead of him eating like an acorn or something like that, let's have his cheeks stuffed with something else. And let's make it human heads.
Oh no!
And let's see. So let me get a quick drawing of your head right here.
Oh man. It's the stuff of nightmares.
Right? And then I have my beard coming through. And here's my head. I hope that's visible.
Is this going to be a Noah situation where like we're gonna ride on the inside of this mutant flying squirrel to Comic-Con?
I don't think we're gonna survive.
Oh, I had hoped. No.
Yeah. I'm sorry to dash them, but that's kind of my job here.
He does have very pointy teeth.
And so that's his mouth filled with human heads. And now I should probably wait for this to dry a little bit more. But here he is small, here he is big.
Ah!
Yeah, small, and then So there we go.
That's so awesome.
Thank you. And then it looks like I have time to do one more. So whatever you want, it could be anything, and I'm just gonna make it horrible one more time.
Come on, guys, throw out some ideas. It's early in the morning for me and for you, so.
Well, it's really early for you right now, isn't it?
It's only 9:47. Yesterday, my first interview started at 8.
Oh man. Yeah, that's nuts. So okay, I'll take this. I'll choose on my own. But here's what I'll do. One of the things I've gotten into printing lately have been masks, and one of my favorite things in the world to draw are anything with tentacles. So I have here this, and I like robotic things. So here's a robotic octopus mask.
Yes.
And so I'm just gonna have fun filling this out with some tentacles and more like creaturey things. I'm gonna tape this down now because I think the best way.
You do have people throwing out ideas like Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Stick with the Bears, Smokey the Bear.
Oh man, Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Stick with the Bears and go Smokey the Bear. Here's what I'll do then, because I'm nothing if not willing to do something with the suggestion. So I'm going to connect this down here, but then I'm going to make him the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
That's truly grotesque.
I'll put his little hat, and I might get it wrong because I'm not looking at reference.
It looks like to me.
Oh, there we go.
My husband and I had a discussion the other day about, I told him that one of my favorite movies was Ghostbusters 2, and he was like, "Why 2?" I was like, "I don't know, Statue of Liberty walking around the city."
That movie is, I think, on a lot of levels, it's not as good, but there are some things about that movie that are amazing.
Like, I love Vigo. Oh.
Yeah, and Peter McNichol in that movie is incredible.
Yep.
All right, so I've got to make sure that I get the buildings, get scale.
Okay, now this creature is pretty terrifying.
So I've still got. Hold that thought, because I think I've got a way to make it even more terrifying.
Although to scale, you and I now are giant beings.
I'm embarrassed that I never thought of that, but I love that so much. All right, so I'm gonna get a ground. I'm not gonna go too far in with the buildings. We get the basic idea, and then I'm gonna. We did get one other suggestion. Smokey the Bear. And what I can do now. All right, right. Okay, yeah, there he is. Is I can take this and move it back up.
Oh, super mutant creature.
And then I can connect it so that this becomes a, what does it say? It does just say that, okay. So then he becomes the Smokey the Bear hat.
I just know anyone joining right now is like, what the heck?
Yeah. I mean, that was kind of the goal, if I'm honest. You had to be here from the beginning to make any sense of this. And then here can be his nose. and I can just turn that into like what when it closes will look like a fat roll.
Yep.
And of course, Smokey the Bear, and this is my favorite part, I think, is he has to look kind of sad. And then get his ears in here.
Hey kids, say no to destroying your city with kaijus.
And then this will give a lot more meaning to the fire.
There you go. Yes.
And so now
He is both causing and sad about it.
oh yeah. And then so oh, and of course it wouldn't be without a couple of trees.
Yep, gotta have those.
Gotta have some trees.
It's brilliant.
And so then now we can take this. Still a little wet, that's okay. And now here's our cute. Now it's not cute either way. Now it's a squirrel as a meat helmet for Smokey the Bear, who is stopping through the city on fire. And then it's a big squirrel as the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man with a stellar folding over belly button now, who's just, I don't know what he's eating here. It's probably another human head. And you're right. Now this makes our heads like humongous. And so there we have it. And I'll be honest, it was literally while I was waiting off screen to join this that I was like, you know what? I've got an idea. And I grabbed that paper and I folded it up. And I had no idea if I was even going to use it. But thank you for being so open to that and letting me have some fun with it.
That is brilliant. That's the beauty of art. It is whatever you do.
Yeah. Thanks.
Does anyone have any questions? We've got about 7 minutes. Pop them up if you have them. I was going to say, I know that you do another really cool thing that you probably aren't able to do now. You want to describe what that fun thing is?
Oh my God, that's so funny you asked that because we are able to do it right now.
Really?
Yeah. So I do a thing called Super Art Fight, which in normal times it's a live show that is it's a parody of professional wrestling. So if you're a wrestling fan and a comic fan, you'll love this. It's a parody of professional wrestling, but instead of fighting with each other, we draw at each other actually on this board. And we'll put up paper and we'll have starting topics and we'll spin random topics as we go. And it's judged by the audience with a decibel reader. And it's all about it's basically improv comedy with drawing and characters. We all have crazy characters. I actually play for it a really bad Eastern European male model named Baron von Sexyful. The whole thing is ridiculous. And unfortunately, we can't do live events right now. But we have an amazing team of creative people, and we actually do a streaming show that is really, really, and I have nothing to do with this, which is why I'm going to brag about what I'm going to say. It's amazingly produced for what we are. And we just finished up our first season back in December, and we start our second season in like a tournament season on January 30th. And we're on Twitch, so just look up Super Art Fight on Twitch. And I will not be a part of the tournament in the second season. I will do, but I'm going to be guest announcing and doing some like exhibition bouts as a new character. I am a floating head made up of discarded craft materials. So yeah.
Commentary?
What?
Are you color commentary?
So as the floating head, I'm actually a competitor.
Oh, okay.
I'll be doing an exhibition bout. I actually just play I'm just myself as commentary. But yeah, it's very much treated like a sporting event, but with drawing and illustration.
So do people have do they have team?
No, it's right now. It's all like individual tournament. Our first season was a round robin tournament. Our second season is going to be an elimination bracket. And so we're trying to keep it fresh and different as we go.
That is amazing. So do you do them just locally, or do you guys travel around when you're able to do them in live?
When we're able to do them live, we travel around. We have played all across the country, and we've even done a few shows in Canada, and in London, Ontario, and it's amazing. It's the only time as an artist you ever get to feel like a rock star, because the way that each match is judged and a winner is chosen is with a decibel reader. So whoever gets the loudest cheers wins the match. And there was this one time, like, we were in LA at Anime Expo, and nobody had ever heard of us. We didn't know if anybody was going to come to the show, because it was our first time really playing LA, and we had 1,500 people just stroll into the convention, the hall that we were playing,
Wow.
and they were just yelling and screaming, and we were just like in awe of it. So it is. There's nothing like it in the whole world, quite like what it is. The streaming show is really amazing, but man, when we can do it live again, if we're mainly in the Baltimore and DC area, but we do travel. And if you are a convention runner, we are going to be itching to do shows when we can again. We're a bunch of hams, so
There's something more special about panels that are more interactive, and that feels way interactive.
It's very interactive, because a lot of it is actually controlled by the audience. One, of course, the winner is chosen by the audience, but two, we actually, on our site, superartfight.com, you can put in topics that will draw, and we love topics that are double entendres and things that can be solved in multiple ways, so that we get the chance to be clever. Some of our favorite topics are like rejected superheroes, or cute animals on fire, things that you could have to think, oh, how am I going to do this in a way that's going to be surprising to people?
Oh yeah. So I know most of the people I've been talking to, they have like a career that they're pursuing, but then they also have something else that they do that's like a secret hobby that they love to do. Do you have a secret hobby?
Well, that's an interesting. I don't think I keep anything a secret. I'm really bad at that. So I do have some hobbies. Obviously, first and foremost, I'm a teacher and I'm an artist, and a writer. But I've played guitar my whole life, and I actually have a band that it's a comedy rock band called Sexyful, and it's based off the character I play in Super Art Fight. And it's basically like a lot of in-jokes about art fight, but the character is like a really bad Eastern European male model. He talks like this. Oh, hello there. Have you all come here to see me? Of course you have. He wears all like skin tight, glittery, metallic things with animal print. Mm-hmm. And so I always thought him having a band would be the funniest thing in the world. And it turns out it's also one of the most fun things in the world. And I haven't really gotten to do it since COVID, but I miss my bandmates tremendously. So
wait, do you have to sing in that voice too?
I do.
Do you use a lot of lozenges or?
No, you know what? I've been doing this voice now since for almost 10 years for that character. And I can drop into it without even thinking. Oh, hello there. Oh, yeah. We can talk like this forever and hours and hours and hours. And I can even sing in it, which is it's ridiculous. I wouldn't want to say anything else.
I could listen to that for hours. Oh, my God. That's hilarious. All right. We only have like 1 minute. Throw up all your socials again. Tell people how to get in touch with you. How do you like to be communicated with?
Absolutely. I'm so easy to find as long as you remember Spaghetti Kiss, like Lady and the Tramp, but horrible. The picture that it's named after is two monsters with multiple tongues kissing, hence the Spaghetti Kiss. Spaghetti Kiss on Etsy. You can find all my books and clothing. Please use that coupon code and get a deal on it all today. I'll leave it up till tomorrow morning since we're on a time delay, like a time difference with you. But yeah, Spaghetti Kiss everywhere, and check out Super Art Fight on Twitch.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Oh, you too. It was so good to hang out with you.
Yeah, I'll see you at the next con.
Oh, I can't wait. I really can't.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, everybody. You are still with us at the EXP Expo on the Experience. Joining us right now is Brian Haberlin. You've known and loved his work for a long time. He's a super innovator in the field. How are you
Hey
doing
guys.
this morning?
Morning. My coffee's done. One second. I'll be
Get
right
your
back.
coffee. Get your coffee.
1 second.
Oh, man, look at you. You're having my favorite art in the actual screen. Man, oh, man.
I'm on the West Coast. It's morning, so I gotta have my coffee. All right, I got my coffee. There you go.
Coffee up. Cheers.
I could put Sonata to take my place while I'm Hey Jen, how are you?
I am doing really well. It's going to be an interesting, like they're 12-hour days for convention, even though they're virtual. I'm
Yep.
just praying my voice holds out.
Well, you have quite a good lineup of people there.
Yeah,
I was
excited.
nudging a couple of people yesterday, a couple of friends.
I was super excited to get to talk to you this morning because there's a million questions I always want to ask you when I see you at San Diego Comic-Con, but I always feel like you have so many people crushing to talk to you at the booth. I'm like, I'll find some other time.
Yeah, San Diego's never a great place to hook up with anybody. It's always like you have to kind of, okay, I'm going to go and meet someone on the other side of the convention center, and 20 minutes go by before you get there.
Or you can even leave your booth because you have the intention of leaving the booth and you tell your booth mate, I'm going to go. And then 20 more people come up and just want to say, I just want to say hi.
Yeah.
It's impossible to go to the bathroom or get food.
Yeah. All that stuff.
That stuff. All right. So I'm just going to approach this interview with the idea that there'll be a great many people that are just like me and have always wanted to know a great many things about you and all the awesome things that you create. Because probably a lot of people know you primarily from your work on Spawn.
Mm-hmm.
But you've done so much more. The way I met you was honestly looking at your the technology that you created to make parts of comic books and regular books just pop right out and look like a 3D creature and have animation. How did that start?
Well, I was that goes back to the origins of Anomaly. So I was editor-in-chief for Todd McFarlane and running his comics company at the time and drawing Spawn at the same time. And I was working with him and Robert to launch their Haunt property. And so it was a really tough time because it was when DC and Marvel had just exclusivities up the what. So anybody who was anybody had an exclusivity that was for long. I call it, people go, hey, so you want to take over Spawn? What do you think? Or Haunt? And they'd be, yeah, that sounds great. So when are you available? 4 years from now. Okay, I got to do something else, But you'd be in these meetings, and we'd have artists in the meetings, and you'd have Todd going, yeah, Bud, you don't want to be known for doing Stan and Jack stuff. You want to be known for doing your own stuff, and Robert would chime in, and I'd be sitting in the back of the thing going, yeah, I used to do my own stuff, So that was the point where I said, I got to be going. And nothing wrong. I mean, Todd and I still have a great relationship. I just did a cover. He'll call up for whatever, and we have a great relationship. So the idea was I was going to go start my own thing. I was going to do Creator Own, and Marvel made it very clear that I could do basically anything I wanted to do over there. So that was going to be the bread and butter money, and then I was going to do a Creator Own project over at Image, and and see how that goes. And then I was hit up by Skip Brittenham, who back when to jump back I went to film school. I have a master's in screenwriting from Loyola, and I went into television. So I was in drama series, comedy series development at Lorimar, and then Warner Brothers. And Skip Brittenham's company, Ziffern Brittenham, they were like the biggest. They like ruled it. They were like the biggest entertainment lawyers there were. So get a call from this guy and go like, oh well, I'll take that, because especially when you're starting your own comic company again, custom comics are a big part of that. And back in the day when I had Avalon, and I was doing that stuff. We did, custom comics for a bunch of people. We did Stan Winston's line for him. We did a bunch of stuff. It pays really well, and it's good. So I figured, oh, that's what this is going to be, right? And he had the rough treatment at his house for Anomaly. And back then it was called Clone World. And I read it, and I thought it was fine. And I said, well, this is sound interesting. I'll find some people to do it for you and stuff, because I have my stuff I want to do. And then we started to hit it off so much, and we started talking in these big terms. It's like, oh, let's do this oversized, and let's do it landscape. Yeah, let's do landscape. Let's do the longest original full color graphic novel ever done. It's like, okay, that sounds cool. That sounds good. And let's push the envelope. So when we started it in 2010, augmented reality needed to have, because I always look at all this stuff all the time, need to have these obvious QR codes. So you need to have like a QR code sitting in the middle of your page, and I never wanted it to be something that you had to do the augmented reality. I wanted it to be an add-on, an option, or whatever. And then in later that year, the software development kit changed, and you could trigger augmented reality off any image. So then it was like, okay, we're ready to go. And so the exciting part to me as a creator for that was that you could take pages and you could change pages, you could have interactive pages, you could have essentially the DVD extras of everything. You could have games that you play, you can have face swaps with characters, all that kind of stuff. And it just became a new method of storytelling. And it was something that was exciting and still is exciting, because I don't think anyone's really still cracked it for a story can only be told this way, so that's the challenge of it. And I don't think we've gotten there yet, but we've gotten some really fun add-on things and stuff. Like, it was fun even on the Medieval Spawn Witchblades that we did. We had the covers being drawn in front of you, so you get the convention sketch kind of thing, and that stuff's always really fun. So it was just trying to do something new. That's why I always try to do something new.
So you mentioned that it was like the idea was, wow, we get to be the first to do the longest and landscape. Did that end up being a benefit or a drawback in hindsight?
Anomaly one, it was a good thing. We actually, we did well in sales on that book. But it was also this, it was, here we are, you can't deny this is go big or go home moment kind of thing. And it worked out. So it was great.
And then was Faster and Light the next project that you used it in, or there?
No, it was Shifter, the other original graphic novel. So we did 2 graphic novels, or just pure graphic novels, Anomaly, Shifter, then Anomaly 2, and then Faster and Light.
So Faster and Light, I really love. I'm a big sci-fi person, so it's I love the add-ons of being able to pull up things in the middle of the book to make it more, I don't know, it feels like a marriage between television, the way you consume television, and the comic book world. So it lends itself to imagining what it would look like maybe on the small screen or big screen. And I remember hearing that was Faster Than Light picked up for possible development?
That was over at Skydance. And I think there's which often happens in the entertainment world, because I've had, because with Avalon, from Hellcop to Stone to Aria to, a gazillion entertainment projects one way or the other. I've had pilot deals, I've had yada, yada, yada. The only thing I've had actually on the air was Witchblade. That was the only creation so far that's actually gotten there, because there's just, I hardly ever talk about them, because it's just the odds of them finally landing, at the end of the day are long. But anyway, so they had it, and their take on it was something I wasn't interested in doing.
So
it was basically the first season they wanted to be on Earth and have it be all spy about who has the Faster and Light, equation and these governments going after each other, and so you don't go into space until the end of the first season. And I'm like, that what I said at the meeting, well, that's kind of like a pirate show without the pirate ship, right?
Yeah.
and they really didn't have a comeback for that. So I mean, but that's happened before. I mean, there was Hellcop was for years with Gail Ann Hurd, and because she had these German investors, Valhalla was it back then, and just every year we just renew the option, and finally she didn't have the backing money anymore. Okay, the option's running out in a few weeks. We want to take it out, and they pitched me what they were going to do, and I listened to the pitch, and I got off the phone and I talked to my manager and I go, I wouldn't make that movie with their money. Again, it was like, and it's also like one of those things very often creators get. It's like, well, maybe you should have just bought the title from me rather than what the story was and the characters and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
So again, that was one where it's like, okay, they have 1 hour to pitch it, and they ran around a day really fast everywhere, and they couldn't sell it. So that was good, because Virgil will be coming back, I think.
Oh, good. Brainy asked, have you ever considered doing your own animation series for Faster Than Light?
I've played with it, and maybe I'm playing with some other stuff right now, so maybe,
maybe is a good thing.
Yeah.
All right, so I think a lot of people think there's just like a lot of mystery behind the scenes about what happens when someone says something's been optioned or something is going into production. And you worked in TV and behind the scenes. Can you just like, you can have a whole long time to describe what this looks like. What is the mystery behind the scenes? What does all of that mean?
You mean from the soup to nuts? Someone actually doing the option to begin with?
Yeah, soups and nuts. What does it look like?
So, someone decides that they like the thing. Like when for example, when The Marked came out, there were at least 6 producers that actually make things, knocking on the door for that one. And you kind of look at, there's 2 different ways to look at it. So from the creator point of view, which is going to be one, someone's going to do something that you want done, right? And 2, they have good odds of actually doing it. Because between you and me, I've taken option money on some of my properties before, knowing that there's no way in hell these people are going to be able to make it because they weren't at a level to do that. But they're going to give me $15,000 for a year for it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. But anyway, so someone decides that some company or producer decides that they want to get whatever the property is. And they reach out to you and they make an offer. And usually there was some sort of money involved and some sort of time involved. Usually it's a year, 18 months is the option terms usually, because you want to have enough time that if I flip on the other side, if I'm now the producer getting the property, I want to have enough time to put together a package that I can sell, and that can take time. And so the producers then, get a writer, get a director, let's take the Sonata experience. So that was great because, it was with Ridley Scott and one of my groomsmen at my wedding is the president of his production company. So a guy I've known for decades who's a dear friend. So I knew it was going to be in really good hands too. And then we go out and they give me a writer's list. These are the showrunners we think would be good. Here's samples of their stuff to read. That's when it works well. That's the good development process for the creator, right? It's like, or you're even involved in writing it at the end of the day. The other way is you're completely shut out, and they kind of give you some lip service about, oh yeah, da 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 da, but you have no control whatsoever. You're wrong. You're along for the ride. So sometimes it's a matter of if it seems like it's going that way, or if it seems like that's a place that you'd be dealing with, you just don't do that option.
So
You know?
so is that part of what what's in the contract when you sign to give them
Well,
the option?
if you already signed everything up and it goes that way, it's going that way.
It's just going. Okay.
There's not a lot you can do unless you have some sort of leverage in some way, shape, or form. Somebody that can do something or whatever. But for a lot of creators, I'm sure that's not how it goes.
How far into the development does it have to be in order to the option to make, for example, that the option period is over, but they're really moving forward to develop with it? How much has to be done for you to say whether that's good enough or you're just taking it back?
Yeah. At that point, it'd be, are things going well or are things not going well? And technically, you really need to have them cough up some more money at that point.
Can you take back the property? Like, let's say if they've produced a pilot and it's just a hot mess, can you take back the option?
If the option is out, if it's over, usually though in the option there usually is some sort of an option to renew. But if you do those agreements correctly, usually it has to be a mutual option.
Mm-hmm.
So then you can say no.
So
the other tip I have for people, especially for young creatives out there who have their new comic property, is never do 50-50 deals with your co-creators, just because then so many things can happen, and I've seen it happen so many times where, no, I don't want to do that. No, I want to do it. So you both have to agree. It's like half the time you have to move so quickly to make some of these. Mm-hmm. The opportunities are not there forever, really let somebody be the one who has the more control.
So you don't end up in a stalemate and then nothing can happen just because you don't agree about one thing. Yeah. Because
people, long-time friends have arguments and falling out and yada, yada, yada. And it's just, no, it just ties your hands, and then it's a shame.
So like an option agreement, that's just them having the opportunity to be able to develop the property.
Right.
When would a creator negotiate percentages of the back end or any of those kinds of crazy things? Or do those even exist?
Those do sometimes. I've had those in some agreements earlier on. Now it's usually if everything goes well and it gets sold, then you negotiate that. But that's actually kind of good for the creator, because it puts you in, so they just sold it, right? Mm-hmm. So they're all set to do a show. There's going to be money. There's going to be the whole 9 yards. And now you could say, because the option's out, you can be a little hard on your negotiations, mm-hmm. Because they know there's gold at the end of that rainbow. So
is it usually sold to, is the person that's doing the option, is that like a producer, and then it gets sold to like a studio?
Right. So usually it's a producer or production company. Like the market is with Skydance right now, and Sonata's with Scott Free, which is Ridley's company, yeah. So yeah, but sometimes there's sometimes there's the young sort of, it can go different ways though too. Sometimes you can actually get hit up by like a director who really wants to do it, or something like that. And then it's kind of like you can get rolled into more a producer thing. I mean, and two, that's the other thing, is you always want to have, you're always going to be some sort of executive producer besides. So you get a produce. So depending on how it works, but some sort of producing credit, and not just producing credit, but you also get a fee with that. So that's always something to calculate, because that's always the sad part. So there's a certain amount of bottom feeders, bottom feeder entertainment attorneys in the comic industry who take advantage of young creators. And what they do is they do these deals when they do an option for them to a production company, is lowball the option money, and then they're attached as a producer and make $400,000 and you made 20, you know.
A mystery to me, and maybe it's only a mystery to me, is what is the role of a producer? Because we see a million names on films that are listed as producers. Do they do any day-to-day things?
There's real producers and there's not. There's real producers and there's not real producers.
Right.
You know, a real producer is, you know, soup to nuts. I mean, they you know, they'll find the directors, find the writers. Usually in a production company, there's line producers. So there's people who handle, like, you know, it's like, you know, what was it? It was like that 130 Rock where the guy who's the page sold the show and whatever. And it's like, all right, well, how do you want to make this show? And he's like, well, I thought y'all would like know where to get the lights and the cameras and stuff like that. It's like, so there are people who handle, you know, different levels of the production. It's bigger, smaller, and stuff. But yes, I mean, there are definitely producers who get paid that don't do anything. But there are real producers that actually get stuff done and work day to day and work hard.
Is there any difference between an executive producer and just producer as a byline?
It gets different in depending when you're talking about film or television. Those roles get a little different. An executive producer in TV can be, you know, a big person who runs the whole thing. I mean, I remember, and it's funny too when you deal with these people. It's like they have different ways of working too, which is kind of interesting. I remember, God, which show was it? It was. I want to say it was like Knots Landing, when I worked on Knots Landing. It was one of those situations where because you have, you know, writers' rooms and stuff and people who do scripts and everything, and you get first drafts. And part of our job in current programming was, you know, looking at the drafts, looking at the cuts, doing table reads, you know, that kind of stuff like that. And you get these scripts, and the exec producer on that show was like, you'd get a script, and then it's like the exec producer needed those bones of that script, and he would do a total rewrite of the script. Total, you know, and it's like, I always felt bad for the initial draft writer, because it definitely wasn't at the end of the day, you know, and that happens all the time. I mean, I on a big sci-fi show right now, I know a guy who was brought in to rewrite their scripts, and on a major franchise that's happening right now. And his job is to plow over the original writer.
Yeah, Brainy says a lot of work for the real producers.
Yes. Yeah.
Speak to your time working in TV. That there's so much that you've been part of that I've always wanted to know about. What does working in TV look like?
Well, you know, it's fun. I loved. So I started at Lorimar, which is now the Sony lot. Okay. Big, huge lot, but it was like sound stages. And then when Warner Brothers bought our television division and we moved it to the Burbank lot, that was fun because they had Western Street. They had New York Street. I would often, you know, get my lunch and go down to the Western Street and sit on the front porch of the saloon, you know, have my lunch, you know, or I would often have lunch on the front porch of the Walton's house. There was a little lake back there and all that kind of stuff. That was a fun part. The tough part is when you're young and getting into it, you know, it's very clear that, you know, and I've had told to me once, it's like, you know, there are people that would pay me to do your job. But no, it was fun. But, you know, it's like a regular workplace. Everybody's, you know, they're pain in the asses and good people and bad people and, you know, all that kind of stuff.
So in a typical TV work day, what are the crises that you've had to overcome?
Well, you know, again, I've always worked under somebody. So when I started, it was Deborah Morris in drama, and I was co-working for David Zuckerman in comedy. And David went on to doing, you know, co-created Family Guy, you know, did you know, Wilfred, you know, a ton of fun stuff like that. And then when I was at Warner Brothers, who was under David Zucker, and we did that was all current programming. So current programming means once Warner Brothers has sold a show to NBC, CBS, whatever that may be, our job is to make sure that everything is smooth between the production company and CBS or whoever it is. And so we'd see, drafts of things, help with some directors lists if they needed that kind of stuff. But usually you hired a production company that's good and professional, and chances are there's very little for you to do. Mm-hmm. But sometimes things are really, you have to do something, mm-hmm. and then it becomes a lot of work. But usually it's not a lot of work because you hire professionals. It's only when the wheels come off the bus is when you really have to start getting hard work. You
find yourself doing a lot of like moderation where it was just a misunderstanding between the two?
Yeah, no, absolutely. There was, what was that? Sisters. I remember that. Do you remember the show Sisters? Maybe not. It doesn't matter. It was an old show, but there were definitely schisms between executive producers. Mm-hmm. I hate you. It's like, we still have to do the show. They're not talking. We still have to do the show. So
there are people relying on you to just suck it up, Buttercup.
Yeah. The egos get really big, but you get some fun things. I mean, not fun things, but actually sad things. It's funny when you have, like we were talking about the development process. So we've had shows back when I was in development where there's so much rearranging of what the show was that these guys set off to do, from either the network notes. And we had on shows before, we had network notes, and then the president of the network's wife gave notes, and yada yada yada, and the whole thing became this different thing. And I've had executive producers sitting in our office saying, how do I get out of this? And they sold a show. It's going to be a TV show, and they're going to make a whole bunch of money, and yada yada. And they're like, how do I get my name off of this?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So was there a clean transition between that part of your life and comic books, or did they stay married for a long time?
So when I was 18, I had my first offer to go do some pencil work at Marvel. And that was Jim Shooter and John Romita Sr. at San Diego Comic-Con when I was bringing around my samples and stuff. But it was really a bullpen situation, not a, whatever. And back then, I'm a West Coast guy. You had to move to New York, and the pay was really, really, really bad, and they wouldn't guarantee you work. And so I went to film school instead, But I always still liked comics and always kind of worked on things. And I had, if you saw the office, I had my Amiga computer and stuff, and so I'd be doing graphics and stuff on the side. And I was always doing illustration and things on the side as well. And every year I'd especially I'd go down to San Diego Comic-Con with my portfolio in hand, because I did find out that I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to be a TV executive. That I knew for sure. Okay. And what I did learn, though I wouldn't mind being well-paid talent in television. That sounds good. But I was developing all these different new techniques to do comics. For example, scanning pencils back in the day, computer coloring, all that kind of stuff. And I'd go down to San Diego Comic-Con, portfolio in hand, and get summarily rejected, year after year after year. And then there was my friend Rod Underhill said, "Hey, I'm going to have a table in the small press area. You want to join me there?" And it's like, yeah, sure. So I had this big Green Lantern inkjet print that I penciled, inked, and colored, and had a 3D modeled power battery behind him and big 3D modeled wings behind that. I had a big CRT monitor on the table back when they were deeper than they were wide, and that had a 3D modeled Spawn on it, coming down and landing on a thing, on a loop. And, you know, the year before I couldn't get hired for my life. And then everybody and their mother came by and offered me work.
Do you think it was because of the really professional setup that people took you more seriously, even though your art was just as good as it was before?
I don't really know. At the end of the day, I think maybe okay, let's jump back. So the problem with most portfolio reviews for young artists is the person doing the portfolio reviews, especially back then, was somebody who really didn't want to do the portfolio reviews. And it was always like low man on the totem pole. So it was never like the editor. It was the assistant editor, right? You know, and they weren't an artist and they weren't really a writer either. And they were kind of they would give you notes from rote. I mean, they wouldn't know what's wrong with that panel. They would just go, oh, you know, I've been told vertical panels are bad, you know, or something like that, and they don't know. So I think that was part of it, because then I had people who were actually making comics. Like, I mean, at that show, you know, it was like, you know, God, it was everybody. You know, it was Mark. I remember Mark was fun. Mark Silvestri, when he came by, was funny because he was with his brother Serge. He came by and he was looking at the stuff and he goes, "Don't talk to anybody else." Don't talk to anybody else. And then just right after that, which was funny, John Nee came by, and you know, John ran things at Wildstorm for Jim back then, you know. And I was naive enough to know, because I knew Top Cow and Wildstorm were in the same studio back then, Homage, and I thought, oh well, I'll be able to work with, you know, the Wildstorm guys too. Sure, why not? And that's when, as soon as you got an Image, you realized, no, separate air, no. And boy, there was such infighting back then, rivalries between the studios and stuff. Boy, I mean, you get faxes would be coming back farther, like, oh, you know, this guy just ripped off this thing and the big circle on it and where it came from and stuff. And there was also just this really kind of crazy going after people for just ripping off talent. You know, just stealing people from other studios.
And what years would this have been when this was all?
93.
93. Right as I was entering the industry.
93. There was a lot of, there was just so much in. I mean, it was I think Image. I mean, I think Image is great. I love Image. You know, but I think if there wasn't that infighting back in the day, if they really could have held together, they could have done even more, you know, back then.
Yeah, I watched on, I think it's on Netflix, the cool documentary about the beginnings of Image. That was like really eye-opening to see. Like, I did not understand before that it was basically a mass exodus from Marvel for guys that really wanted to do their thing. That it was I like the genesis of things, like people a little bit renegade. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, they were making a lot of money back then, you know, as Marvel talent, you know, because the books were selling, you know, really good amount of money. I mean, it took a while to get Jim Lee to finally say, okay, because Jim was making a buttload, you know. Granted, they all started making crazy freaking money when they first started at Image. I mean, can you imagine Todd's first Spawn sold 3 million, maybe more than that, I guess. I can't remember exactly what the number, and that means, so technically you did the comic in a month, right? So it's a monthly comic, and you make about $1 on each book, you know. So he made $3 million in 1 month doing comics. And I was in the studio when you know, when the bubble started, you know, doing its thing, and you know, a conversation between Jim Lee, Scott Williams, and Mark, and Jim was going, should we cancel a book if it sells less than 500,000 copies?
Oh my gosh. And people were happy to sell 150,000.
When I first started there, again, you know, I was older because I already was working somewhere. So there were a bunch of 20-somethings working in that studio, and you had kids that were penciling books that were making like $21,000 a month penciling books, and they bought, you know, these cars that were way more powerful. There were a bunch of car crashes because the guys bought stuff that they couldn't thing. And in the early days, they were on the weekends when they were going out, it was limousines.
Mm-hmm. So how did you choose who you chose? You were all of a sudden being courted. How did you choose?
Well, the funny part about it is, because you know how often in comics, as comic fans, you're into it, especially like, you know, high school, teen kind of thing, and then you go to school or college and stuff, and it kind of wanes a bit. You know, you go down, you know, and stuff, and stuff. So I really didn't know Mark's work, because I was into, you know, the guys when I was a teen that were coming. It was Starlin and Frank Miller and Byrne and you know and Bill and all these guys, and Mark and Jim Lee and Wilson. Those guys were all like in that period, and Todd in that period when I wasn't following comics that much, or I wasn't following mainstream comics that much. That's for sure. You know, I definitely was looking at other stuff. And so, you know, it was a calculation. It was like my wife before that San Diego Comic-Con was like, she was working for executive producer on the same lot that we were working on, Warner Brothers. And she said, you know, get me out of here. And, you know, and Mark, it seemed like it was a good thing, and it seemed like it was an interesting thing. And I was going to start his computer coloring department, though I wanted to be a penciler. Okay. You know. But I was old enough, I guess, to realize that, okay, an in is in, you know, if you get in, right? Problem though with me was and this is going to sound like ego, but it's not. It's just luck. You know, I got to the top of the pyramid really, really quickly as a colorist, and then it was hard to get out of that. Yeah. Because people would throw crazy amounts of money at you to color something for them, you know.
Well, if you're really great at something, they recognize the talent, right?
Yeah, but it's not what I wanted to do.
I secretly wanted you to say that you chose who you worked with based on height, because, you know, it's impossibly tall.
Mark's a tall guy. Yes.
When I met him for the first time, I was like, "Ooh, I'm amongst my people," because I'm a 5'10" girl, which is an anomaly also.
Yeah. But no, but I tell you though, I mean, there's so much stuff I learned from. I mean, at Homage, it was all open office floor plan. There were like 2 offices that had doors that actually shut, so you could walk around. You know, again, if you weren't an asshole, you could walk around and stand behind Scott Williams while he was inking and ask him questions, and he could show you stuff. You know, same thing with Mark. And over there, you got the new kids on the block. We got Dave Finch and Travis Cheris and Jeff Campbell, and you got Jim working, and you got Wills working in the other room. And it's like, and everyone was trying to beat each other too back then. It was like, the first thing I learned, and it kind of doesn't seem to hold that much these days, but it was like, what it was pounded into me, it was your job. It was everyone's job to make the product better along the way. So penciler, and then the inker had to add something, colorist had to add something, letterer had to add something, you know, all that stuff. So it was you know, it was a doctorate in comics. And then, you know, I've been blessed my whole career. I mean, you know, working with Jimmy and Joe, Marvel Knights, the start of that, you know, and then, you know, working with Todd. I mean, Todd, he's got to do a book on how to do comics one day, because people assume that Todd is just that style that he does, right? You know, it's like, but Todd has an understanding of the entire art form. He has given me a 3-hour lecture on how word balloons work. You know, he knows exactly how panel progression works. He knows exactly. I mean, he's amazing. And then of course, then the other guy that I got to learn from there, Greg Capullo. So it's like, you know, I've stood on the shoulders of, you know, I've gleaned stuff from all these incredible people.
So does Mr. McFarlane attribute that to any particular person that taught him those things, or is he just brilliant and figured it out? And, you know, like sometimes things are obvious to some people that are not obvious to others.
Todd is kind of like the way I approach these things. So, you know, Todd was aware of everything that had been done in comics before, you know, and that was something, you know, even from when I started as a teen, when I had my, you know, I had Kevin Holguin and Brian Holguin and my friend Kirk were introduced me to comics for the first time in high school, and they cherry picked, it was Frank Miller's Daredevil stuff. It was, Jim Starlin's Cosmic stuff. It was, John Byrne, the Uncanny X-Men. Like when I heard you the other day when you were talking about X-Men and Chris Claremont and stuff. And I still remember being in the car after we've picked up X-Men issue, and I'm reading it while my friend's driving after we went to a 7-Eleven to pick it up off the spinner rack, right? Yeah. And it was that one where all of a sudden Phoenix is Dark Phoenix at the end, and the jet blows up, the big splash page, and then I'm like, oh shit, I gotta wait a month now.
Curse you for making me wait.
And the other thing about that your conversation the other day is remember you said like I forgot the guy you were talking to, but it was like people were so mad at Chris. There was a kid that was so mad at Chris Claremont for killing Phoenix, and it was like that was Jim Shooter.
Jim did it.
No, because and you know why? It was in the Comics Journal in ages ago. It was really nice because it had a lot of pencils of John's stuff too, but because she blew up that solar system and killed all those people, Jim said she's got to die.
Yeah,
because she wasn't supposed to die.
And as the kids say now, she was OP.
Yeah,
pretty overpowered as a character.
Yeah.
And like anything else, this more than anybody as a writer. You have to kill what they love.
Yeah. But you got to make them like them first.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So we love Phoenix / was terrified.
But yeah, I was those. I mean, those days. I mean, he again, and Mark always said this too. Is like they really have to be like really really good soap operas to a certain level, on a certain level, And he also said, although Mark, the two. And there was a bunch of stuff I learned from Mark, but two of the biggest things I ever learned from Mark was, do I have something here that I can show? Well, that's not going to be a good example. One is that do a logo that's readable, and do a logo that's readable from 8 feet away. Yeah. And do a logo that's going to sit on top of a book, because when it's racked, you see the logo. And then I can't remember what the other one I was going to say with Mark. That you want to be all the characters. Somebody wants to be you, and it's even more necessary for the villain. You want to make a villain that people want to be that villain, to a certain degree and stuff. So anyway, yada yada.
So you can are fully able and are so skilled at all the different aspects of comic creating, but what is your favorite part?
I'd say the art, and that's the easiest part for me. I enjoy the writing, but it's like eating my vegetables. I have to sit down and do it. It's like when I'm doing art for a book, I'll have, on this monitor, there'll be a Netflix show on, there'll be, whatever is going on, and all the, just because, I've done it long enough that but for writing, it's like, okay, put on the classical music or a soundtrack, nothing can get in my way kind of thing. And, but usually once, I get a half hour into the session, then I start having fun and liking it. But it's always something that I kind of, I kind of put it off a little bit. I keep kind of putting it off, going, oh, I don't want to do that. Okay, I got to do it. It's like, so.
So for when you put on Netflix, are you putting on something that you've watched a million times? It's just in the background.
Yes, it can't be anything too engaging. It can't be anything. It can't be anything new. That's for sure. It's usually something like I've watched The West Wing probably about 10 times. I just what did we just finish watching again? Like right now, it's funny because we have things that too. My youngest son, we're TV buddies, and we'll pick something to go through. Right now, our playlist for the evening is we're doing Torchwoods, and then Absolutely Fabulous is after that.
Yes.
And that's a really nice combo.
Yeah, my youngest son is 17, so we've finally got to introduce him to binge watching some of our favorite shows like Chuck. And he's been through The Office and Parks and Rec many times now. He has another show that he's just picked up that he's been binging through, but he'll finish the season of one and go straight to one of the other ones he's already watched.
Yeah, I mean the other one that I watched. I mean, I love What They Do in the Shadows. You know, I've seen that a couple times now. You know, that's a great show. I wish there was more Barry.
Oh, I don't know that one. What's that about?
Oh my God, that's the one that he's a assassin who turns wannabe actor. It's with Henry Winkler, and Henry won the Emmy for the first season he's the acting teacher in it. But yeah, Barry. Oh, you gotta see Barry.
Write it down.
But again, so many things got screwed up with the pandemic. It's like they were doing table reads in February, ready to do the third season, and of course, they haven't been able to do anything.
Yeah, I'm just hoping and praying all the different industries make it through to be able to make new content. It seems like movies and TV have kind of figured it out, a way to bridge the gap. But
yeah, it just depends, though. You know, I mean, you get a case and you got to shut down. You know.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to keep asking questions, but just a reminder to everyone that's watching, you can totally ask questions too. It's a fully interactive show. I know you've got things just burning in your brain you've always wanted to ask. I got to ask my questions, so I'm super happy right now. So what is your?
Here, I'm going to show you something.
Ooh,
Let's see. We got screen one, share, move this over. So this is, can you see the screen? There we go.
Here it goes. Yep.
So this is the new one that will be coming out from David Hine and myself. This is an adaptation of Jules Verne's Lighthouse, but we made it's Lighthouse made it a sci-fi thing.
And is it going to be called Lighthouse?
It's Jules Verne's Lighthouse.
Okay.
Is what it's called. Oops, let me get out of this. So we have basically this massive computer that's called the Lighthouse that controls everything. These networks of naturally occurring wormholes. That there's no computer or any ship that could do navigation. So you have this thing that will cut huge times off your travel and all that kind of stuff. And if you control the Lighthouse, you control a lot of the universe. It's actually in my Anomaly universe. This takes place at the same time of the first Anomaly graphic novel. So it's in that same universe. And basically bad guys take control of it, and our good guys have to try and stop them. Like there's the black and white. I wish I could do black and white, just black and white books. I love black and white, but they're not great sellers, are they?
I feel like if you started in the comic book industry in the 90s like I did, you gravitate toward black and white because that's what I started loving the most.
Yeah.
But I think for the younger generation, I think maybe to them it reads as we didn't have enough time to color this.
Yeah.
True, it's just a true art form. Beautiful. I think Brainy said the cover image has a kind of a Robotech feel to it.
Yeah. They're definitely eventually there will be a big mech fight in it, so that could be fun. What I kind of like about doing, and something that David's very good at writing too, is our lead Vasquez. She is damaged. She has got PT. She was in a horrible war situation, and she's a very not quite balanced hero. She needs her meds, she has lots of issues. So you have someone who's set up to be the hero who is just ill-equipped to be the hero, and has to deal with a lot of personal issues at the same time.
I think probably a lot of people are like me, that they're attracted to either slightly damaged or very damaged main characters. They don't have to be anti-heroes, but they need to be overcoming something personal.
Yeah. No, I'm really looking forward to this one. And this will be April.
And so the other recent books for you are Marked and Sonata, which are so beautiful. My staff fights over getting who gets to read them first.
Thanks. Well, we're doing, again, with the whole COVID thing kind of stuff. It kind of made me want to do this. This year I'm gonna be coming out with 3 miniseries. So this is a miniseries. This will be 5 issues. Start with a double size. Of course, we also have Aria coming out again, which has got some of the most beautiful art that you would ever want to see on the thing. I mean, when you look at these pages, they're just, again, when we talk about doing black and white, I keep thinking that I should also do an oversized, some sort of Kickstarter for the black and white version, because it's just so, come on, computer, behave. Da, 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 da. There we go.
It's doing its own thing.
There we go. Let's see. It's just.
Oh my goodness gracious!
They're some of the most amazing. Jay and Clado doing Aria back in the day.
Mind-blowing detail. I can't wrap my mind around how long it takes to make even one of those panels.
I know. I remember I used to bitch at him for being slow, but at the end of the day, it was just okay.
Yeah, if you handed off that, then.
It's just.
We have a viewer wanting to know what the cool bronze statue is behind you.
Oh, let's see. There we go. So this is a Sonata.
And you made those originally with the 3D printer? Is that still 3D printer version?
3D printer. She had wings. The wings fell off. She would sit behind me when we were doing some pitches and stuff. But yeah, she's 3D printed. She's plastic. You can see it's plastic at the bottom. And just has a patina on it. But that's how most of my process has a lot of 3D. So the advantage of that is that, one, you can animate your characters, coming right away from whatever. Like if I see this little animation thing that I'm working on right now.
Oh, wow.
And then you can also, take them and print them, There's some really interesting, pieces of software now. I've done 3D since the Amiga days, but you can really do a lot of interesting, character design in these things now. So it's like, if I go through here and there's all kinds of different sliders for different parts of the, different body shapes and stuff. So like, let's say, I want to.
Oh.
And then as easy as pie, you just go, okay, file, I'm going to export, bring it over to the program where we previously had this creature being the thing. And now, go. And now, there we go. And then I have this character.
So are these destined for augmented reality segments, or
augmented reality? Use them for as characters in stills for bases on things. What's again the advantage is like, look what I can do live. These are great for teaching too, so I can like show people how shadows work.
The light source thing is awesome.
And just grab the character, you can move them around, move the camera around.
Kyle is wondering what software you use for your 3D.
This is Poser with a shader I designed. But I use everything, like from ZBrush to Maya Max, Blender. I'm really appreciating Blender now. Blender, if people want to get into it, I mean, Blender's a little tough. Poser has a free setup. Daz is free as well. Blender is free, and Blender is just blowing me away with what it can do these days. So you don't have to. It's surprising how little you can get into 3D now than it used to be. It used to be very expensive to do, but it's not so expensive anymore.
It's amazing that they're making those all open for people to be able to use.
Yeah, and there's so many people. I mean, when I was at Marvel Knights, even Joe had a whole library of 3D stuff that he had custom made. Like I still have the files. I could pull up the Baxter building with floors and rooms, and you can move the camera around and use it for reference for your drawing. The Shield helicarrier, the whole Shield helicarrier with labs and bridge and all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah. Jesse Smith says, "What do you recommend for 3D for brand new newbies?"
Oh, a 3D printer. What program? For beginning 3D printer. I think ZBrush is a necessary kit if you're someone who wants to print 3D stuff, just because it's great for augmenting. Blender is also great for that. Blender is wonderful for you can increase the resolution. It even has some nice painting and sculpturing tools as well. So yeah, I mean, Blender's free, so I guess I'd go with Blender first, but Blender has a little bit of a learning curve. Well, ZBrush has a learning curve too, but Blender's free, and there's a lot of good resources online on how to use it.
Absolutely. Well, I could talk to you for hours and hours and hours, and we'll have to revisit absolutely with you after Jules Verne Lighthouse is out, so we can see more about that. I'm super excited. You want to throw up all your socials? How do people get in touch with you and follow you?
Brian Haberlin official on Twitter. Or not Twitter. Brian Haberlin official on Instagram. Brian Haberlin and Digital Art Tutorials on Facebook. And I still don't do my Twitter. So there's no point.
Don't be sad about it. I had to quit Facebook for a whole month and make myself use Twitter to understand how it works properly. So yeah, I get it.
Yeah,
it's different.
But thanks, Jen. This has been fun.
Absolutely. I look forward to getting to see the lighthouse. It sounds like my jam. Absolutely.
Cool. Bye, guys.
Thanks, guys. We'll see you.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
What's up, everybody? It's Kyle. I was here all day with you yesterday. I'm here with you again today. I'm going to go ahead and bring Miss Jen back in. We are scheduled to be talking to Mark Bagley here in the next couple of minutes. I don't know. I've not heard from him. It's entirely possible he's having technical difficulties. I'm checking my email, doing tech support. Jen, how has this morning been?
Oh my gosh, it's been mind-blowingly cool. I mean, we had our first live draw on the channel, which worked out so well and very disturbingly with Mark Bracco. By the way, I got eaten by a giant creature, and so did he. He drew my worst nightmare in that we had a centipede body on a gummy bear from the Gummy Bears cartoon. And he did something I've never seen before where he like had some part we drew and then it had like the paper folded so you could expand it out and totally change what it looked like. I had a great, I miss him because I haven't seen him in a couple of years. I used to invite him regularly to come and hang out with us or go see him. And so it's good to see him that he's doing well as a teacher. We just got done with our interview with Brian Haberlin, and he opened my mind. All these questions I've had about TV and TV production and movies and what all of that stuff looks like. I've wanted to ask forever, but you like feel like a noob. So you're like, is this even a question? So yeah, he was so gracious in sharing all of those things. It was, I'm so happy right now. I get it.
Right.
I get those things now.
No, it's true. I remember the first time I met Brian was Animosity was having its initial solicitation through Diamond. I met him at a retailer summit, and he was giving away copies of the book to retailers.
That big old thick Anomaly, right?
Yeah, the giant thick one, and he handed me one, and I put it in my book bag, not thinking about the 12 hours I still had in my day carrying my book bag. And at one point, and this, it's a long story, but at one point I went back to the hotel to put the book in my room. Like I just couldn't carry it anymore. And decided on my way back to stop in Millennium Park for a minute. Like we had like a 2-hour window in the day for like, I forget what was even happening. But I had like a 2-hour window in my day. So I stopped in Millennium Park and I left my cell phone in Millennium Park in Chicago. And then wound up missing the whole rest of the day because I was searching for my cell phone. But then when I found my cell phone, I'm like, I'm just going back to the room. And the first thing I did was crack open Anomaly. And with that augmented reality, I'm playing with it. You know, and my friends are like, Kyle, you missed the rest of the day. You missed dinner. You missed everything. I'm like, well, I'm doing this thing. I had read 3/4 of the book in one afternoon. Like, it just was so groundbreaking.
Yeah, it's I explain augmented reality to people a lot, but until I show it to them, they don't really understand. The first time I ever saw it was, I think it was Anomaly, and he showed me an image of, I believe it was a saber-toothed tiger jumping off the page. It's a pretty freaky thing when you have it. Right? Like, it's not just like an image that stands up. It's not like just a 3D. Here's Jen sitting here. Like, them was growling at me.
It's one of those things that you don't think about until you see it. The possibilities that something like that has. You never really think about all the different stuff augmented reality could do. Brainy is texting me, telling me to stop glitching as I sit here and fight, and Amanda makes fun of me. She remembers for having the giant book at the store. It's true. I'm working on it, guys. I'm trying. Better to glitch out talking to Miss Jen than to glitch out, like, I don't know, in the middle of, I don't know what's more important than talking to Miss Jen. I was going to come up with something. I don't know if I was interviewing, the reincarnated corpse of Stan Lee.
List anything. Eating a peanut butter sandwich.
No, that's not true.
And interviewing Miss Jen.
It's not true. It's not true at all. So
I never even got to talk to about. It's like I had it behind me, and I totally forgot to talk about the cool creature catcher thing that he's got. Have you played around with that?
Which one?
Creature catcher.
No.
It's a kid's book that he has that essentially allows your kids, like, you just give them their iPad or whatever in this book, and then it allows them to, whatever you download to your iPad allows them to walk around your house, and the creatures from Creature Catcher, the book, actually just show up like they're hunting it, like they're playing hide and go seek, and so they catch that creature. So it's like a walk around game, so that they're actually, getting up and walking around. But then it has the reading part of the book that's part of it, which I think is so brilliant. It's like getting kids. If the idea was get kids to read and 2 off their butts, it does both things.
So it's a little bit Pokemon Go, a little bit traditional comic.
Yep, exactly. You interview a sandwich?
She has seen me interview a sandwich. It's how you build the skills.
Were they difficult or?
No. That's one. Jerry would like to know. Should we bring Jerry on screen? He'll get real angry, but we can do it.
Don't bring Jerry on screen. You'll explode like one of those things. So the question about how to get in touch with Michael Bracco, probably the easiest way is to go to his Spaghetti Kiss Etsy page and just like message him from there, or look up Michael Bracco anywhere. It's with 2 C's. He's a super cool guy, and I'm sure you can offer him some money. I would message him soon so he doesn't accidentally crinkle that into a big mess before it goes into the trash can or wherever he's going to put it. Fold it and put it in his memory book.
It's true.
Highly likely that you can get him to give that up to you, because he's the sweetest guy. I didn't even get to tell my fun story about Mr. Bracco. So when he was here last, he has the t-shirt line from Spaghetti Kiss, and I found one that I really wanted. He tried to give it to me, and I'm like, absolutely not. That's not the way this goes. You gave up time from your family and your ability to do other things. I want to pay for this shirt. And he was having none of it. Totally not having it. And so we played a game the whole time that he was there for the convention at the store, in which I would give him $20 and he would give it back to me by sticking it in my pocket or putting it, having my staff put it in my purse. We played it for a good long time. And so because I don't lose in this game specifically, when we went to the airport and I dropped him off, when he wasn't paying attention, I stuck it in his luggage. And then as I drove away, I texted him and said, I told him he should check his luggage. And he was like, this big long text. It was like, curse you. So I haven't seen him since, so I still win.
I have that relationship with several artists and creators. Kevin, that is what's scheduled. I have not heard from Mr. Bagley. I imagine that there's a possibility that he's having some technical difficulty, but I have not heard from him directly. So we're just kind of hanging out and seeing what happens. Yes, Amanda knows this game. She's seen me play this game. It's the Who Can Be Nicer game. One of yesterday's guests, Eric Palicki. My camera's freaking out. I don't know what is going on here. See if that fixes it. No, I flicked it. See if that helps.
Check all your cords.
Oh, I've been moving it. I'm gonna unplug it. You're gonna see the logo for a minute. Anyhow, yesterday's guest, Eric Palicki, and I have had a long-standing relationship where it's who can be nicer to each other. Here, let me pay you for those books. Mm-hmm. Well, I owe you change. No, you don't. Why are you trying to give me change? I don't want change. Well, then here, let me add these book plates in, these signed book plates that were Kickstarter exclusives. Okay, well, then here's some more money for these other books. Well, then here, let me throw in these stickers. Yeah, he does it all the time. Like, it's one of those, it gets to the point where it's like, dude, I can't carry anymore. Like, mm-hmm. And I love Eric. I mean, I've known Eric a long time. We've been good friends for a long time. And messing with Eric is one of the true great joys of my life. And it's this, believe it or not, it's the same with Seth and Dan and the guys from Team Floppy Cop who were on yesterday.
Oh yeah.
We start hanging out with those guys at conventions, and the next thing you know, you just got pages and pages of, sketches and commissions and all sorts of madness.
What's so
All
funny
right, let's
is
try this.
if you go and try to get connected with Mark Bagley on social media, it's like on Twitter, his account says he's never tweeted.
Yeah, no, it's I emailed his agent.
Ooh, agent. That's the most official way to do it.
Let me send an email this way.
My guess is it's the time zone goddess.
That
occasionally happens.
Yeah. It happened for Mr. William Miles yesterday. Dude is at his day job trying to make it happen, and it's great because, people don't think about that all the time. Indie creators, no matter creators in comics, no matter the level, often have day jobs. I know many people who you would think, oh, well, they work for Marvel or DC, who also teach, who also work in advertising. One of the great examples is Neil Adams. Neil made his living in advertising. Like, he was making great comic work, but he was also drawing ads for McDonald's and making 10 times what he was making for Marvel or DC. He's making, that was his day job, and it's so William Miles, who's, by the way, 19 years old, something like that. So like, yeah. He's not, he can't even have a beer yet at the after party.
Nope.
Out there working his day job, clerking somewhere probably, and trying to sell his comics live on the internet with us. It's the hustle of people is always what impresses me.
Yeah, it was funny when I contacted him during COVID, when I found out about him through Lauren Becker. I think he didn't understand what I was asking for, because I said, I can't remember what my initial order was with him, some large amount, like 20 issues or something. And I think he was like, are you certain? Are you confused? No, I'm not confused. I see the cover art and I want a whole bunch of them. I'll sell these 20 really fast and I'll order some more. So that was a cool thing to be able to take a young creator that, they're not sure about their creation yet. They haven't had a lot of contact. All they've done is thrown it up on, I think he has it just on a print one per time site, whatever those are.
Yeah, print on demand.
He probably had all his orders from Mima and Mom and Dad and the best friend or whatever, and all of a sudden have the attention of comic book stores. They're like, I need a many, please.
Yeah, no, it's true.
He was originally going to sell them to me at his cost and make no profit. I was like, no, that's not how you do this.
No, yeah, you got to sell them to me at profit.
Yep. So
that you can make more, and then I will turn around and sell them at profit for me. Let me worry about my profit. Yep. And that's something that I, I've had with other creators in the past, is they're like, well, I printed them for $2. Give me $2. No. You printed them for $2. You got to get $4.
Right.
And it's my job to get $6 or $8. Yeah. And it's an interesting thing to think about. It's true. Miss Jen educating youth. Miss Jen supporting the youth. Let's be real. I know Jen has done this. I'm going to brag on her. She has bought print runs of indie books from these people just so she can push them. I got to do it once with my traditional store with The Weight of Gravity, and I didn't even get to buy the whole print run. I just supported the print run, and I got a nice ad on the deal. But Brainy's right. Profit and markup, not the same thing. You need to make money to pay for all the expenses before you look at profits. It's right. It's if you pay $2 to have your book made and you're not getting $4 from it, you're not doing it right. I mean, I'll say that, I'll just say it that way. you have to mark it up enough to make your money back on what you've invested, and then have some going forward to make more.
And like he pointed out, like he didn't understand when he started out, like he was going to write the book and he hadn't planned for the fact that he was going to have to pay for an artist to a page rate to do the art. Even if they did all the art, coloring and lettering, it's still a significant amount of money if you're doing a full length book. So there is like the production of making a book. You can't produce the book and then just think all I need to do is make money on the print costs. That won't work, as Brady says.
Right. And you do also have to put value on your own time. I mean, I think when you're just starting out, one of the things that people misunderstand or misconfigure is, they just put their time in and they don't think about it as a profit loss situation. They think about it as I'm going to make this thing I like. But if you're not making any money doing it, like for your time, and then you're not making any money selling it, you can't keep doing it.
And
a
lot of these people that I contacted over COVID, they think it's an anomaly that I support them so heavily, but they don't know that in the 90s I did my own book and I self-funded, and I know the struggle of getting it out there. And this was before the internet was a thing. That didn't happen. You had to go to local conventions and have a booth and have people walk by you as you like, please give me $2.50 for this book. I made it look as good as I could as they were glassy-eyed looking past you to go see Todd McFarlane. I've been that person. I've been at the booth. I have done the work, and that I can give voice to what you're doing that is so beautiful makes me so honored that I can be that person, because these are really great things that you guys have put your heart and soul into. So happy to do it.
Right. So on a different topic, I want to give a shout out. He's in the comments. He's been texting me all weekend telling me to be better. Brainy Singh in the comments, Enjoy Comics. Brainy was in the mix last night for us for almost 2 hours in our after party, our dance party. I want to publicly shout out Brainy. Go over to Twitch. Go over to what's Brainy? Tell me the other one. I can't think of it for the life of me right now. Mixcloud, and follow Taji Beats. And help get his. Make sure you support Brainy. Because every time he goes live, Jen sends me the link and it makes my night better. It's, I love music, and what he does with it and the way he approaches it is great. And we had so much fun last night at the after party, the dance party. I don't dance. Like, I'm the guy who sits in the corner and bobs his head. But even last night I was here in the office, like waiting for websites to update and stuff. And it got me moving.
Oh, yeah. I did a hilarious thing because I was trying to get home so I could get to my Wi-Fi. I was trying to stream it in my car on my phone, which meant that I only got to hear it when I was stopped at stoplights, when it actually found a Wi-Fi that was close to me. It's pretty hilarious.
That's funny. Yeah, so it's Taji Beats on Mixcloud and on Twitch. And we'll make sure we share it out as we see it. Also in the comments was Don Wen. If you saw the great Instagram post or Instagram photos that we had for many of our creators, the ones that were vaguely Vansy looking. Yeah, there we go. Pablo. Don created all of those for us and helped so many people with the promotion of this thing. He made all of those. It's at Winning It. So just look at how he spells his last name. At INGIT on all the socials. I'll leave that up a minute longer there. But he created all of that stuff. If you look at our Facebook, Twitter, and our Instagram from us, they look like I stitched them all together to make them look like uncut card sheets. But Don made all of those for so many great creators. He did such a great job. So shout out to Don. This has been a big thing to put together, Miss Jen.
It's a lot of moving parts. So
It has been.
made it look flawless.
I want to give a shout out to right now. I almost there. Boom. I want to give a shout out to. I'm gonna bring him on for a second. This guy. That's Jerry. I already took you off the screen, bro. Jerry is our co-producer. He is part of the technical team. So in the experience, and we'll talk about this Monday evening in our CBSE, the comic book shopping experience, the experience team Q&A. My job. My job, Jerry, you're waving and nobody can see you. But my job here is I'm the technical guy. I'm kind of leading the production team, but Jerry is part of the production team. He has been here many hours yesterday, many hours today, helping. That way I don't have to both do interviews, press buttons, and eat at the same time. He's the one who's given me a break so that I can be a human person, which is great. And so I got to give a shout out to Jerry. Jerry, I'm only a human person 2 or 3 times a year, man. I can see you looking at me funny. Miss Jen, Brainy wants to know, how is it that he still doesn't have a copy of your book in his collection? And that's a fair question because I don't think I have a copy of it in my collection.
Seems impossible. You know what's so funny about I have plenty of copies of it, but you move farther along in your career and you go back and look at it and you're like, there's some basic things that I did that are just dummy mistakes. Like there are time jumps that happen in the book that all it needed at the top was 6 months ago or 3 years from now or whatever to be way less confusing. And I just have like this idea at some point I'll reprint them so that I can add those tiny things to make them perfect. But yeah, if anyone wants copies of my book, it was called The Eighth Beast and it was distributed through Diamond. But it's a end of time based on Revelation story, just from the point of view of some listless roughable named Ransom, who is a high school dropout. He's just experiencing the events as they unfold. It has nothing. It's not a preachy book telling you, oh my gosh. It's just like, what if it just happened the way it says? It's pretty terrifying, by the way.
Yeah. So I just had an idea.
Uh-oh.
So, Jen, how did you come to be in the comic book industry?
It's such a weird origin story. So bizarre. So
What's the best ones?
So my school career took me from, I was going to be a pre-med student, then I went to psychology, sociology, and then I graduated with a criminal justice degree. Then I went to go be a police officer and found out I have low blood pressure. So I went through most of a police academy. We're talking like many months of a police academy. And then was let go in my last month because of the low blood pressure problem we couldn't overcome. And I totally understood that. It was totally a Providence thing. And so then I went to go to graduate school to learn to be a teacher. And while I was doing those programs during the day, I would wander over to this little shopping center that was near it when I was done with my homework between the morning and afternoon classes. And I would hang out at this like used bookstore that had a tiny little comic book section. And I was into Aliens then, and I still am now. And they had Aliens adaptation comic books. And so I would buy one every day I went over there. And I realized at one point I had 2 of the exact same book. And so I, being a noob in comic books and didn't know this is not the way it works, I was used to like Walmart, where if you bought 2 things, you took one back and they gave you money. Walked in and said, and I was just wanting to trade for something I didn't have. I said, hey, I've got this comic book and I've got 2 of them. So can I trade it for something else? They're like, no, that's not what we do, but we'll give you 50 cents for it. And it was like $1.75 cover price. And my brain said, I am on the wrong side of this counter. Like, this is something that I felt like in retail, I could make a much more pleasurable situation. It's like, this is an honest mistake and they've got perfectly good comic and they just want to trade it and I can keep a customer and make them happy and give them joy. It's like, I need to fix this. So that was my decision. That was my decision to enter comic books. I was like, as soon as I could, I went and started doing practice comic booking at a flea market mall. My sweet husband said, if this is the career you want to do, let's try it out. Let's do dry run. So we used to go to this indoor dirt mall and sell every weekend for, I think we did it for more than a year. And the bug got me. I loved it.
But then how did you decide to become a creator?
I just loved reading the books so much that I was like, I had stories that I thought I wanted to tell, and I didn't have a way to do them before that wasn't just like a novel or something. And I was like, I like this medium. And it just ended up that in my first store that opened in 95, there just happened to be two really talented guys that were a penciler and an inker that used to be regulars at the shop. And we decided that I pitched them the idea of doing the book, what the book was about. They were super excited about it. And they just moved in one of those double-sided drafting tables into the open backside of the store and would come in every day. And one of them would be penciling on one side and then hand the art over to the other side where they would ink it. And so it was really a good kind of like creative process, because if they were looking at something to do penciling, for example, and didn't understand what was going on in the page, they could just like, hey, Jen, we don't get this part. So, and this was back in the day when you had to make a print run that was a very large print run. It's not like now where you can put it up to a service that someone else can just print them one at a time, or small print runs. So you had to buy a print run of 3,000 to buy them at any kind of price that would mean you could make profit. And so you did. And it was also a golden age when if you made a decently good book, Diamond would consider it. And so that it got to make it into the Diamond previews at all made me like feel like $1 million. But the reality is you get your order, you print 3,000 and you get your orders in for the number 1, and it's a decent amount, something you can live with. And then issue 2 comes out, and then those numbers always plummet. And you're like, this is unsustainable. So that's largely why, one of the reasons why there isn't a number 3 yet.
Well, I mean, that's fair. I know a lot of people who they do the 1 and the 2s, and they don't even necessarily get to Diamond, but it's easy to get drugged down by the drop off of the number 2.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and if there's creators out there watching, I can't believe anybody is watching us talk, but if there are creators out there watching, don't let number 2 get you down, man. It's, you know, I spent a not insignificant amount of time in the music industry, and one of the things that you deal with is the dreaded fear of the sophomore slump. You know, it's you have a record come out and people dig it and it goes wild, and then it's you got to make another one.
Mm-hmm.
And your life has changed because you're successful. And, you know, there's all this pressure on it, and people overthink it and they take forever to come out, and then they're not good. And what I always told people was, why are you worried about it? Just make it. If the people like you, they like you. If they don't like you, they don't like you. Make your record and then see what happens. And most of the time, the people who just kind of were able to push it off and make it and not think too much wound up having a pretty decent success with number 2. You know, there's always a drop off, but some decent success. And then turn that into number 3.
Yep. Dropping the deuce. There you go. There was also a happy kind of ending to the book process for me, even though I'd love to go back and revisit it and continue on. That it got the attention of Antarctic Press and Ben Dunn, and so he had called the shop and said that he was interested in the book. And although in hindsight he was more interested in the penciler and inker at that point, I in my mind all I heard was that someone wanted to publish the book, and so we quite literally, and this is the correct use of literally, jumped in my car, my little Toyota Tercel, all of us, the pencil inker and me, and drove straight to San Antonio and just showed up at their offices. And this was during a weekend. There was some big event going on. There was no hotel rooms at all. And so he was super gracious and said, well, you guys can just stay in the office itself. We all slept on the couches there while I think, what is his name? Is it Fred Pierce? The guy who did for years and years all of their Japanese translation.
I believe, yeah.
He sat there all night long and just did translation. So he like watched The Office from us hooligans, I guess. But maybe that was when he worked all the time anyway.
Yeah, sure.
But it was like, I wouldn't trade it for the world. And it afforded my penciler and inker the opportunity to work on an Antarctic Press book. They did a Warrior Nun Ariella run, which was so awesome. And I wish I could reconnect with them so badly, because Bobby Diaz is the name of the penciler, but go figure, even in Midland, Texas, there are a billion Bobby Diaz's, and there's no way for me to find the right one. So, hey man, if anyone has connections to Bobby Diaz, who's an amazing penciler, I hope he like made it in the big time. I miss him like crazy. This would have been a long time ago. So the likelihood this is going to make a connection is really low, but it would make my life.
So, still no word from Mr. Bagley or his people, which again, when you're doing these things, that kind of stuff happens. Time zones are hard, scheduling stuff comes up in people's lives. If we get a chance to connect with him later on in the weekend, we will absolutely take it. Is my camera still glitching out?
Only a tiny
bit. Didn't for so long. And now it's like slow-mo. Here, I think I'm going to help it.
It's you.
I don't know what it is today, man. Whole computer's slow.
Maybe we could turn this into an AMA. Ask me about making books or early comic books in the 90s. The only thing I don't like answering is like, what is it like being a woman comic book store owner in the industry? I will just say it up front. I have never, ever, ever in my whole career felt any of the effects that people talk about where they get shunned or ignored or any of those things. Nah, I've never had that. Maybe it's because I'm just like one of the dudes, but never had any of those crazy things. So if you want to make it a deal about those, I'm the wrong person to talk to about it, I guess. Maybe because all my best friends growing up were guys.
All right. I think I'm back.
You are back.
Maybe.
It's your shirt? Is it glitching out the...
I think it's the green screen.
It might be green screen.
All right. So, yeah, well, what I was going to do is I was going to make it an AMA, but I was going to talk about the experience a little. But it's not the shirt, Jerry. What's it like being an Eisner Award-winning shop?
I actually haven't won the Eisner. I was a finalist 2 years ago. Jen Haynes is an Eisner winning shop. It's kind of an interesting thing. This is a bizarre thing about winning the Eisner for the Spirit of Retail Award. Once you win, it's done. So it's like a, I don't know, lifetime achievement award. And then I feel like you have to retire or something. So I'm okay with I will be fine with being a finalist forever. That works for me. And it would be such an honor. I have such a love of Eisner himself. And every year when I look at that list of the things he was looking for when he made the award, I think to myself, I am totally an Eisner shop. And I'm okay with just knowing that I'm an Eisner shop, whether it means that I'm recognized or not. There's just so many other Eisner shops out there when you have to choose one a year that, you got to wait your turn. And I'm down with that. Everyone they've chosen, when I've watched the videos, I'm like, absolutely, that was the right choice. So the right choice. I would have voted for that store myself to be the choice. It's just like every time you make your packet for, like the nomination process and for the judges to be able to look at for consideration, it just means that you have to look at your business and the way you run your store with another eye toward what Eisner valued, which was innovation and community building and, being an ethical shop and all those things. It allows you to look at your shop every time. So to me, almost if I win, then I don't get to do that every year and make sure I'm re-examining the way that I do business and making sure that I'm doing the right things. And I'm always pushing to innovate to whatever the next thing is. And so, yeah, not a winner, but I feel like I'm winning all the time because it makes me better every year. We show you the big original art in the background. Oh, this one. Talking about this one? This one's on a table, so that one would be a little bit harder. But if you're talking about this one, this is Val Hines' original art. It was made for an ad for the Varieties Boy Clubs, but it's really beautiful original art on board. I probably shouldn't be touching it, but it's been touched lots of times. So in this series, I believe that Dawn is kind of the lead, and this character is kind of like always with her. But they're really well-known characters from back in the day that all the kiddos won't know who that is. But that's what really good. It's so clean. There's no pencils on this page at all. It's just straight inks. I don't know if it got erased when they were done with it, but there's no lines there for where the speech bubbles are. Like often you can see like a line where they've drawn to make sure it's straight. This Val Hines just drew it exactly the way that it is. It's a gorgeous piece.
Hey, Greg. Miss Jen, Greg, who's watching, is the only person with a cooler job title than ours.
Thank you, Dawn.
So the one
behind
behind, there's the dinosaur that's on the table. But what's the one behind the table?
the one
Behind the dinosaur.
peeker.
You can see the top of his head and his arm.
This one's boss. I love this thing. So this is by Justin Harder, who did the end credits for Deadpool. All those crazy, him riding the unicorn and all that stuff. He is his family's local, and so he's from here. So he comes if I ask him very sweetly, because then it means he gets a free trip home to see his parents. And this was his. He usually does like a demo for fun, and I think this was his first image that he drew, or maybe second image of Cable. For in case he made the end credits for the second movie, which he didn't, but this is an original piece, and it's a charity item. So if anyone wanted to buy this bad boy, it's on foam core. You have to pay shipping for whatever foam core takes, but it's a $50 donation, which I think is pretty cheap. So there you go, and it's signed on the bottom. You're taking the Dawn piece. Oh, that one? It's a pretty sweet piece, man.
All right. I am attempting to locate we've made contact with Mr. Bagley, just attempting to locate
His personal link.
uh
So you want both of those pieces? You've claimed them in the name of you, Brainy? Excellent. And so the dragon's actually an IKEA table that has original art on it by Jen Bartel. No, sorry, Julie Bell. I can't talk. Julie Bell, and it's signed by Tabitha St. Germain, Bodie Olmos, David Mack down here at the bottom, and there's a couple other autographs that I've never been able to figure out. But it comes with the legs, so you can like put a glass top on it and just like use it as an actual table. It was all signed at Comic Palooza many moons ago. It was part of their green room setup. But Brainy just wants everything behind me. Excellent. This is the best non-selling show I've ever had.
it's true. I'm trying to get this worked out here over on my laptop. So that's why I'm staring over here.
Mm-hmm. Pop Don's question up and I'll answer that one. So what I see is that people are just going to keep on innovating in the industry. I don't see that we're anywhere close to seeing the death of comic books. I think we're just going to see them being consumed in different ways. I think we're going to be reaching a lot more people and turning them into comic book readers. That's part of our hope of the experience, is reaching people that may not feel comfortable just walking into a comic book shop and being the new person and asking questions. They're afraid they might be it might be an awkward situation. Their exposure to comic books might only be that dude on The Simpsons and not realize that comic book store owners look like them. So I think that that's really part of what our heart is for the experience, is to reach people and help them feel comfortable about, how do you care for comic books and where do you find them and what kind of books are there that I might even like. And, I think we'll have virtual reality books. The whole thing's virtual reality at some point, but it'll still be that same art form where it's the art on the page. There's so many different things that I think could happen. Someday we might have chips where you just download that comic book to your brain and then you get a physical copy to save for your collection. Who knows?
We'll get to that, and we'll get to Greg in just a second, but I wanted to chime in on Don's thing. There's, the saying that the comic industry is dying has been happening since 1945.
Yep. Pretty much.
The comic industry will be dead in 2 years is something that we've been saying every year since comics inception. But there's always a breath of fresh air from somewhere, be it indie comics and somebody figuring something out that sparks everything off, like Image did in the 90s, or like some of the real small publishers are doing today, or it's a new artist that comes in that just revolutionizes everything, like Neil Adams did when Neil Adams came in, or like Mark Silvestri and Jim Lee and Todd McFarlane did when they started. There's always somebody who revolutionizes something, and then you have the Kickstarters and the crowdfunding and that kind of stuff that has revolutionized the way people produce comics. So comic industry isn't dying. The way we used to do it is always dying. It's just now, how do you do it now? So, and that's, again, Jen said it, that's what we're trying to do with the experiences. Let's build a place where we can do it a little different and give people an opportunity to experience comics that might not otherwise. So, Greg's told, what other medium is this on? Greg, right now, if you head over to YouTube and search _EXP, we're over there. Twitch is twitch.tv/the_EXP. We're, oh man, what are we on Twitter, Miss Jen? You set so much this up.
The _EXP1. Same on Instagram.
Yes.
Because some schmo took it as a pure thing. I couldn't make it across the board, only the _EXP for everything, but I got close.
And on Facebook, it's if you go to bit.ly /the it's in one of the banners because I'm gonna forget it right now off the top of my head. The _EXPFB. You can find us on Facebook.
And if you want to follow me, I'm just Jen King on Facebook. It's a public page, so follow away.
And nobody wants to follow me, so we're not going to worry about it.
It's mostly if you don't want to hear about comic books 24/7, you should not follow me.
Basically, all I do is post YouTube videos of songs that are stuck in my head on my social medias and share this stuff. Mm-hmm. Jerry seems annoyed at me posting YouTube videos of songs that are stuck in my head. On last night's after party, Brainy played a song that I hadn't heard in years. And I remember when it came out, and I remember that people would bring the CD to school, and the content of the song was mature. like it was one of those that had the Tipper Gore warning on it. And teachers were confiscating the CD. I'm like, really? How many copies of that song do you need? But I listened to that last night on my way home.
Yep. Stuck in our heads. In our heads.
Yeah, that was what's funny. Is the song never swears, it's not explicit, but it's mature. And so like I remember that, and so like that's the kind of stuff I share on my social media, because I don't share my political opinions, I don't share my personal life, I don't share it's business stuff, it's this, and it's music. So let's we got a few minutes left. Hey, we have a special guest. Mark Bagley is here, guys.
Yeah, I'm really,
After
really
some
late.
technical difficulties.
No, I'm just a dumbass.
Well, I sent Spencer the link, and I'm going, I wonder if I sent him the wrong link.
Yeah, you did. No. Yeah, you did. Absolutely. No,
So
I'm
I'll
just a
take the
dumbass.
blame on it.
I got distracted. A couple things going on around the house the last day or so, and I just kind of got off on drawing this morning and just forgot about everything else. Kind of forget about some stuff. But yeah, I'm
Greatest
here.
excuse ever. Working is always the best excuse. I
still there?
can't hear you. There you go.
All right.
Yeah, working is always the best excuse.
Yeah, at least when you do what I do, anyway. I just anything that's going on, it's not good. I just get at my desk and just takes my.
Can't hear you. Jen, can you hear him?
Mm-mm.
All right. Nope.
Muted somehow.
Let me see what I can.
We
I
can
can't do anything on my end. Just try going out and coming back in, Mark. See, guys, this is the beauty of live TV. Stuff happens. Just roll with it. So we're gonna get Mark Bagley here, and in about 10 minutes, we got John Romita Jr. Coming to hang out. So we'll talk. Maybe we'll talk to both of those guys a little bit, and we're working on it. We're doing it. But just as a heads up, guys, we've got so much stuff coming here on the experience. You're gonna want to tune in tomorrow night. It's our late in the day for our CBSE Q&A, where we'll have all kinds of information for you. He's back.
I'm sorry about that. That was, like I said, Spencer kind of got it. Anyway.
Hey,
Anyway,
it's cool.
Let's get to this. I really do apologize. I suck.
Well, no, don't worry about it at all. It's live TV. Stuff happens. You know, we were all there for the Janet Jackson Super Bowl and the time they played Heidi over the end of the playoffs. So, so let's start with, you were working. What are you working on? What can you tell people to be? What are you working on right now?
Right now, I'm working on some covers. I just finished issue 60 of Amazing Spider-Man, and I think I'm off till issue 66. So they're giving me some covers to keep me busy, and so I'm doing some Amazing Spider-Man covers. And the one I'm working on right now has got like 25 characters. Not that many, but it's one of those kind of covers. So I just started noodling away on it this morning a little bit, and Marvel's they're keeping me pretty busy right now. It's pretty exciting because I'm doing Amazing Spider-Man again, which has always been kind of my favorite. And the idea that they'd get me back on that book after all the years away from it and all the years I did it, and I'm still viable enough when there's a whole lot of other really good people out there. It's a hell of a compliment. So it's exciting for me.
Well, and that's one of the things that I'm really looking forward to is talking to you, and I'm talking to Mr. Romita a little bit later. Talking about Spider-Man. I love Spider-Man too. So tell me how you came to Spider-Man as a fan, and then what it was like to get to work on Spider-Man.
As a fan, I mean, I started reading back before you guys were born, for sure. I was, I don't know, I fell in love with comics, and when I discovered Spider-Man, I don't know how old I was, but I just fell in love with him as a character, and I fell in love with comics generally. And I've got 5 brothers and a sister. None of them ever read a comic book in their lives. And it's just, I was the weird one in the basement, drawing away, reading comics, and my dad worrying about what the hell I'm going to do for a living. But Spider-Man always spoke to me as, as a character. And, Gil Kane, John Romita, Gil Kane, the artists that were always on that book really inspired me. And, you don't do something, you don't do one character as much as I've done it if you don't enjoy doing it. And I've been blessed to have pretty good writers on it too, because the writing's got to be good. Otherwise, it's miserable.
It's true. And I wanted to ask, you've done so much work on Spider-Man. Is there one Spider-Man story or one Spider-Man concept that you've read as a fan that you're like, man, if I could take a pass at that, this is what I would do?
I don't know if this is what I would do. It's more along the lines of, man, I wish I fucking drew that. When they introduced Miles Morales, I love Brian's writing, and that character is such a great little character that I would have loved to have drawn that. When it comes to Amazing Spider-Man, I don't know what arcs jump out at me. I can't help you. Death of Gwen Stacy. I'd go all the way back to redraw that, except Gil Kane drew it, and I'd never be able to match him. But to me, I love the storytelling part of it. I love the actual, getting a script, breaking it down, visually laying it out, and penciling it. I've been doing some inking recently, but I find I can't ink a whole lot because it actually hurts my elbow, because you tend to hold the pens a lot tighter and that sort of thing, trying to be a lot more controlled. And I got a little arthritis in my left elbow. And after about 3 hours, it starts barking pretty good. But yeah, I'm rambling.
No, you're good. I love listening to creators talk about creating. It's one of the true joys of my life. But I wanted to ask, you worked with, Fabian on New Warriors and Brian on Ultimate Spider-Man, Brian Bendis on Ultimate Spider-Man, and David Michelin on Amazing, and Kurt Busiek on the Thunderbolts. You've worked with so many great writers.
I'll actually disagree with you on that. I've worked with great writers, a lot of great writers. I've worked with some not so great, but I haven't worked with that many. Considering I've been doing this for 30 plus years, and I've had such long runs on books, after about 4 years on a book with the same writer, you're like, I really would have loved to work with this guy and this guy and this guy, and the opportunities that you don't have.
Sure.
It's almost like a double-edged sword.
Sure. I mean, I totally understand that. It's, you always wish, I was talking earlier, I spent time in the music business, and you always wish you got to work with that other artist after you've been working with somebody for so long and you've missed somebody. But I totally understand that. But you have worked with a lot of legends.
Oh yeah.
In that regard. And
great guys.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And so I've been asking people this weekend a lot about collaboration. It's, what is it like when you get work from Brian, or you were to get work from, you worked with Kurt Busiek at both companies, at Marvel and DC.
By the end of my run,
Trinity, and
by the end of my
ASM,
run, I wanted to strangle Kurt, but we won't go into that.
But I mean,
that book was stressful.
I imagine. But with Kurt Busiek alone, you worked on 4 tentpoles of our industry. What is that collaboration like? How do you approach collaborating with a writer?
I tend to leave the writers alone as much as possible, because they know what they're doing. I'm a relatively intelligent guy. I'm relatively well educated. I can write a story. but the idea of, I've always said they have the hardest jobs because they have to come up with this stuff out of the blue and be thinking about what's going to happen 3 months from now. Clearly, even by this, I can't think about what's happening 2 days from now. You know, I'm in my little niche of doing the storytelling. You know, my job is to take the story and flesh it out as much as I can and make it as interesting as I can. And if there's points in there that I can improve with just the visual storytelling, I'm not hesitant about doing that. You know, the way you collaborate and the way you work together, varies between each artist, depending upon how close you are. I mean, each writer, depending upon how close you are with them. But also, it's changed over the years so much. I mean, you know, back in the Cro-Magnon days when I started working in this business, I mean, you know, it was phone calls and everyday phone calls. We were using fax machines, and thank God there's still FedEx. Otherwise, I'd have to move to New York, and I'd really hate my life. But you know, so I'd be on the phone once every other day or so with Fabian, or once, you know, a couple times a day sometimes. And that has so changed over the last 20 years. You realize it's been 20 years since Ultimate Spider-Man came out, and that's when I first started using email basically. And you know, Brian and I, at the beginning of it, we talked a lot, you know, because it was still the phone thing and going back and forth about that. But now, I mean, you know, you rarely talk to writers and artists, rarely talk together unless they're, you know, talking as friends and that sort of thing. When it comes to the actual business, it's texting or it's emailing. You know, if there's something urgent, like I haven't shown up for a Zoom meeting or something, then you get a phone call. But you know, and I miss that. Obviously, I miss that, the actual talking back and forth sort of thing.
So you and Brian Bendis, you did 111 issues of Ultimate Spider-Man together.
Mm-hmm.
That's the longest run of anybody ever at Marvel, including Stan and Jack on Fantastic Four.
Yep.
That's one hell of a collaboration.
It's a hell of a collaboration. It's a hell of a run. I mean, I do preface that with the idea that Jack Kirby was also drawing 3 other books and doing all the covers, right?
Yeah.
So it's just me and my one book. But we were doing 18 issues a year for a while, because I'm fast enough to do like a book and a half a month. I can't do 2 books a month. I can't do, you know, that sort of thing. But comfortably, especially back then, I had a couple of mortgages I had to pay. I was always looking for some extra work on the side, and Ultimate Spider-Man was doing so well that they said, well, we'll just publish it 18 times a year. And Brian, you know, he's so fast. He's like, yeah, that's great. So, yeah, we're on it for a long, and that's a testament to our working relationship. I mean, just because I love the stories. Brian, I think it's one of the best writing Brian has ever done was on that book. Just the development of the characters and the enjoyment. And Jake gave me such enjoyment working on it, because I had been on projects where I wasn't invested in the character, I wasn't invested in the writer, and the stories weren't doing anything for me. And Brian had the best dialogue of anybody I'd ever worked with, hands down. I can't stay on something that long unless you're truly enjoying who you're working with. And the only reason I left is because I just felt like it was time to go.
So I apologize. We're running short on time. You know, we're going to have to do this again. We're going to have you back on for our talk show.
Don't apologize. It's my fault. So, you know.
We're definitely going to have you back on, because I've got like 30 more things I want to talk to you about. But where can people find you on social media? Where can they contact you? Do you take commissions? Do you have time for such things?
I take some commissions, not many, because I've got enough work. I'm trying to semi-retire. You know, I really am. I love what I do, but you know, the idea of being at my desk, you know, 60 hours a week anymore just doesn't appeal to me as much. So I do some commissions when things slow down. If they want to contact me, I've got a Facebook page. I've never been to it. My daughter and a really good friend of mine handle it. And I've got an Instagram page, which I've never been to. And my buddy Amos handles that. They're very responsive, and, you know, they'll help you out. If you're interested in a commission, yeah, contact Spencer Beck at theartistchoice.com. And you guys know him because he got me with you on this. And he can help you set it up.
Mm-hmm.
So
we'll have links to all this on our website, and we'll share it all out. And
yeah,
we've definitely got links to Spencer's stuff. So
the links I know about is sausage. So
All right. Thank you so much, Mark. We will talk very soon.
I sincerely apologize. I really.
Oh
do.
no, don't worry about it. I'm looking forward to seeing this Spider-Man 60 cover. They've been so great.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You guys take care.
Yeah, you as well.
Bye.
We will be back in just about a minute with another legend. The hits just keep on coming. Mr. John Romita Jr. I'm already freaking out ahead of time. So we'll be back in just a second with John Romita Jr. What's up, guys? It's Kyle. You're watching the EXP Expo Day 2. The day I'm going to call the day 12-year-old Kyle's dreams come true because he gets to talk to everybody he's loved for 20-plus years. We're going to bring on now the man, the myth, the legend, John Romita Jr. Sir, thank you so much for joining us.
Kyle, what's going on? How you been?
Very good, very good. How about yourself?
All right, not bad. I was caught in traffic. I just literally sat down 3 minutes beforehand, but the worst drivers in the world, and they were all in front of me this morning.
I know that feeling. I came from church this morning to be here, and it's only about 2 miles, and it took me twice the normal time.
I would not have made it to church. They wouldn't have allowed me after the cursing I did as I was driving. So don't even ask.
It's true. It's true. So I've been asking everybody who comes on, and you get this question a million times. Why did you choose to be in comics? But I think for you, it's probably a pretty unique answer.
I can't sing and dance. That's why I'm in comics.
That's the answer.
I can actually dance. I just can't sing. So we're even. The argument is that I did it because my father was in it, and that's true and false at the same time. I watched it as a kid, and it gave me a direction, and yet it worked against me because he was so difficult. Not difficult. He was so hard on me, anticipating that I was thinking I was going to get in because of him, and he made sure that wasn't the case. So it kind of did. It worked both ends of it, but it did give me a direction because I watched him as an artist, and then it directed me towards the art field. And he wanted me to take fine art lessons, and I kind of combined it with an advertising illustration education. And before I finished my 4 years, there was an opportunity to work at Marvel, and it just kind of exploded from there.
It's an interesting thing because you talk to a lot of people in the industry who don't have parents who are in the arts, but you did. And did that, and having that influence, did that free you up, or do you feel like that kind of pushed you that way?
No pushing involved. The only pushing was self-imposed. It gave me a direction to the art field, not specifically the cartooning field.
Sure.
I was fully intending on being an illustrator, an artist, and the chance to work at Marvel in between my second and third year of college happened in the summertime, so to speak, in the off season. And I took it to just almost to be self-imposed intern and thinking this would be a great experience. But I was in an advertising curriculum, and I was planning on putting a suit on and walking up and down Madison Avenue with a portfolio looking for work. because my father was telling me, I just don't want you in this. Get into fine arts, get into advertising. Don't do this. He struggled with it as far as I guess amount of work, schedules, deadlines. He hated it. He struggled with it all of his career and thought that I was going to do the same thing. And to a certain extent, he's right about everybody in the business. Everybody struggles with it, unless you're Jack Kirby.
It's true. And you know, it's interesting that you say you were thinking about advertising. I was just talking to Mark Bagley about it, and I talked to Neil Adams about it before. Advertising seems to lend itself to comic art. People who choose this field also seem drawn to advertising.
That is a commonality, but I don't think it does literally. I think the only thing about it is possibly the illustration avenue of it and the creativity avenue of it, but that applies to a lot of other fields in art, under the art ages. But the advertising thing does, interestingly enough, approach a commonality in a lot of, because when I was younger, several of the guys that my father, of some of my father's peers were also advertising people. So you are correct.
So I'm fighting the question I want to ask because I'm trying to be professional. Because I just want to ask you to tell me everything about Spider-Man.
Tell you everything about Spider-Man.
But I don't want to be that guy. Just the first Spider-Man book I bought with my own money had your covers on it. Had your work on it.
Okay.
So it's one of those is that this is 12-year-old Kyle kind of losing his mind. But I want to talk, instead of going there, about some of the stuff you've done not at Marvel or DC. Some of the stuff at Image and at Icon is or was, but the Hit Girl and Kick-Ass stuff.
Right.
That has introduced a whole new generation to your art. And you got to work with Mark on that. What was that collaboration like on something that was so unique and such a different take on that kind of story?
It started because we worked together on the Wolverine series, and that was just the two of us getting together and enjoying working with each other. The uniqueness of Kick-Ass started with Mark, in all fairness to everyone, but it I guess it perpetuated itself because of the two of us working on it. So his idea was of a certain basis, and then we started working together, and then things started to develop once we began the collaboration. Mark should get all the credit in the world for it, and I'll take a little bit just underneath that. But we had so much fun doing it together. It happened, it produced itself because we were having so much fun together.
So when you take on something that's ultra violent, like Kick-Ass is, like Hit Girl is, how do you approach that as an artist?
That's a great question, and it's a natural question in this for storytelling's sake. The visuals, there's an interesting anecdote after that, but the part I struggled with at first, or at least was intimidated by, was how I was going to apply the storytelling, which I was told was my strong point, in this storytelling to this ultra-violent and adult material. And I was wondering the same question. I even asked my wife, how am I going to do this? She said, just let it play out the way you would have done it normally. So my wife, Kathy, actually should take credit for this. But it applied to this perfectly. All I did was take my normal storytelling process and add this ultra-violent stuff to it. I was a little bit nervous and intimidated because I had come into the field when everybody was considered to be young fans, so to speak, 13, 12, 11, 10-year-old people. And I was concerned that this kind of thing was going to put those people off, and their parents would be so pissed off that they would never allow me to work in the business again. Fortunately, at that time, Creator Owned was applying to a little bit more mature reader and the R-rated section of the business. But it took me a little time to get used to it. Once I started working on it, then I had to find ways to eviscerate, to slaughter people. I would get to bed at night and ask my wife, all right, I just cut somebody in half. What do I do next? And she would give me that strange look. Don't ask that question before you get to bed. You're going to have strange nightmares. And yet, at some point, Kathy and I would be discussing ways to disembowel people with a smile and a wink and a nudge and a sparkle in our eyes. We were talking about slaughtering people. And I'll never forget this conversation. This is the anecdote. I held back the decapitation of a character because I thought there is nothing beyond that is spectacular to that extent. I said, I can't do. I told Mark this. I can't use that yet. That's when I had a character slightly decapitated. The top of his head was put off. It was a bald guy with a tattoo on his head because I wanted it to be the ultimate in death. And that scene didn't apply to this, and it applied to Mother Russia. As a matter of fact, later on, Hit Girl decapitates Mother Russia because of what she had done to her. And I said, this is perfect. This is the end game. You can't get it. And my wife and I were discussing this. She says, you're right. You can't use that unless it's the end game. And this was with Mother Russia. This was the end game. So these are the discussions two adult, mature, and relatively intelligent people are having before they fall asleep at night.
See, and that's the stuff people don't think about when it comes to making comics, right? Is that you're bouncing ideas off of everybody, and
yes,
your wife is going, well, what if you did this?
Yes. Yes. And interestingly enough, and I'm sure the artists are the same way. You tend to plaster reference or influence or anything that inspired you. You plaster it per job all over. I have a gigantic drafting table, and I fill it with images that will help me while I'm working on a certain project. I did it. Unfortunately, I had to do it with the 9/11 Spider-Man issue. I had to update it every day. But with this, I had to have images of, I hate to say of bloody fights, but there were instances where I had to show, for instance, when an eye pops out of a head, when somebody gets plastered from the back of the head, an eye pops out, what does it look like? I had to go look it up. That's right. Sickening. And then I was getting pop-ups. I was getting pop-ups of this kind of garbage. When somebody slices their abdomen open, what do the innards look like when they cut? So exactly the kind of conversation. You need reference on it. It's sickening.
It doesn't look like Roger Rabbit, I'll tell you that.
I know, here I am smiling and laughing about it, but
yeah, in hindsight is a thing. Yeah. So I want to talk about the Dark Days stuff that you did at DC.
Okay.
I was in the panel at C2E2 in Chicago when they announced.
You say did. Do you know something I don't know?
I want to talk about the very first.
Yes, kidding.
When that announcement came and the beginnings of this whole universe that has just spawned into so much amazing content that you're still doing. I'm not, and as far as I'm concerned, we'll do until the end of time. But I mean, your run on Action Comics recently has been one of my favorite runs.
Thank you.
So, but I want to talk about that as it was going back to the way it was put to us, and I can still hear Dan's voice in my head. That it was going back to the way that Stan and Jack worked, where it was the plot and then the art told the story and the writer figured it out, and that it was you and Andy Kubert and Jim Lee and Greg Capullo. And they showed us that image and they gave us that ash can that you had all signed, and just weeping because it was so cool. What is it like to collaborate with those guys, those four artists?
Collaborate? I have never collaborated with them that they knowingly collaborated back. I watched their stuff. The guys that you mentioned are my contemporaries. And without them, it's hard to compare it to sports. But if you're an athlete and you are competing with the Joneses, so to speak, it raises your abilities because you have to stay up with them. If those guys weren't as good as they were. And I had it in my head that I'm better than them. I would never get better. Never. Unfortunately, the other great things about being a Romita is having a father who knows you will not improve unless you think you need to improve, so to speak. So working with those guys working alongside them, so to speak, is wonderful inspiration. I think the guys you mentioned are the best in the business, and they inspire me and they make me better. But working with writers who allow me to play, so to speak, but still have their influence added. In other words, their dialogue. When I work with writers, I don't tell them, listen, I'll take a plot or nothing else. I don't do that. I don't want to truncate or stunt their creativity. But what I do ask them to do is allow me to tell the story and then discuss it with them should I alter from what they've offered. It worked with Neil Gaiman. It worked with all of the guys I've worked with in the past, Mark and Jeff Johns and Brian. Because I tell them, I love what you got here. This is what I want to do with it. And I let them know. And if they say, no, you can't do that because I need this editorially, so be it. But what I'll do is let them know that something's coming, not quite of what they asked for or what they were implying. And then they get it, and they will change the dialogue, so be it. But I won't ever take anything out. I will alter something or add.
So I guess I said collaborating, and I that was the wrong word, but you guys brought this new era to DC, the dark metal, the dark days,
Sure.
Did you guys speak about the way things were going to look? Did you guys play off each other, or was it literally just trying to one-up each other?
I'd say the latter, without any malice. Without any malice.
Hey, that's...
When you have guys like that you are peers of, you have to raise your level. So it is competing. But there's no malice involved. I look at their stuff. I keep, as I said before, keeping things around me for influence. Their stuff is right next to my table because I want to see what it is they're doing that is so wonderful and what is so revered. It's keeping up with the Joneses. There's no other way of putting it. However, the discussions did not get beyond, wow, what do you think about this? And it was quick because everybody has their own. And you can't really use somebody else's opinions without affecting your own. And I don't want to do that, and they don't want to do that. Everybody is an entity unto themselves.
So one of the other things that I wanted to ask about is that in your time, you've only been working with DC for 5 years now.
I think it's 6 years. Yep.
5-6 years. But you've got to work on every major character and introduce a character that was really cool, the Silencer. So what's it like taking, you worked on every tent pole at Marvel. Now you've worked on every tent pole at DC. What's it like getting to play with the guys that our industry is built on?
It's not as much that, although that is part of the conversation that you have after having a glass of wine or a beer. I got a chance to work on the top, although I haven't done Wonder Woman monthly. However, it's more working with the writers who have the idea to work on these particular tentpoles. And then after the fact, you say, man, I got a chance to work on Batman. I got a chance to work on Superman. I got a chance to work on Batman with Frank. I got a chance to work on Superman with brilliant writers, Brian and Jeff Johns. That is to the part that I will sit at a bar and tell a bartender that doesn't know who I am, I got a chance to work with this guy. And it would be the same thing with Wonder Woman when Stephanie Phillips and I get a chance. I hope that that's the case as long as I can work in this business. I heard Mark Bagley, as I was listening in the last couple of minutes, saying he's looking for semi-retirement. I would be the most boring mofo in the world if I retired.
It's true.
And I don't want to be a crossing guard or a bus driver. I am an artist, and I'll do that unless I can't. So as long as I'm doing this and I'm reasonably good at it, I want to be able to do this in this manner to work on these characters, if not creating my own. And then there's a whole bunch of other things I have coming that I can't talk about. I'd have to send a car bomb to you if I did tell you. And I'm Sicilian, so I'm really good at it.
Well, we don't want the car bomb. Believe me, I understand. No, so that was it's funny. My dad retired at the beginning of the pandemic, and I've been watching him have nothing to do, and I'm never doing that. As long as I can keep making something and keep supporting comic books, I'm going to do it until they roll me out with a sheet over me. You know,
a buddy of mine, two of my buddies that I grew up with, just retired from their. One was from civil service jobs, and another one owned a business, and he sold it. And I didn't ask him, what are you going to do? He voluntarily told me, oh, and I'll still be consulting. So he's not quitting. He sold the business to make that huge chunk of money, but he's still going to be working because we have it in us. Guys our age were raised by Depression era parents who lived and breathed work. And we had a great work ethic passed on to us. And I'm very proud of that. And I'm an artist and a husband and a father. After that, I'm a son, relatively good son for two wonderful people. After that, I'm not good at anything else. I can dance, but I can't sing.
So let me ask you about that work ethic and that work day. What does your work day look like? Are you I get up in the morning, I sit at my table, have a cup of coffee and work? Or is it?
I get up in the morning, work out, come back, shower, have a cup of coffee, and then work. And I work until I get a certain amount done. Or I work until my wife throws something into the doorway saying, all right, stupid, you got to come into the bedroom and be a husband. You haven't done that for 48 hours, that kind of thing. It more or less happens as I feel. I work more days a week than I used to, but I don't do as many through the nights. I'll just work 15 hours a day. Whereas when I was younger, I was working 5 days a week, but I would go without sleep twice. Well, now I just work all 7 days. I just work a couple of hours less. And it seems to work a little better that way.
I hear that. It's interesting is that, my grandparents are, you're of the same generation as my parents, and my grandparents are, the same generation as your parents. And I've kind of got that installation too, that it's get up in the morning and do your work and just work and that 7 day a week thing. And it's really interesting to listen to creatives. And I'm not nearly at the level of many of the people I'm interviewing, but it's interesting that to learn to hear that kind of, hey, think about it like a job, think about it like this is how you do it. And it really is inspiring to somebody like me to hear that, that you're still churning it out 7 days a week, but you figured out how to do it without running yourself into the ground.
That's very true. And as far as running it into the ground, remember, we're not digging ditches and we're not lifting girders.
It's true.
We lift a pencil. And well, that's one of the reasons why I exercise is because it's very easy to get out of shape by sitting at a desk 15 hours a day for 6 and 7 days a week. So keep yourself healthy. It's not like, and there's vanity plays into it. Vanity is a good thing in this case. But I enjoy this so much still. 43 years. January 4th was 43 years. And, I started when I was 2 years old. So look, it's amazing that I'm only, never mind. That's a joke.
So let's kind of run down the list of the things at Marvel, because there are so many. I mean, I'm looking at the list here in front of me, and I don't see many characters that you didn't have a chance to play with.
I don't want to say I want to play with. One of the characters that I regretted not playing with was Doctor Strange. And if it ever happens that in the next 35 or 40 years I get lucky again, I'll play with Doctor Strange.
Doctor Strange, huh? That's an interesting pick. I mean, what about Doctor Strange draws you to that?
Honestly, looking at Ditko's Doctor Strange meant so much to me because I didn't think as much about his artwork as I was the special effects, so to speak. It was so interesting. And then following the character through different art teams. I just always loved the character. And again, it's a prototypical Stan Lee character. You know, a normal life, a doctor, a surgeon, and he becomes a superhero. But Dormammu and the afterlife, so to speak, the other life, just to me opened up so many creative avenues to me. I've always wanted to play with it, and I have a premise that I think would be perfect for it. That I'm applying to a couple of DC characters. At any rate, I've always thought that character was spectacular, always, and I would love to try it again. And I'm a freelancer, so I won't get in any trouble for saying that.
Hey, well, and I've been telling people, think about this like it's your vision board. Tell us this weekend who you want to work on, and we'll exercise all our resources to make it happen, minimal as they are.
All right, fair it is. There it is. And I would love to draw it. I want to draw Dormammu at some point. Love that character.
Yeah, he's one of my favorites. I have a Dormammu statue just right over there.
All right, cool.
So I know. We'll start with Dazzler.
God. Although
I
I
have very
was
specific
in
Dazzler
the car listening to disco. I got to tell you, I have a lot of oldies on my phone that goes back with all the blues music, and I have it mixed in. And every once in a while, I remember dancing to that stuff. However, go ahead. I exaggerate the class.
Hey, you're talking. I just bought the Bee Gees documentary that came out. HBO just released it. I bought the DVD.
All right.
I love music. There's nothing, there's nothing I don't like in the music industry. So, but I want to talk. That book had a very specific look. Had a very specific disco feel, but it was also psychedelic.
Sure.
It had some of that influence in it.
Sure.
The backgrounds on the covers really stand out, but when you get inside, that same feel pulls through the whole book, I think. What is that process like? Did one inspire the other, or did it all just kind of come as one sort of vision?
In all humility, Stan Lee's format for having the real and the fantasy in a balance always plays its part. Again, this is a regular lady who becomes this character, so to speak. And the balance was, you can't have too much of the fantasy. You have to have just the right amount, because if you have too much, then you don't like it as much and you want the other, which is the reality. So I'll never forget the conversation Stan Lee had with my father, and I was listening in. If you balance that reality and that fantasy properly, and I don't mean even, look at Peter Parker and Spider-Man. Too much Peter Parker and you want to see Spider-Man. Too much Spider-Man, you want to see what happens with Peter Parker and Mary Jane. So my point is, that's the balance. And with the Dazzler, it was the same thing. It was a concerted effort to find that right balance. Tom DeFalco and I worked on it, and the visuals were a little bit of me and my experience in clubs, and also a little bit of the loving of that wild-looking dystopia. I can't say that drugs were involved because I never took drugs, but fantasy does get into your head as a creator, and you know that couple of dreams and you wake up and you write something down and it applies. The same thing with Doctor Strange. I'm playing. It's that dystopia, that insanity, that I keep a pad next to the bed just for that purpose. If I wake up with something great, I'll write it down. The next morning it makes no sense, but sometimes it does. So there was just that right amount of insane fantasy involved, but it was the balance. It's the balance that Stan Lee imbued in me while listening to him.
That's interesting to talk about that balance, because one of my favorite books that you've done is what we call a street level character in Daredevil. He's not a superhero per se. He's a regular dude with some special powers.
Well, that's then it applies to Punisher more so than Daredevil.
It's true.
No superpowers.
Punisher, yeah. I was gonna ask about Punisher Warzone as well, but the Daredevil run and the Punisher run, the grounded heroes.
That's correct.
How do you approach the storytelling with the art of them as opposed to a Spider-Man who's constantly flying through the air, or a Superman, or with your DC work?
I think the one that's separated from that is the Superman. And yet, Superman was constantly being brought down to the real world, because one of the great things that Stan did creating Spider-Man was a complete reaction to Superman. Superman was perfect. He created Spider-Man, the kid that was haunted by his own aunt. The Jewish kid. Oh, you poor dear. He gets a nose cold. He gets a head cold. He slips and falls. He makes a mistake. He screws up. But he's a superhero. The polar opposite to Superman. And yet, red and blue costume, works at a newspaper. The Green Goblin was the Joker. So that was Stan's reaction to. And here, interestingly enough, ironically, Kick-Ass was Mark Miller's and my version of further taking it away from superhero, a kid from the street that becomes a superhero with no powers. But with the street grounded, the street level characters, to me, the attraction is conversation I had with my father driving into Manhattan one day when we drove past Forest Hills, and my father pointed out in the distance. That's where Peter Parker lives. And I think my mouth dropped open. So, holy crap, that's right. We live in the same city as Peter Parker. And then he talked about Hell's Kitchen. That's where Daredevil lives. And then he talked about all the other characters that were in the New York area. But where does Superman live? Clark Kent lives in what? Metropolis? Right. That annoyed the crap out of me. But then he had to quantify it. Well, it's just another word for New York City. But it wasn't. We couldn't use the street names, that kind of thing. Oh, Gotham City. That's New York City. Why can't you call it New York City? Stan's reaction to Gotham and Metropolis was grounding it in New York. The attraction, and I know it's New York centric, and the guy from Dakota that reads this or listens to this might be a little bit chased by this, but it turned those characters into a reality for me. And there's that balance of fantasy and reality. Daredevil, all of the New York characters, Daredevil, Spider-Man, and the Punisher. I not only used the Punisher in areas that I lived, I used some of my friends as, for instance, a buddy of mine, I watched him get his brains beaten, and I got dragged into it too. And I'll never forget taking him to the hospital, and he had the swollen face. I used Punisher's image when he got his ass handed to him. I used that, my friend Tony Sirico. And I swear to God, another time when my friends, I'll use their names because it's in reverence, and Stephen Capuzzo, my dear friends, they're like brothers to me. I unfortunately was involved with watching them getting their asses handed to them. But the images of them, that is street level, ground level reality. Daredevil. And you notice I have all the characters. I get a chance to beat up all the characters. The writers asked me to do this because I've seen it, unfortunately. I have also been the victim to it, but that brings me down to that level of street, and I enjoy those characters that much more. Maybe that's why I enjoy the thought of doing Doctor Strange, because it's such a disparity.
Do you talk about going into Manhattan with your father, and you're a New York guy, you're a East Coast guy. Do you think the fact that you've literally gotten to play in the sandbox that you get to play in with these characters has influenced the way you present the characters?
Sure, and it applies to your question about the street level characters. Absolutely. The answer is just a wholehearted yes. Because when somebody says, we're over on the rail yards on the west side of Manhattan, you go get reference. Oh, man. The image, for instance, the stories about Frank Miller going up onto the roof of his building and taking pictures of water tanks. How many people started using water tanks after Frank did that? But then people taking photographs. I went out and used my camera and started taking photographs. The same thing. Now the internet, it's a push of a button. I get anything I need. My reference file is immense. Love every bit of it. But the imagery is palpable. It's right there in front of you, and everybody can access that imagery with the internet. And the characters I'm working on, Schmuggy and Bimbo, it's a create-our-own property with Howard Chaykin. The reference on the 70s New York City, when everything was ugly. I have a stack of reference that is beyond belief, and I was there. The wide lapels, The shoes, for instance, I wore those shoes because I'm a short guy. Loved everything about them. Couldn't help it. You can't run away from anybody in them, but you can stand tall.
And it's interesting. I asked Howard yesterday about his work on the Shadow, and how the Shadow, his New York in the Shadow, really does reflect New York pre it becoming Disneyland.
Film noir. Film noir.
Yeah.
Goes back to the 40s, but you're right. The grimy part of New York City, which is why Howard suggested it for this project we're working on. It originally was based on two characters that grew up with my parents in the 40s. Howard said, let's make it a little bit more substantial to people that are alive, so to speak. And let's bring it into the 70s because we both grew up in the 70s.
Yeah, no, it's wild to me. I spent a very short time in New York living there, and it's seeing hey, I know that corner. There's a coffee shop right there. And then you see somebody from New York who's drawn it, and there's a coffee shop right there. It's very interesting. So you've had some pretty long runs on some books there at Marvel. And let's start with Iron Man, just because we haven't talked about him yet.
Okay.
You had a 4-year run on Iron Man.
A couple of runs.
Yeah, and then it came back, a little bit later for sure. Iron Man is, has become this massive flagship, and you certainly had an influence on the way he looks now and the way we see him now, with your runs. So, what's it like to see a character you worked on for so long and did so many issues of on the big screen and as toys and all of that kind of stuff?
If I had created the costume instead of remodeling it, then I would probably be extremely proud. The Kick-Ass thing was one of the things that I was proud of. And then seeing my name on the screen, that was exciting. But you have to ask guys like Stan and Jack Kirby and Gene Colan. I didn't create the costumes. I say we, meaning Bob and I'm sorry, I'm blanking on writer. He's going to shoot me. Help me out with the Iron Man writer that I worked with. Oh my God. I drank a glass of wine.
Bob was the name I had. Bob Layton was. Give me a second. I'll pull it up. I got it right here.
It'll come to me. I'm just blanking because I'm running out of gas.
No, I hear you.
Those guys, we remodeled the character, so to speak, but we did not create the imagery. Even Bob suggested the glistening off the costume. That was there, just not to the extent that we did it. But the only thing I can be proud of is working on the stories with those guys. The part about the alcoholism is brilliant. It really brought that character to earth, as opposed to being just a standard superhero.
It was David Michelin.
Dave Mullaney. I apologize, Dave. I'm so sorry. I forgot my own name yesterday. My middle initial. The point is to have it bring that character to the reality side. Again, here we go with that same reality thing. Balancing the reality with the fantasy. Tony Stark isn't just a billionaire. He's an imperfect billionaire. It's brilliant.
All right. So Daredevil, I know you were always partial to your Daredevil run.
I am.
Talk about that. Talk about what's it like to draw, a character in a neighborhood, and what's it like to take a character and do some of the storylines that you did with him.
The interesting part about Daredevil is the very first cover that I saw my father drawing was the Daredevil number 12 with Kazar in this tree. I'd seen him draw other things before. One was romance comics, and I had seen other covers he did, but it was after the fact. Middle of the night, there was a monster under my bed, and my brother was sleeping soundly. I got terrified. I didn't want to look under the bed, so I went upstairs into those Queens attics where you pull down the stairs and you unfold it and you crawl up into the attic. And my father was in that attic working some stupid hours. And he didn't get upset. He just scared away the monsters. And as a 7-year-old, I sat down and watched him draw Daredevil. He was inking it at the time, Daredevil number 12. And I started asking him questions. And he was patiently answering them. And when he told me that Daredevil is the guy in the middle, surrounded by all the bad guys, and the Plunderer was the bad guy dressed like a pirate. And I said, what do you mean? What are they're going to beat him up. They want to try and kill him. Oh, I said, oh my God. And he said, but he's going to beat them all up. Wow, I said. And then he went on to explain, oh, by the way, Daredevil is blind. And apparently my mouth dropped open and I sat down and started drawing on the floor. And from that point on, I was hooked. So Daredevil has a real important part in my career. And the conversation was Daredevil centric after that. And then he showed me working on Spider-Man. There was a cover of 2 of them. However, my personal part of Daredevil was I was exasperated with the business because I was taken off X-Men to work on a dopey character, and then I was told I'd be able to get back on the X-Men again, and I couldn't get back on the X-Men again, and I was done with it. And I was very frustrated because they didn't want me. They put somebody else on the X-Men. So I said, this is it. I'm out of the business. I was ready to leave and go into advertising. And Ralph Macchio, God bless him, said, before you go, would you like to work on Daredevil? You do full pencils, anything you want, plotting. You can work with Ann Nesenti. And I knew Ann from her being an editor, brilliant lady. And I said, yeah, I would love to try it because I'm out of here. I'm out of here if not. So Ralph Macchio gave me free reign, so to speak. And I came up with some plot ideas and I worked with Ann and we had a blast. And then created some great characters and Typhoid Mary and Blackheart and some great run. It was a great run playing with Mephisto and being able to redesign Mephisto, which pissed me off that he had underwear and he had panties and he had long leggings and he had a coat. Now, I'm sorry, the devil doesn't wear that stuff. So I came up with a demonic version. And then I came up with a premise that it's called Beer with the Devil when I was younger, that a superhero walks into a bar, sits down and, beer with God. A guy walks into a bar, sits down, and God sits next to him, and they have this conversation. And Ann Nesenti said, well, listen, we're working with Daredevil and Mephisto. How about Beer with the Devil? And we had a great run on a storyline based on that. That was when I realized I really do enjoy this, and I want to stay with it. And it was all because of Daredevil. And I got a chance to do full pencils, tight pencils, and I had a hand in some of the plotting. And brilliant, and was allowing me to throw some ideas in. I thank her for that to this day.
Before I get into the weeds on Spider-Man, because that's what I really want to do. What's it like to? I can't think of any off the top of my head. But you worked on Daredevil, your father worked on Daredevil. You worked on Spider-Man, your father worked on Spider-Man. You worked on Fantastic Four, your father worked on Fantastic Four. By the way, you may be the only father and son pair ever to work on crossover books with Marvel and DC. Sure. So what's it like to be those guys? It's, you look at father and son pairs in sports. It's what's it like to follow in his footsteps and to take and play to play with those characters that he helped create and help mold, and then to mold them yourself for the next generation.
Infinitely stupid. And I'll tell you why. I have a bad habit of following some geniuses. Romita Jr. I've worked on books that Jim Lee did, that John Byrne did. At some point you should just say, nah, I can't compete with that. I never said I was intelligent, just really good looking. That's all. That's the problem. I actually self-imposed the fear and the intimidation. Never got it from my father. The characters that I worked on, he just embraced. You want to do that? That's great. Work on Spider-Man. Working on Fantastic Four was more the chance to work with Stan when he was finally done with Fantastic Four. But it wasn't an intention to try and compete with the previous creators. I was asked to do that. And I never took it as a compliment until a couple of days ago. I don't know. I just never was smart enough to realize that I was filling a gap. Following John Byrne was probably the one that I got more comments from external sources saying, are you crazy? You know what Byrne did? I also followed Paul Smith on X-Men, and he was so amazingly successful. Chris Claremont, until we got to be good friends, was a little bit, oh God, do I have to work with this guy compared to Paul or compared to John? However, if I did not raise my game, so to speak, I would have heard it worse. And I heard it before I even started. You're only getting this because of your father. Mom, you really shouldn't say that.
No, it's one of those things is that I understand that trepidation. I certainly can understand that. I have some of that in my own life, and I understand that trying to hold yourself to that level, and I totally get it. Like I have some of that in my own life.
If you don't give those goal posts, if you don't, then you're not going to get better. I got better, but I became a better creator, artist, and storyteller. The storytelling was the one that was raised higher than the art. My art is okay. My storytelling is better than my art.
It's interesting to me that you're so, story is what drives everything. Some artists talk about, well, I drew this piece and it's whatever, but it's thinking about the piece as a whole, the whole book, all of it as an essential mode of storytelling.
I'll give you a small example. I bring back Shmuggy and Bimbo working with Chaikin, who's an artist. And I think some of my best work is from guys like Frank and Chaikin. Chaikin was an artist. He's a writer. He's a brilliant writer. There are some scenes that harken back to movies I saw when I was a kid. Movies specifically called The Big Country, where there was just gigantic vista where two guys were fighting, Gregory Peck and maybe Charlton Heston. You could hear the thuds and the fighting, and it was a distant thud because they were in the background, and then we'd close in. That stuck with me because I remember the conversation with my father. So there's some scenes in Shmuggy and Bimbo with conversations going on, but there's the vista of Manhattan, the Lower East Side from the 70s. And the conversations will be in the panel, but there's no characters per se. And then you close in on the scene as they're sitting in a coffee shop. Those type of things to me are more challenging than people want to admit. And yet I loved every second of it because there's a couple of images that I took from old vintage photos that I look at now and I said, this was the right thing to do, but it took me much longer than a close-up of two guys in a coffee shop. That's the kind of thing that I learned, is to swallow your pride about doing pinup shots and learn to expand your arsenal. And that is one of the things. And it made me a better artist because I was able to sacrifice. And maybe somebody will tell me you're crazy. You could have sold that page with the close-up for $1 million, but you won't be able to sell a shot of the Lower East Side. That's not important. That's story. When somebody comes to me and says, love that scene, love that story, and they don't say, I love that close-up of Shmuggy and Bimbo, if they don't say that, it's okay. They love the story.
So you're coming back in a couple hours to talk with Scott Hanna, who is a longtime collaborator. I think he said yesterday, 25 years you've been working together.
That's the case. See, I was only 2 years old when I started. I told you.
Yeah, it's true. And so we'll save some of the Spider-Man talk for you guys because you did a lot of issues together, including a phenomenal run with J. Michael.
Don't forget, bring up the subject about Scott and that lady from Tokyo. Don't just bring it up.
All right, I'm making a note right now.
He'll say he doesn't know anything about it. And I'm sorry, it was Bangkok, Thailand. No, I'm kidding.
Well, hey, Bob Layton made me ask Howard Chaikin about taking him to a kosher deli. So I'm all about asking the questions that make people's eyes roll back in their heads.
You could also ask me about Gene Simmons and the Kiss book. Well, he took me to a strip joint in San Diego, and here's the better part because it was not naked strip joint; it was a truncated strip joint. It was bikinis. He didn't have any cash, Gene Simmons. Literally. And three of the dancers, because the two of us were hanging out. He doesn't drink alcohol, by the way. I had a beer in front of me, and he was sitting there, and the three dancers came over and they centered themselves in front of him, and he's sitting and he's elbowing me. He says, I don't have any cash. You got 3 20s? So Gene Simmons still owes me $60. Gene, if you're watching this, Gene, I love you and I love your music. Let me have the effing $60. Come on.
So,
And he left with the 3 girls, by the way, and I got stiffed. Excuse the expression. I got stiffed that way too.
so you come to Amazing Spider-Man issue 208, and your time on Amazing Spider-Man ran for 400 issues, like
Something like
off
that. I don't
know. 208 to something like 600 plus a bunch of other stuff. What's it like to work on one character for that long?
Challenging, and it's not because you make it. The effort is there to always do something different. And first, it's difficult because there's been so many geniuses before you're on the character. But to do something different than you have done before adds to it. So if I want to try and do something different than what my father did, Steve Ditko did, do it better. That's challenge enough. But then to improve on what I had done in the past of that title while I'm working on it, that's, again, self-imposed. If I would ever work on the character again, I don't know if I would get that thought out of my head and I would be intimidated again. It's true of any character. Same thing with Superman. Holy shit, excuse me. The character's been around for 250 years. How do I do a better job than the guys that have been on it before me? That's what is sticking in my head with any character I work on, except for Kick-Ass.
Yeah.
So
I'm sure I want
with Scott. We got to talk that over with Scott. We'll mention that.
We will. For sure. I would be remiss if I didn't bring up the New Universe and Starbrand.
That was the character that got me off of the X-Men that I'll never forgive Jim Shooter for.
Well, and that's that was the question is that New Universe stuff was weird, and I know that there's some animosity there from some people, but for a lot of people of my generation, it was the first time we had seen anything from Marvel that wasn't traditional superheroes. So the only question I have about that is, what was it like to kind of launch a new universe?
I don't recall what was in my mind other than I was listening to Jim Shooter because it was his baby. And he gave me a lot of stuff to use, his young youth in Pittsburgh, etc., and images of neighborhoods and so on, which was a little bit disconcerting in that I had to follow something that was not mine, so to speak, even though I was on the initial book. But I remember thinking that I have the editor-in-chief of the company staring down the back of my neck, and I'm a little bit nervous about it. That was less self-imposed than it was having the editor-in-chief follow over me. And I lost the X book because of it, and I was very, very upset about that. But then I got a chance to work on Daredevil, so everything worked out. Yeah,
so you've mentioned you're working on a book with Howard Chaykin.
Yes.
What else are you working on right now that people can be on the lookout for?
I can't tell you, but there is some things in the offing that when they happen, I won't announce them until they are announced by the parent company. However, there's 4 or 5 of creator-owned properties that I am told to turn into treatments and presentations. One of them, Schmuggy and Bimbo, is one of them. Gray Area is a possibility as well. Fortunately for us creators, there is a need for content for the former streaming services that used to have the Marvel and DC characters, and they're looking for content. And guys like me are asked to come up with content, and I'm trying to turn those into, which is why I mentioned Schmuggy and Bimbo again. After Howard has been waiting patiently for 7 to 10 years, whatever it is, since I first came up with the premise, and he made it beautiful, that I have to come up with the 3rd issue. We've got 2 issues done. The 3rd issue will get done shortly, and that will be hopefully turned into a film. I'm looking forward to it. It's genius stuff that Howard has honed. I gave him the acorn, and he turned it into the big tree.
And is that going to be an Image book? Because I know Howard's stuff is all at Image.
Yeah, we're hoping that Image is still interested in it. Like I said, the third issue, and they'll be able to solicit if it's a third issue. Then I have 2 more to do after that. But that's the kind of thing that I am going to turn my ideas into those kind of products, is a treatment and presentation, and see what becomes of them. And there's a couple more. I got 3 or 4 more, and then I would love to do that. So I can't give you the mainstream book stuff yet, because I don't want to jinx it. But the creator-owned stuff, I get excited about. I mentioned the names of a couple of characters before this. This is possible with Wonder Woman, possible with Batman. Who knows? But we'll see what happens. I'll let you know when it happens.
Yeah, no, I absolutely. And we'll wait until the announcements come, and then we can have a big fun party and announce it and have you back on to talk about those things.
When there is an announcement, you'll want to talk. Trust me.
Absolutely. Well, I always am going to want to talk. So real quick, it's been scrolling at the bottom. It's at John Romita Jr. on Instagram. Tell people where they can find you. They can head over to Spencer's site if they want to pick up art.
Yep, that's pretty much it. I'm not a social media guy. The at John Romita Jr. was done for a business effort. And listen, I'll just give me an opinion. You can do it on Instagram. I don't even know if I'm on Facebook, but I'm not a social media kind of guy. And I wouldn't give out my email address because I already get too much stuff on it that I can't answer right now. But if you go through Spencer Beck, Spencer BCK at AOL, and also his studio, his art studio, as Mr. Bagley announced, I'll hear. Trust me. Anything bad, I'll hear. I hear
all on our website. Those links are all on our website, so you'll be able to get a hold of them. Thank you so much for taking the time.
My pleasure, boss.
We'll see you in. I'm going to count down 1, 2, 3. So like 2 hours.
2 hours
to come back and hang out with Scott Hanna and really get into the weeds on some of this stuff. So.
I'll try to make sense this time as opposed to what I just did.
Oh, this was great. And my friend Rob, our friend Rob posted. He'll be on tomorrow. He's a creator. This big long block of text, basically just singing your praises. And for me too, it's as true as it's ever been. I
just saw a balloon from Rob that blinked and went away. I don't know what.
Yeah, it's a whole wall of text about.
There it is. Right, Rob.
You inspired 9-year-old Rob to turn into a comics creator, and he has a great book about called Punching the Clock, and a great book called Gunslingers, which is a fun premise that we'll talk about tomorrow. But same here. You're my favorite artist, and it's been an honor for me to get a chance to talk to you.
It was great talking to you. Thank you very much. And you, by the way, saying what you just said, I must compliment you. You have impeccable taste in artists. I must tell you right now.
Well, I want to thank you. We'll see you again in 2 hours, guys. Right. We will be back in just about a minute with Mark Mullaney and Enrica Jang from Red Stylo and Ninja Bear and Crossing. We will see you all in just about a minute. I think my camera's froze. I should probably add myself back into the stream if I'm going to be talking. I'm going to bring Jen back on, and we're going to bring in the gang from Red Stylo Media, Mark Mullaney and Enrica Jang.
You guys.
I figured I would let you guys pick. Who do you want to talk to, me or Jen?
Jen. Oh, Jen. All day long.
That's fair. All right, guys. Thank you for being here. I'm going to turn you over to Miss Jen's capable hands.
Oh, that's great to be out. I can over
I'm surprised that Kyle didn't vapor to death. He was very, very. That was a big moment for him with his hero.
We're strong, so I would have defeated him soundly.
It's super true. Like, but now I get to hang out. But now there's two of my friends.
Two of my friends.
I'm so mad right now. I have always in easy hand reach my awesome Ninja Bear like display, and oh, I know what it is.
Can everybody hear me okay, by the way?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Jen's a little bit low.
Yeah, Jen, I think your mic's off.
What? Okay. Should I get closer to mine? Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
you just gotta get closer.
There she is.
But
Hey, how you doing?
yeah, Mark, check the private messages. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm proud of Kyle. Kyle, I'm proud of you. I know you need the support of a masculine figure, so yes, I'm proud of you.
Can everybody hear me now? Am I doing well? I moved away so I could just lean back and enjoy the last two interviews because I feel like I shouldn't sit too close to the screen because those guys are so awesome. It's like if you grew up in
Oh my god,
90s.
absolutely amazing. I feel like folks are probably like they just left because that was really, really awesome. And who are we?
He's exactly right. It's like all these big names, and then it's like, and next up we have Enrica Jang of Crossing and Mark Mullaney of Ninja Bear. And people are like, what?
Oh, you'd be surprised.
Time for a sandwich.
Some of our biggest panels have been yesterday, or we had a giant bump when Scout came on. So you guys have got big fans. I suspect we're going to see that too.
Hopefully. Otherwise, we're like the pimento or something in a sandwich.
Do you forget to pay the plants? I forgot to pay the plants. We need to next time plan this a little better. Have some folks come in.
Oh yeah.
Be our
You keep. I think the ghosts of Poe House are interfering with what you got going on over there, Enrica.
Did you guys have?
Am I cutting out?
Before?
Well, Enrica is broadcasting from historic Poe House, and it's haunted.
No, she's not. I am at an undisclosed location, and I am not. Thank you.
Okay.
No, I'm at an undisclosed location, and yeah. But no, is my signal bad? Because you guys are cool. You're cool. You're cool.
You keep freezing for
cool.
me. I don't know if it's freezing for anybody else, but
You can pop out and come back. Just go pop out and come back real fast. Sometimes it
Okay,
fixes
well, I will leave and then return, but somebody watch Mark because he's gonna be all weird. So I'll be right back.
I do that sometimes.
I can't promise I can keep anyone under control.
Are we actually on right now, or?
Yeah, you're totally live.
Oh, okay. That's my favorite.
This is what real live TV looks like, especially during COVID when you're like, hey, man, we got to talk to each other, and that's cool.
I'm very distracted by all the great-looking books and things right behind you. Is Ninja Bear right next to a Charmander? It looks like Ninja Bear's right next to a Charmander, between Crossing and a Charmander.
Yeah, the Charmander art is by Nicole Fernandez, who's going to be on in the 7 o'clock hour, my time, 8 o'clock.
Very nice piece.
Yeah. So I see Enrica's coming back.
Is she? Okay.
Popping it. Oh, maybe Kyle doesn't know to pop her back. I have the power.
Is it better? Did it work?
It seems a little better. Yeah, it seems a little bit better. We'll see.
Okay. All right. Well, you guys are awesome. So if I just have to step out, I'm cool. You got this, and then I'll go.
right, so introduce yourselves. Enrica, go first.
Hi, my name is Enrica Jang. I am the editor-in-chief of Red Stylo Media. We are a small indie publisher out of Baltimore, Maryland. And we publish comics and anthologies, and been doing this for almost over 10 years now. We've officially hit the decade, past the decade mark. I feel like last year shouldn't really count, but still does.
Last year counts. Last year still counts.
Last year counts.
Are you still alive? Then you count. It's
hanging on.
Your
I
company
think
still
so.
says
I think
COVID
so.
your extra award. I saw Jim Starlin's face.
With some of the help from our friends, and Jen, you were a huge part of that, especially when all of this went down in March last year. So we owe Jen a huge thanks for bringing people together. It wasn't just helping us, but helping this entire community of indie creators connect with shops and connect in this new way. That was all you.
Yeah, that really, I'm just a girl standing in front of the world asking it to love comics. I think the day that they announced the shutdown for Diamond, which they absolutely needed to do, was the right move. Absolutely right move. All I could hear was, because I do so much live interaction and have customers that are hungry for new product all the time, was like, I'm going to get cut off from product. And that was a panic moment. It was a sheer moment of panic, me creating Plan C. Because I was like, man, we got to move past Plan B. We need to go to Plan Comics. How are we going to get comics moving across the country?
That would be Plan C.
Plan C, Plan Comics. And I really just said, I'm going to put all my friends in a room together and all their friends that are comic book related, publishers, creators, and retailers, and at least get comics moving around the country somehow. I figured if we were all in the same room, we're all smart people, we'd come up with a way to do it. So that's really kind of what I was hoping for, and it worked out way better than I thought I was going to. So I'm happy that it's been a benefit to people, and not just a great, now I get 20,000 messages a day.
You get what you ask for. Careful what you wish for.
So, to know that you've been around for 10 years, it makes me sad, because I could have been selling your amazing books for so long, but people ask what was the good things that happened out of COVID, and I think the slowdown to be able to go and look at all of those extra emails and to hunt down comic books that I always wanted to carry but never had the time or space on the rack, I guess. This has made it so it's completely possible, and as much as I support independent comic books, this has allowed me to really support independent comic books in a really concerted way. So,
well, I think we did have an opportunity to kind of, if we could figure out how to keep going, I think that was the only thing that was on anybody's mind. It's what's going to happen? Nobody knew what was going to happen. And just how to keep going in the middle. And what I did see a lot of panic from different folks, and everybody's trying to put on a brave face. And then other people are trying to, okay, so we've been trying to get virtual stuff going for a while. Let's just jump into it. And then you saw some people really just jump into the current and then just go. And they're doing such a really great job. So I think we're still figuring out how things have changed, period, and find the way ahead. I think that people are much more open to, they need content, they need new books, they need new voices, and all of it's just such an important thing. So
absolutely.
Yeah.
So pre-COVID, how did you
What was that like?
Your fan base? Well, how did you find your fan base before? Everything has changed. The whole world is totally different. But how did you connect with your fan base before to have them find your comic book lines?
Well, we I think initially and for the last several years, we have done an anthology every year. announcing an anthology, and the comics community is wonderful readers and people who are voracious for comics, but creators are also voracious for comics. And so keeping the company alive really depended on meeting more people in the industry. They're the ones that sort of keep everything really going. So doing an anthology every year, we have published over 350 different artists and writers over the last 10 years. And so doing a lot of shows, meeting people at cons, that the almighty email list, that kind of stuff. But we'd hit the road for the first few years, and then every year a new influx of creators working with folks kept things going. I think crowdfunding has also changed things significantly from when I started up to now, just completely changed the game. And now there's a global community plugged into one another via crowdfunding. So,
how about you, Mark? What was your traditional way to connect?
My way to connect was basically through Enrica and her plans, because I've been working with Red Stylo Media pretty much for the entirety of the last 10 years. We first started working together in 2011. I was one of those souls that joined the lost ship Red Stylo with one of the anthology, the very first anthology book they put together. So I've been sort of working with Enrica ever since then, and relying on her and her ability and her skill at getting, just basically actually taking an idea and making it into a thing and then getting it in front of people. That's pretty much been, the major outreach for, like, my own personal book, for example, Red Ninja Bear. Like, that was left to my own devices, I would be sitting in a basement drawing it just for myself. But then Enrica saw it and she's like, I want to do something with this. And the next thing you know, I actually have a printed book and like actual plush figures made. And I don't know how any of it happened. She just waves a wand, and next thing you know, this stuff's out there. So if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be here right now.
It's because she's a boss.
Yas Queen. Is that right to say?
Well, if I had known all I had to do was wave a wand, that would have been nice.
Yeah, well, you've been wasting all this time with
nice just to have a
social
wand.
outreach. You've been crowd campaigns and social outreach and going to cons. All you have to do is magic.
So, Enrica, how do you
That's
find
the way to do it. Easy. Make $1 million.
How do you find and gather all the creative?
How do I find what?
How do you find all the creative people to come under the banner of your house?
Well, prior to the last 2 years, we had become sort of an annual ritual for New Year's Day to release open art, like open call. We announce a theme and then open call for entries, and then just welcome, whether you're a veteran or a newbie, students welcome to enter, and then invite people to pitch. Unfortunately, COVID did change quite a few things and has kind of changed the landscape, especially because the books really depended on getting to shows, getting things out there. Being able to launch a Kickstarter or other kind of crowdfunding campaign got the thing made, but if we can't get the books sold, big problems. So shows, unfortunately, off the radar for us. We didn't feel it was fair to do another open call until we could repair that drop in the business model. But years before this, just doing an open call and inviting people who, whether they had done comics or not, to just come play in the sandbox, offer a theme, and then tell them to go crazy and pitch the craziest twist on the theme that they could think of, and then put the book together. And that's it worked for a while. We hope to get back to it. Really hoping to get back to it once all of this stuff is passed.
All of this stuff.
But in the meantime, working on independent series.
Mark, tell us about the genesis of the idea for.
So hopefully.
Say the genesis for the idea of Ninja Bear?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yeah, I had this idea for a thing, and then I did it. No, no, Ninja Bear is one of those things, and I'm sure a lot of indie comic book creators have this same kind of basic story. It's like I drew something when I was in art school. millennia ago, I was, draw in my sketchbook all the time, and so there'd be all these random things, and so there's this one illustration I did of like just a little teddy bear as a ninja, that was kind of like based on another thing, and I was just kind of like, just an idle doodle, and then it, for some reason, it's that initial illustration sort of like captured something in my brain, and next thing you know, I sort of was like drawing that figure more and more and kind of refining it into something that was more unique than what it started as. And then stories start to form around this. So like I was saying, I'm sure a lot of indie guys have this same experience where it's some thing you never planned on doing, just sort of like gets lodged in your brain. And the next thing you know, you're creating stories and worlds for this character to inhabit. And so I've always been a big fan of folklore and mythology. I like to read stories about like creatures and from these like weird stories that come from all different parts of the world and all the different kind of beliefs that different cultures have about the kind of magical creatures that inhabit their environment. And I started to kind of like, well, that would be perfect for a character who's like, this is a character who could go on a fantasy quest and have to come to face with these things and stuff like that. So it's just sort of this random drawing I did started combining with these ideas I liked about, folklore and fantasy. And next thing you know, I had these stories, and the stories that I'm starting to put out with Ninja Bear now are ones that have been rattling around in my head since college, but I never did it. And part of it, as a lesson I always like to talk about when it comes to talking about Ninja Bear is I had all these individual stories, but there was no overarching storyline to tie them all together. And so I kind of sat on it for years with this like, someday, I'll get my stuff together and I'll actually like make this into a proper thing. And it got to a point a few years ago where I, wanted to do something personal, like a project for myself, because I'm a freelance creative. So I do animation, I do illustration, I do graphic design. I spend so much of my life creating things for other people. And it's important to always create something for yourself. So this one point I wanted to do something for myself, and I was like, what can I do? What can I do? And I thought to myself, you know what? I have these Ninja Bear stories. They're self-contained. They don't really go anywhere. I would like to be part of something bigger, but if I keep waiting for that idea to come, I'm never going to do it. So I'm just going to pick the one I like the most, and I'm just going to make it happen. I'm just for myself. I didn't want to do it for anybody else. I wasn't trying to be famous or anything. I was just like, I just want to do something for myself. I want to see this particular story actually fleshed out. So I illustrated the first Ninja Bear. It was a 12-page story, and I just put it online because that's what you do in the 2000s. You do something and then you immediately put it online because it didn't happen. And then Enrica saw it and she's like, I like that specifically. I want to make it into I want to make a doll of Ninja Bear. And I was like, okay, if you can do that, good luck to you. And so next thing you know,
I just wanted a Ninja Bear, so we had to make them.
So a year later, we're planning a Kickstarter.
I just wanted one.
And I was like, she's like, I want to do a Kickstarter to have these things made. What do you want to Kickstarter? And I was like, well, I have another story. I could actually start doing this. So I kind of like, even in that first Kickstarter, I still didn't know really what the actual overarching story of the character was going to be. I was just sort of like dove into it. It's like, here's another thing here's another story I can just throw it into the ether. So I'm just going to do that. And so that's what happened. And then, I have a better sense of what the overarching story is now and where it's going, but it's still not totally fleshed out. Don't tell Enrica, she's on mute, right? Oh no, she knows my secret.
I heard it all, Mark. Heard it all.
So, so I'm, there's still a lot of that. I have a better idea now, but there's still a lot of this kind of feeling in the dark to figure out where I'm going with it. But I've been having fun with it so far, and hopefully other people have as well. But that's where it came from.
How different is the design of the character of Ninja Bear from your first doodlings to where he is now?
Oh man, that is a good question. Actually, it's I think I stuck it in one of the books, but he's drastically different. Part of the thing was I struggled for a long time what to do with the character, because the original one, he's just like this little. As from a character standpoint, I'm going to get technical for a minute. From the character standpoint, the original design of Ninja Bear would never have functioned as like a character because he wouldn't be able to do any of the action stuff. It was a struggle to come to a crossroads of something that could be still cute, but have the kind of build that would facilitate action, because it's a very action heavy story. He's a ninja. He's got a sword. He's got to fight stuff. so the original design was this short little stubby nubby arms and stuff like that. And I didn't want to make him too stringy. So it took years to actually get, it's funny because he's one of those designs that looks so simplistic on the surface, but if you knew the amount of effort that went into it, you'd look at me and go, why did you spend your time doing that? You could have done something useful.
Well, it's a lot to think about, right? Because if you think about the way fans address their fandoms, that's kind of the thing that they do. They'll go and they'll say, yes, we love so much Red Sonja, but her outfit fighting in the snow is pretty impractical.
Yes. Well, actually, I don't know if that would really help to fight against the temperatures and stuff. Shouldn't she be wearing something better? Actually, I think I can pull this up right here. I actually have the original illustration I did of Ninja Bear, which is not. You'll see it's pretty close to where he ended up, but there was a lot of going back and forth. For a while there, I had the idea of like giving him clothes, but then I thought, all the best comic book characters or the best cartoon characters don't have clothes. They're all nude.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
I feel like too that is a bigger company's probably good. Let's talk about let's worry about the fandom. I think what's great about Mark's book is he is always thinking about the kids in his audience. The kids are going to be looking at this book and like reading this book, and sometimes I'll give them a hard time. I'm like, you kind of left this open, or you left this open-ended, and the character's like, well, sometimes it just doesn't make sense, and why'd you do that? And Mark really has a sense of the story that he's telling to the proto kid in his head, and not everything makes sense, and not everything's gonna make sense, and kids know that better than everybody, so you can say that to a kid. And so Mark is a great storyteller, and then this character design is just awesome.
Well, as I revealed, it's more of I have no idea what's going on, and I will fight tooth and nail to pretend that I do know what's going on.
Yeah, there's a big difference. And
when we start thinking about the fandom, I think we've got different problems.
So I could see what you're saying, that like it would be really hard for him to do very much ninja-ing with just two.
Yeah, there's not a lot, and there's a lot of I think I pontificated a lot on this in the book that we just put out, probably unnecessarily so, but there's a lot of me going back and forth between wanting him to have like nubby hands, and here you go. Wanting to have nubby hands and wanting him to have like actual digits so he could like hold a sword properly. But as you can see, a lot of in the early days, he had no fingers or anything, and stuff just kind of like was magneted to his hand, which I thought was cute. But at the same time, it's not, I'll get a lot of people at Comic Cons going, it's like, well, actually, that doesn't make any sense. Does he have magnets in his hands? How does that work? So I don't know. I'm fairly happy, but even still, the character. This is the interesting thing about character design for anybody who's interested in that kind of thing. Is even with the fact that I put out a series of books and stuff, and I'm fairly happy with the character, I'm still refining the design as I move forward. He's got, and this is the illustration from that I used on the cover art of the volume that we just kickstarted this past year, and he's got feet now. Whereas in earlier books, he still had the round nubby feet, but he had fingers on his hands. But now he's actually got like feet that stick out, so he can walk properly. But again, it's always a struggle to figure out like, what can I do to this character to make him more appealing, but still maintain the vibe that I feel. Because part of it too is there's an aspect to the way he looks that's sort of in my head that I can't translate with words. I can only translate with images. And so it's hard to like balance what I feel like he should look like versus like what actually works for a character like this. So it's tough.
It's so funny that the change between his eyes and ears size ratio is so dramatically different.
Yeah, and there's actually early on there was a lot of people who said he looked like a mouse. So that's always fun. After I drew the first 12-page story, people are like, is that a mouse? What is that? It's like, no, it's clearly a bear in the way that I haven't quite figured out yet, but it's clearly a bear. No,
what you say is, do you like mice? Then it's a mouse.
It's whatever gets you to buy a copy of the book, really, ultimately. If you want to say he's a walrus, then yeah, that's what he is. He's whatever gets you to buy a copy.
It's a mouse, and his last name is Bear.
Yes.
Mr. Bear to you.
Mr. Bear. I didn't go to 3 years of Bear College to be called Bear. I don't know.
There's
Joke
a lot
went
of
away.
There.
careers that I talked
Yeah.
to this weekend. They kind of like opened my mind to. I guess I always knew this, that most creatives have also either started in a different career or also have another career that they're doing in conjunction with their creating. Mark, do you have any of that in your background? Did you used to be, a police officer? Or...
No, I mean, when I was in college and before, I did a lot of like, odd jobs at like, early person jobs like convenience store clerk, or I worked in a butcher shop at the local grocery store for a while. But once I graduated from college, because I went to college to study animation because I was into comics, drawing indie comics throughout high school, as I'm sure a lot of creatives have been. And when it came time to go to college, I decided to go to major in animation because I figured that would give me the broadest opportunities, because you learn the basics of illustration, but you also learn a whole other skill set in terms of animation. So when I got out of school, it was a bit of a struggle. It was funny because when I graduated from animation school was right around the time when like Cartoon Network was focusing on producing live action shows for kids. So basically me and my class, we graduated into an environment where even the Cartoon Network was trying not to make cartoons anymore. So it was not a fun time to be on the job market. But we all got through it. And, I've been living in Boston, which kind of narrows my options, but I've still managed to eke out a living here doing creative work entirely, whether it's graphic design, animation, illustration, or comic books. Like, I've been managed to pick and choose all different things, working in the comic book industry, working in marketing, even doing a little stint here and there on television, doing animation for television. So it's, I have primarily an animator, but ultimately, like, I do all kinds of different creative stuff, and it's pretty much been the only job I've ever had, is just trying to convince people to pay me to do the weird stuff I like to do, on my own.
Well, I'm guessing that because you get to do so many different parts of the creative, based on the skills that you've learned, that it makes it less likely you're going to kind of burn out of doing the same thing.
Yeah, you'd think that. Sometimes it's tricky.
About that.
What was that?
We were talking about that the other day. And I've talked to a lot of creators where this is true. Like, if you are doing what you love for a living, you're never not working. You never get a break, and so you burn out. You can burn out fast.
Yeah, I mean, you can burn out. I feel like part of it is, doing something like Ninja Bear is good because it's mine. Particularly working, doing, especially in marketing, there's so much collaboration creatively that is the kind of thing it can burn you out, where you're having people who are not creative people telling you how to be creative can be challenging sometimes. And it's nice to have, and even with doing comic books, I do comic book stuff for other people as well. I do work as a colorist. I do work as a letterer. So that stuff is more fun. But at the same time, you're still playing in somebody else's sandbox. The thing that helps me not be burned out is doing something like Ninja Bear, where I can go in and it's my sandbox and I can decide who gets to play with me, and nobody gets to play in my sandbox. It's all me. I never let anybody else in there. Enrica can watch from outside and cheer me on, but I play in that sandbox. And it's nice. That's one of, I think, the best ways to avoid burnout when you're working in the creative field, is to have whatever it is on the side that's your baby, that's your thing, that nobody gets to tell you what to do. You're the one who decides what happens. And then, if you're putting it out there, if it's the kind of thing where you're going to put it out there, like for me, I'm putting Ninja Bear out there. If it lives or dies, it's on my head whether it lives or dies, and I have to accept that. But except for the fact that Enrica puts all this effort into helping me promote it, and that I don't let her dictate in any way what it should be. So she gets to deal with that failure, and she can just watch the Hindenburg go down. But I feel like that's a really good way to avoid burnout. So that's how I keep myself moderately sane.
So you mentioned having conflict in doing those kinds of projects. not with a specific example, but like an example. How do you overcome those kinds of conflicts when they arise?
Well, a lot of times when you're working and particularly, in when you're doing stuff for other people, oftentimes you can't really get past, like you can't really like resolve it or get past it. You just have to accept it. Like, because a lot of times it's the problem is like somebody telling you to do something that doesn't make any sense or doesn't work, but they think it should be done that way, and so you kind of have to just, at the end of the day, they're the ones signing the check, so you have to, you're a contractor, you're hired to do something, you have to ultimately give them what you want. You can give them your professional opinion and be like, well, actually generally this is done this way, but as long as you do that, you fulfilled your part of the bargain in terms of like you're an expert in the field, you're producing the work, you're going to give them your point of view or your experience. But if they choose to ignore that, all you have to do is just kind of like you bite your tongue really hard. You just say, okay, that's great, let's do it. And then you just do it. And again, that's where it's nice to have something else to run back to, where I can cry all the way back to my desk to draw Ninja Bear and to just let the tears fall onto my tablet screen while I draw.
So I'm asking this question with a kind of like idea. There might be a lot of people watching that might be interested in a career in doing graphics, art design, and animation and those kinds of things. So when you accept a job, within that job itself, how many changes will you kind of like allow a client to make before you have to then charge more? Or they're just like a built-in, you can change what you want this to look like 10 times and then I'm cutting you off, man.
Ultimately, it comes down to what, that's kind of a decision every individual designer and creative has to make, is how far down this road of revisions do you want to allow a client to go? Some clients are good where, you do the thing and you send it over and they'll send it back, because there's always going to be revisions to the first draft of anything. Like you're trying to take something from somebody else's head and put it down for the world to see. So, and it's the first time they're going to see it. So obviously there are always going to be changes. Sometimes, like, for example, I just finished a series of short videos and I sent them back, and the only revisions I had was just tweak the volume of the audio. Everything else is perfect. And then we did that, and now that project's done. I can move on now. That was an easy job. There are other projects, and I'm sure there's a lot of like designers. If there's a lot of designers watching right now, they'll understand the struggle of a file with 20 files in it, like a folder with 20 files in it called various versions of Final 2, Final 3, Final 1, Final 2, Final 3, etc., etc. Those are the kind of clients where when you begin the project, and sometimes you have to wait until you've worked with them once before you realize they're going to be like this. But those are the kind of clients where you have to say, like, all right, here's the rate for the project. You get 3 revisions with that. If we any more revisions, it's going to cost you more. Or you charge hourly. And in which case, if you're charging an hourly rate, then the more revisions, the better, because it's just like, all right, fine. You want me to go and take 3 hours to render out this video because you want this green to be slightly different green. All right. Yeah, that's fine. You pay me to change the tone, like just a little bit. But that's, I think, really comes down to.
By the way, that is a quick way to find. No, it's a really quick way to like find a poor freelancer who's been burned. If you look at their contact page, and there's already a bunch of rules for all the things they're not going to do for you.
Exactly.
Like, 3 revisions. Don't call me at night. Like you tell you put that story together immediately as you see that page.
Yeah, a lot of times it's good to kind of bake that in, and you always want to be careful if you're working with a new client for the first time. You always want to be careful and side on, lean to the side of caution, because either you're gonna totally keep yourself safe, or you're gonna find yourself pleasantly surprised, and in which case, either way, you're still gonna come out on top of it. So it is always good to sort of bake in, depending on what your payment structure is. If you're going hourly, then let the changes come hard and fast until it's done, because you're going to get paid for it either way. Plus, there is a little thing. I'm not giving away too many secrets, but if you have for those really difficult clients, you can add a little extra, pain in the butt fee. Just kind of like, just a little bit of a, you're driving me crazy tax that can be tacked on there. Just be like, and an extra $5 an hour. What's that for? Oh, nothing. Just, taxes.
Is that a line item?
You put it under some fancy title where it's just like
that line item in your last invoice to me.
that's pretty much the entire invoice. I think ultimately, if you were easy to work with, Enrica, the invoices would be like $10, but it goes up from there. I absolutely love working with Enrica. She's an example of, because again, like, I'm a longtime freelancer and I've been working with Enrica for 10 years. So like, that is a good relationship that we have going on. We're not just like, a client and creative consultant, but we're also friends. She came to my wedding 2 years ago. It was great. She's met my child and she's not horrified by his screaming.
We have a question from Mike.
It was a great buffet at that wedding.
Do you yourself edit Ninja Bear?
I do I do editing. But Enrica always takes a different. The last mini we put together for Kickstarter bonus thing, she came back to me. It's like, oh, by the way, there's a couple of grammar mistakes that I went and fixed them for you, so don't worry about it. And I mean, technically, that's just her job. She's in the book as editor. She's credited in the book as editor. So if I didn't leave something for her to edit, then I'm a liar, and that's not nice. So I have to make her honest by screwing up something in there. But for the most part, well,
you're saying that now, you're saying that not having actually gotten a copy of the last book we put together. Like, yeah, I know there's going to be a lot of pushback on edits, so I just do it. And then send it to the printer, and
my
then
sandbox.
I don't
mine.
Do you read the books after I send them to you? Sorry,
I don't read my own books.
No,
I don't read my own books.
The person who pushes print is the person who has the power. I think
Enrica's frustration with my poor grammar is starting to break up her internet feed.
Oh no. Oh no.
She's so angry with how bad I am at writing that's literally breaking down the fabric of the internet.
Oh man. So Enrica, I know that you said that Red Stilo has been around for 10 years. What was the genesis of that company?
Well, what's the old little
adage?
Truth that if you want to get into comics, you have to make adage. If you want to get into comics, you have to make comics. And I think that was the beginning. I wanted to get into comics, so I wanted to make them. And then there was a time I wanted to be hired as an editor. And so you're not going to get hired as an editor editing your own stuff. You really shouldn't be editing your own stuff. So got to edit other folks. And accidentally created this company. That first anthology, putting together the Poe Twisted anthology, accidentally met some incredible people you want to just keep working with, accidentally put out a book that is still one of our best sellers to this day, accidentally started something that was fun to do every single year. And we're still here. We're still doing that. So it means a lot to me, though, that Mark says that, because the difficult people in your life are not necessarily bad. And I know I'm difficult, and Mark is very gracious and nice to me. So it means a lot that he's still around. And he does quite a bit. He's a producer at Red Stilo and really is the engine behind all of our projects. So, but that was the beginning. And then continuing to do independent series. I think that because we can't do shows at this time, putting together a book where we can't really share the sales with the other folks that are contributing their work to the project, we decided to just focus on the independent series. So working on Ninja Bear, working on Crossing, working on these series, launching new series. That way we can fulfill our promises to the creators. That way is what we're working on this year. So yeah.
Is The Crossing the first of your just standalone books?
No. Crossing, though, is probably my most successful with Red Stilo. been writing for a very long time and had different mixed success with my own series and other books published by other companies. Crossing, though, again, this is where crowdfunding really has changed the landscape for things. I think that Kickstarter not only made it possible to create the book and fund the book, but it also gets us out to an audience that literally is global. And that's just something that that's just true now. But so yeah, the Crossing, as Mark was saying though, Crossing is my project. It's my baby. I don't have to share it with anybody or answer to anybody when it comes to that stuff. So it keeps me, it's a book about insane things, but it keeps me sane to being able to work on something that belongs to me. So it's a really great way to put it.
I love pitching your book because I do it often when I do my walk around shows. I like try to hit it at least every other show. And I find this conflict within myself that I love the premise of the book so much, but part of the twist that exists in the first issue is also part of the hook. So I struggle with whether I give the hook, which is the twist, or not. But if I give it, it means always people pick up. But then I also realize that I am robbing someone of the joy of discovering the twist that happens very early on in the book.
Well, make your first pages strong pages. That's thank you for that. Thank you. I don't think it's giving anything away to really tell people she's a ghost. You just don't know if you're witnessing her murder or if she's already dead. So there's that. But thank you. You've been a big cheerleader for the book. I appreciate that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Those opening pages where she's just like.
So we just.
The video game part of the book where, you know, you get a couple pages in and you realize that it's not just his, it reads as that annoying girlfriend that just doesn't know when she should be going off to work or whatever. And that she's just like hanging around the house and he's annoyed that he has to go to work and she's there. When you realize later that she can't go to work. It's a different dynamic. Yes.
Now, Crossing has been a pleasant surprise. She could go with him to work.
Yeah,
and she does.
She's dead doesn't mean
Actually.
she can't be contributing to society. Come on, man.
That's right. That's right. No, shout out to Alex Cormick, who is the artist on Crossing, and then Mark is our color and letter guru for the book. But Alex Cormick and folks in your audience will know him from a lot of IDW titles, a lot of Comics Tribe titles. He's just an incredible, and he's a machine because he is working on a ton of stuff constantly. But he has really made that book amazing. And the combination between Alex and Mark with some of the ghost effects, especially this last issue that we did with the Ghost Vision variant, we really tried to do something kind of technically challenging, and we threw the twist in there, the technical twist, and after the book had already been drawn. And so a lot of credit to Mark for making our Ghost Vision variant happen this year. We created a variant of the 5th issue that includes a couple of transparent films so that you can read the scenes with just the living characters and then overlaid with the ghosts and a clear overlay of the ghosts. You could get to read the scene both ways and what it's like for the living characters who are interacting with ghosts that other people can't see and how crazy they look, but then you get to see when the ghost overlay falls on the page. And so it was the book had already been drawn, and Mark was just beginning to start on the color work for that issue. And then I said, you know what would be fun? And Mark didn't kill himself. So
it's funny when people you work for say, you know what would be fun, and it never turns out to be.
Fun.
No, but honestly, Enrica really, I mean, she gives me credit for this, but she took the bullet on this one because through the technical things, she basically had to go in and like hand edit these illustrations to make them work for the book. Like, so she she has carpal tunnel that I could only imagine at this point. I believe I'm impressed by the.
No. Actually, I have a show and tell too. I can share this process and show you guys what this thing looked like. All right, so just to show you, so Alex, the first step, Alex just draws the comic the way he has with the ghost character and the living character in this scene, and then Mark in coloring the page went in and ripped the scene apart with a layer for the ghost and a layer for the living characters. And so he's coloring these pieces, and then as long as you guys can see this, and then coming down here, the transparent overlay printed over, transparent overlay inserted in the book. You do this, and then we had to paint the films by hand. Once the book was bound, we had to paint each of the films and then overlay them back over the scene, and that was the final result. So
that is an amazing amount of work, but
I don't know if you guys saw all that.
Yeah, I don't know if it's coming across. I'm seeing the loading screen.
It was, but totally worth it.
Yeah, no, the effect, because even like I haven't seen the actual printed book yet, but I, in creating the layouts for it, it helped me to imagine like what it would be like, because I actually had to like recreate the pages without the ghosts on them. So it does add an extra level of humor. I'd almost want to have that for every issue, where you can have the scene written, like read with and without the ghosts, because particularly when the living characters are interacting with the in front of other living characters, but with the ghosts, and the living characters can't see the ghost. It's funny because then it just looks like a crazy person talking to himself, and it adds that extra level to the story, because it's one thing to know the interpretation of this other person is that the main character is insane, but to actually see it from the other person's perspective and see like, oh yeah, he really. I was saying it reminded me of if you've ever read that online comic Garfield Without Garfield, where the guy just edited out Garfield from all these comic strips, so it's just John. Just as a sad, lonely man talking to himself.
I've not seen that. I'm going to go find that.
And we're just sad, lonely people talking to ourselves. Did Jen go away?
No, she's still here. I can see and hear Jen. I don't know if you can see.
She's still here, or
Jen.
did I just go away?
I think you're.
I can't see or hear Jen.
All right, so right now, this is the Twilight Zone. I'm Rod Serling.
Person.
Everybody can see and hear me, but you guys can't see and hear each other. Submitted for your approval. An internet chat room where two people can't see each other, but the third one can. He is now in control. Welcome to the Mark Zone.
Is she the ghost? Is she the ghost, or am I the ghost?
This is literally us doing the crossing without the ghosts thing in real life. You two are talking to me, and you have no idea what he starts saying. And now I look like a crazy person.
Is she making fun of me? Is she talking about me?
She is smiling very graciously. You and I are babbling about stuff I don't think she can hear. So
I can hear both of you.
Oh, you can? Okay.
Well, and I would just like to remind Mark that I'm in control here.
Oh no, Kyle's here.
I have
now we're in trouble.
It's all Kyle.
Kyle's here.
Oh, guys, we made Dad mad.
This is funny.
So I had to walk away for a minute. Did we get to talk about Enrica's day job?
Do I have to stop this car? We have to pull over.
Go, Kyle. You ask your
trouble.
Enrica has one of the coolest.
Oh no, I can't see Kyle. I can only see Mark. I can't see myself.
Oh, there I am. Right now. Can you hear them and see them?
Can you hear anyone now?
Can you? I can only hear you. Oh, this is so weird.
I don't. Is it worth having her jump out and jump back in again, or?
Yeah, probably.
We still have 10 minutes. We're still good.
I mean, I could translate on her behalf if you want to. Like, I speak internet to Rika. Like, I can translate.
No,
I speak fluent Enrica Jang. So
one of the cool things about Mark is that Mark is the person. Well, one of the cool things about Mark is that Mark is the person I go to when I'm like, "Hey, Mark, I don't know how to do this thing graphically or how to make it look good," and Mark usually knows how to make it look good.
I mean, vaguely.
Hi.
Slightly better.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. We could always hear you. You just couldn't hear us.
I couldn't, and it was so weird because only Mark and Jen was gone, and then Kyle came in, and then like Mark's like narrating for me, like, oh, Kyle's here. I'm like, oh no, oh dear.
Dad's coming to yell at us, guys. Dad's mad. We were making too much noise. Dad's got to wake up and work third shift. He's mad.
I walked away for a minute because we had a phone call for one of the later shows today. But did when we were talking with Mark about the other things he did, did we talk about how Enrica has one of the coolest job titles in the world?
No, you go. Ask her all about it.
Oh,
Yeah.
we don't talk about
everybody?
such things. No, we don't talk about such things. My secret identity, and you're trying to out me.
Well, all I want is the
No.
job title. You don't gotta say where. She's got
Director?
2 words: executive director, which means that she's everybody's boss at her job, and that's all I wanted. That's all I wanted is that she
And-
oftentimes bosses Mark and I around.
And
it's pretty
I am
common.
also editor-in-chief of Red Stylo, so Mark's little whole
You are.
performative, I get to do what I want. Yeah, I'm the
Right.
boss, man. I'm the boss.
Right.
I can live in a fantasy.
Enrica
if I
doesn't
choose
do it
to.
if she isn't the boss, is what I'm
That's
trying
right.
to tell people.
Kyle,
Why would you?
Kai only gets the benefit of being bossed around when she's playing the role of the director, but I get bossed around in stereo, the director and the what was the title? You know what I'm saying? Chief, editor in chief. So
And when
I
when I cross over to the ghostly plane, apparently, Mark, you'll be the only one who will hear
I'm
me.
like, yeah, exactly. It's like as soon like when you die, I am going to be haunted by you, following
Knock
me
on
around.
wood.
I mean,
Please knock on
granted,
something, please. I'm trying to stick around. Thank
no,
you.
you're going to be around much longer than me. My diet consists mostly of cheese and soda, so you're going to be around much longer than me.
All right, I put off asking this question as long as I can.
Uh-oh.
I'm a huge Poe fan, and I hear you guys have like the coolest Poe event that you guys put together.
In another life, in another plane, we do put together the International Edgar Allan Poe Festival and Awards. So, plug to folks in Baltimore and folks around the world, I think, and Kyle, actually. I think
And
he
Kyle.
did some stuff, right? Like
Yeah, he's
he
been
did some stuff,
involved.
did some things.
He's always there
Um,
yelling at me, telling me to turn my mic on or off.
He hung around. He helped. He helped. No, he was a really big
He's hanging
help,
around
so-
now. He's in the ether.
He
He
is.
can hear us. He is.
Well,
He's
once
the
again,
walls.
you're this ghost who can only. You're this guy who can only hear the ghost.
Well, no, I can't
Um,
see or hear him right now. I can feel him watching me.
which is worse.
It's so much worse. Oh no!
Worse. Oh no, but we have chosen, and I don't know why we do this. We have chosen to work with each other on a number of different projects, and yeah.
So, what does that festival look like? What is it? An actual gathering where everyone just?
Well,
like,
that's the question.
like
Which
a
year are
Poe?
you talking about?
Yeah, which year? That's right. With pandemic, without pandemic, because those are two different things.
Without.
Without. Actually, Jen wants more credit where credit is due. I think we modeled the festival this past year off of your incredible work doing that first virtual con earlier last year. So you set the tone, you set the bar, and we were just trying to meet it.
That was all Kyle.
That was all Kyle. All right.
Well, that's why.
Well,
we
don't
stole
tell
it.
him. Don't tell him I said nice things about him. He'll be weird next time we talk.
You mean like opposite of how he usually is?
Yeah. Don't tell him I said anything nice.
But no, the festival is usually an in-person thing, and it's one of those interesting challenges of 2020 because 2020 was a year, I'd say, the year of the challenge. But that was one of the big challenges: is how do you get the same vibe? Because essentially, like, people go to the festival to like be there to see the artisans, to see the environment, to see the historical things, and then it's just you try to get people to still be interested in engaging with it when they're going to be doing it from their couch, which they've already been sitting on for 5 months by that point, by the time we got around to doing it. So it's like, here's another thing you could watch. Do you want to? But we got a lot. And I think we probably got slightly more engagement because it was online, that people weren't restricted, because, it kind of opened it up to people who couldn't come to Baltimore. So it actually worked out really well. And, but it
But
was
I think
interesting
that's a lesson for. I think that's a lesson for everything that we're creating this year, whether it's Red Style or any creative endeavor. Everybody's had to like work really hard to create, like pivot and do something online. And the thing about it is once we are finally in the clear, I don't think this stuff's going away. So we're working on and honing a tool set that I think we're going to need going forward no matter what, because now people expect it. I think there was a lot of resistance to virtual events before all this, and then they became necessary. And then now, even if you do have a live event, I think we're anticipating that, and I think conventions are going to find this is true. I think all creators are going to find this is true. Everything you've done to stay alive during this time, you're going to have to do that and what you were doing before. And that is going to be daunting, kind of. Man, it's different.
To put it in a dark tone, 2020 was the prequel movie to Wall-E, and the future that film showed us.
Oh no!
I think what a lot of people haven't quite wrapped their mind around is the fact that the experience is going to be this all the time.
All the time.
Access to the creative people and their projects and interviews and game shows and drawing demos and anything they've ever wrapped their mind around that they've ever wanted to see for entertainment that's comic book related. That's what they're going to be able to get all the time now. We're living out our best lives. We've always wanted to do these things, and now we get to do them because of COVID.
Open vein inserts. This is what we'll be mainlining. We'll be
constantly in a little box of my face.
Oh yeah.
But thank you for having us. Thank you for all of this, and thank you for everything that you do, man. Like Jen, amazing. You're an amazing person, and I know I'm not alone. And really just being so grateful to everything that you're building, even now, for this community. So thank you.
Well, it's taking it really is taking a whole bunch of people with the same vision to be able to make it happen. Because I could want this, or Kyle could want this, or Nick could want this, or Jesse could want this, but we cannot do this independent of each other. None of us have the skills or the amount of time to be up 24 hours to be able to make any of this work. It is really taking a lot of work behind the scenes to try something that just hasn't happened before. A virtual convention, yes, this happened, but something that's going to go on and be entertaining for hopefully years and years. That's something probably people are still trying to figure out.
And it's good to know that Kyle's being helpful for a change. I think the man needed some direction.
He can hear you. He's listening. Crap, he's back.
All right, everybody, share your time. Share your socials, where people can find you. Where can they buy your things online? When's the next thing coming out?
Well, redstylo.com is the place to find all our socials, and someday we'll update the website too. But we're on Facebook, we're on Twitter. I'll figure out Instagram eventually, and then Mark is all over the Ninja Bear.
Yeah, you can actually, I think the easiest thing is just if you go to markmullaneycreative.com, you can find links to all of Ninja Bear. You can find links to my social media. Really just use Instagram. I know Instagram. She doesn't know Instagram. So she covers everything else. I cover Instagram. I have tens of followers.
Am I your biggest fan?
Possibly.
Yes. I'm going
to get a shirt.
Well, thank you. And thank you so much for having me on here and allowing me to babble incoherently. Enrica's always a great guest, but I'm glad that I got to come in and ruin it for her. So this has been nice.
Thank you for having us.
You're both amazing. I'm going to turn it over to Kyle, who's in the charge.
Well, I just came in to tell you guys thank you for coming. You're two of my favorite people. I enjoy talking to you all the time. We text a lot.
I like that I'm one of your favorite people when we've only known each other for like 4 months at this point.
Yeah, but we met and the first night we were like besties.
I know. This we have this we're simpatico kind of thing, Kyle and I.
We started talking about serial killers and the rest was history.
I'm not allowed to talk about it, and Enrica won't let me. She's gonna yell at me if we bring it up.
All right. Thank you guys for being here. We will be back, guys, here on the EXP Expo day number 2. With the galactic one, the legendary Jim Starlin will be joining us in just about a minute's time. Stick with us here on the EXP Expo Day 2. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for sticking with us. We have with us now the man I introduced as the Galactic One, the one and only Jim Starlin, and help me out with the name. Jamie, am I saying it right? Because I know there's some.
It's fine.
I misspelled it once or twice,
Jameson.
and Spencer yelled at me. So,
Talented Jamie Jameson.
Jamie Jameson. Like I said, I misspelled it. I'm really bad at names. So, welcome in, guys. Thank you so much for being here. This is a huge honor for me to get to talk to anybody in this industry, but especially to talk to someone who's really kind of transformed my fandom for years. So.
Sorry to have ruined your life like that.
I don't know. I got the greatest job in the world. I get to talk to people like you. So. Pretty great job, I would say. So let's start at the beginning. The question I've been asking everybody is, how did you come to be in comics, and why did you choose comics? We'll start with Jim, and then go to Jamie.
Okay. Basically, I am a kid in Detroit. I just stumbled onto comics. Started off with Mickey Mouse and Uncle Scrooge, and developed as I went along. And along around 8 years old, I decided this is what I wanted to do with my life. Wanted to completely waste it on drawing comic books. How about you, Jamie?
I stumbled upon it. I always liked comics. I started working with Scott Hampton and Craig P. Russell and American Gods, just kind of doing layout stuff and doing like the modeling for the characters of Laura Moon and the Zorias, and just started messing around with it and just happened into it and realized I love doing it. So
it's funny, Jamie, when we got your promo shots and stuff together for this thing, I saw your face and I immediately flashed on a piece of art that Glenn Fabry had showed me. That was an American Gods cover he was working on. I'm like, I know that person.
Yep, that's me. Issue number 4 had my face. It was a picture I did that David Mack actually did a beautiful job on. And when I asked him about it and if he still had it, he was like, it sold within seconds. I was like, shouldn't I have first dibs at that?
It's true, but no, I'm like, I know that person from somewhere. So it was really fun for me. Jim, I have a question for you. Being a Detroit guy, I'm a Toledo guy.
Okay,
So
yeah,
basically South Detroit. There's a lot of great creators that have come out of the Detroit area. And I-75 really has become kind of this vein of comic creators, just people, from within an hour of I-75 all the way down to Florida from Detroit. What do you think it is about this area that it really has sparked so many greats?
Well, you're going to be in trouble with everybody who lives in that area, because basically, when I grew up, it was a cultural wasteland. Basically, you went to the art museum in Detroit, and the big show each year was the people who designed the cars doing future cars. And I think a lot of us latched on to comics because it was the culture that was available to us. It was the art form that we could easily find access to, and being out there in the Midwest, we didn't have the museums that you had in New York or out on the West Coast. We found our inspiration from Jack Kirby, Steve Ditko. Later on, I'm sure other people came along to inspire the younger folks, but that's basically my answer to that one. I won't be able to show my face in Detroit for weeks to come.
Well, and it's funny. I'm good friends with Arvell Jones, who credits you as one of his big inspirations, and it's Detroit has just become this mecca for talent now, and I think it has a lot to do with it. It's a working class city, and people work really hard and they master their craft.
Yeah,
and so they get noticed.
To do something other than work in the factories, that's a big inspiration. I worked at a stamping plant for a bit, and putting these big pieces of sheet metal into a stamper, and it would come down and make a fender out of it. And one day, we wore these big gloves. One day I didn't get my hand out of the way fast enough, and my glove became part of the fender. And when it went down the assembly line, it went down with my glove, and I immediately quit.
That's not that unlike my own story. So
Yeah,
we have some people who are very excited to see you. We're getting a we're not worthy like Wayne and Garf, and then Jamie, your nephews are watching.
Hi, boys. I love you guys.
It's always fun when family shows up. So how did you guys start working together?
This is quite a story.
I'm annoying. That's how.
Yes, true. Basically, I started doing comic book conventions again after I had injured my hand in a compressed air explosion. And I had sort of given up drawing and that. And I was going to conventions just to sign books and things like that. And Spencer Beck was my agent on this. And Jamie was working with Spencer. And Spencer asked me if I would do a drawing of Dr. Doom, who is Jamie's favorite character. And you want to jump in at this point, Jamie?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So eventually I sat down one day, and I had been working with this rubber ball and doing all sorts of stretching exercises because I had a big hole in my hand right about here. And it was working better, and it had stopped cramping up as much. So I tried Dr. Doom drawing, and it worked. And later on, we had sort of met, but I think we met more in New Jersey when you got the drawing.
Yeah, we had met a couple times, but yeah, nope. That's the first time we really talked was Jersey, yes. And I had that gauntlet that you wanted.
And I'm still waiting for it. Okay. And we became friends at that point. And later on, I found my hand was working better. And she was always bugging me about drawing again. Like I said, she's very annoying. So I said, okay, I'll give it a couple of tries. And I wanted to do some convention drawings, but I just wasn't up to inking. So I talked to her about, because she'd been inking, Jamie had been inking some of Keith Giffen's drawings at the conventions, which I thought were really nice. So I asked her to start to do a few of mine, and I just thought they were gorgeous. And we sold a few of those, and my hands started getting better. And I thought, I think I want to do a comic book again. And everybody had been bugging me for years to do Dreadstar again. So I started penciling that, and I needed an acre. And so I went to the person who had inspired me with all her annoying pestering, and put her to work. And we've been working on it, and it has been an adventure all in itself, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah. You could say that. It's been an interesting year. I mean, there was deadlines, and he's like a slave driver, but...
Well, we started off before the quarantine, and I think I got about 20 pages done, something like that.
We'd gotten right before the ship pages and stuff, and we got back from Mexico during that convention, and COVID was here, basically, and...
I think you gotten about 17 or 18 pages inked at that point.
Yeah.
And we went down to Mexico City for a convention. And on the way back, you contracted COVID-19, a very serious case.
Was not fun.
No.
I don't recommend it. And it was really fun drawing puke while puking and trying not to get actual puke on a page.
Yes, I have one page in there where Tim loses lunch. Just about that time was the time you got sick. So that was an adventure. It was quite an ordeal just getting you through that and coming back to working on this job. And from that point on, we were on the phone just about every other day, weren't we? Talking back and forth.
I had you and Spencer and Joel Adams, like constantly calling to check in and taking turns on who was going to see what form and shape I was in. And Yeah.
Yeah. and we
Wouldn't
got,
recommend getting it.
And we got you through that. You got through that, and we've gone on and we finished the book finally.
4 days after the deadline that I was shooting for, but still.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you almost died in the middle of it, I think we did pretty damn good. And so then we're working on the next book. We've got 30 some odd pages penciled, and you're starting in on the inks on that. You've got
On page 10, I'm doing the 10th page, and currently I took a little break because I moved during the virus after finally somewhat being better, but not quite. So took a little time to try to start unpacking and getting life back on track here.
So we've had quite an adventure on this book so far.
Oh God.
Can you tell people what the book is?
The book is Dreadstar Returns. It's a 100-page graphic novel that's coming out through Ominous Press. If it's not on the way to the printer, it is imminently on its way to the printer. There's some backup pages they have to fill with ads and stuff like that. It's a story of Dreadstar 25 years after we last saw him. And we find out what he and Eddie and Willow and a number of other characters have been doing there in that time. And they end up having to face a menace that at first they think is unknown. And within time, they realize it is something that they know from their past. It's something from their past that's come up to haunt them. And the story goes from there. And it's the usual amount of bloodletting and cosmic stuff all thrown in. We had a lot of fun with it.
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And it's interesting. You're working in a very traditional style, pencils and inks. You hear a lot of these days about people doing pencils the old way and then the traditional way and then scanning them and somebody digitally inking or digitally coloring. But you guys are working the way you've always worked. Is that correct?
Well, you do Jim sends the pencils. I do make blue lines, but I make the blue lines so that I can practice, so that I know what I'm doing. Like every artist has their own style, and Keith Giffen is a lot different than Jim Starlin. And so sometimes I don't know exactly what I want to do, but the finished product is always over the pencils, like so. They're always over the actual pencils. So I don't do the digital. I'll do a cleanup in the digital before it goes to obviously to the book, but because you get little splatters. But no, we're doing the old-fashioned way.
Show them the other page also.
Well, this page got a lot of press. I'm sure people have seen that.
That's our little political rant in the middle of the job.
Yes.
But from there, Jamie scans them for me and sends me a TIFF, and I go in and do the coloring from there on the computer. So we're not complete Luddites on this job.
Right.
Yeah.
It's interesting that you are working so traditionally and then ending it digitally, this modern way. And, I imagine, is that a product of the way publishers want product now? Want final product, finished product? Or is that just the way you guys have found best works for you?
The way it works best for us.
There's a lot of people that will
publishers what they want.
At the end of the day, the pages have to be digitalized to be sent to them anyway. So you're going to scan them in. A lot of people will just do the blue line and do the digital, but then you don't have any original art at the end. So you don't have a finished product. And I'm sorry, this stuff is amazing. Ink, like a paintbrush. Like I don't want to sit there with a pencil and a Wacom tablet. That to me is just, it probably makes it a lot easier, I'm sure, and a lot easier to clean up. But personally, I think I would do better just old-fashioned way.
Sure. It's just, we're talking to a lot of creators this weekend. Everybody has a little bit different style, a little bit different, the way they do things. And it's really interesting to get into the nitty-gritty with people about, okay, why do you choose this particular thing, versus other things. So let's get into the work. You guys you're working on a Dreadstar book. which is cool. But one of the things that I introduced you as the Galactic one, Jim. So many of your characters are these, our background is like a space scene that we made for this convention. Like, what is it about? What is it about space or the galaxies that led you there?
Well, my most traditional answer to that is I don't have to draw horses or cars in outer space. Basically, I like to do stories that are not preachy, but will tell a story, will tell a lesson as they go along. And it's so much easier to do a story about Star Trek showed us how to do that way back in the early Gene Roddenberry days. You can do a story of racism, and it doesn't have to be as preachy as you would be if you had set it on Earth. It can actually be quite amusing in its own way on that way. Though it doesn't being amusing, I walked into that one, didn't I? Okay, but yeah, I just like the fact that you can build a world and then go off and go in any direction you want at that point. Dreadstar's universe lends itself to going off in any direction I wanted. It was fun working in the Marvel universe, but there were limitations of where I could go with that, and I don't have that anymore.
Yeah, and you said it's you walked into it, but it's true. You can, and it's Gene Roddenberry taught us that, about if you can tell the same story you need to tell about what's happening in the real world, but if you make the people purple and they've got scales, it doesn't feel like you're getting hit over the head. And
it'll probably sell better. Purple people and green people always sell better.
Yeah, no, it's true. You've worked on a lot of, just looking at the bibliography, it's, a wall. And it's amazing the length of your career. What do you attribute your longevity in the industry to anything in particular?
I'm pretty much incapable of doing any other work other than this. I'm qualified as a heart surgeon. Had a really bad time trying to do that. Lost a number of them. I could work as a mechanic again, except they brought in all these computerized things. I don't know if I could handle that. So it's basically I'm unfit for anything other than this work.
Nice.
I get to meet nice people like Jamie and folks like that, so why not stick around?
Let's talk about your time at DC for just a minute. Okay. You got to work with some really famous characters there in terms of, you worked with Batman, you worked with Superman, but what's interesting to me is your work on the New Gods, and your work on you did maybe my favorite Commandy book ever. You did the OMAC story in that, and OMAC is one of my favorites. And it's one of those things that's interesting to me. What's it like working again on that level, but now you're in a whole different universe in terms of the DC universe?
Well, each one of those projects, especially the New Gods that you mentioned, were they were kind of nightmares to work on, actually, because there was so much other things going on, doing all these crossovers, and so we always had to accommodate something else. And I found most of those projects, especially the Death of New Gods, kind of unsatisfactory at the end. It's far from one of my favorite books. I had another writer who kept asking for things to be put into the book because he was supposed to follow up on it and recreate the New God. So he was asking for certain things to be done. Like the melding of the two worlds with John Byrne's Apocalypse and New Genesis, which John Burns had already done. And they asked us to do that again. And then when we got done with the project, this other writer was starting up on his, he came out and said, "Well, I'm not following any of that stuff. I never planned to." And I went, "Really? Okay." Yeah. And, OMAC was another one because I started in on doing that for Al Milgram, who was the editor up there at the time. And it was just before DC had its huge implosion. And I got 4 issues done, and half of DC's line disappeared, including Commandy. So that ended up being flipped off inside back of Warlord or something like that, as I recall. Someplace weird.
Yeah, there was some stuff in the back of Warlords. There was some stuff in the back of it'll come to me. A Commandy book. I've read it all. It's
Okay.
just all
It's
sitting up there. Yeah, it's one of those things. Batman the Cult was a huge influence on me. And I want to ask you, what's it like to take one of the tent poles of the industry and get to play in that sandbox?
It was a lot of fun. I always thought that Batman is much better off without Robin. They did a period there where they kept Robin in the background for a while when Neil Adams first started drawing it. And the whole idea of going off and fighting crime with a teenager that you dress up in primary colors while you're dressed in blacks and grays and hiding in the shadows always struck me as beyond child abuse. It was child endangerment, and Batman should have been arrested all by himself there. But I always tried to avoid it and using Robin, and I kept suggesting that we get rid of him. And then,
which you did.
Which we did. Denny O'Neil came up with the idea of the call-in vote. I always suspected that Robin was toast as soon as they started doing this. I was terribly surprised how close the thing was. It's like 72 votes out of 10,000 kept Jason Todd alive, or dead rather. So it was fun. It was a whole different head over at DC than it is at Marvel. Marvel's always into making money. DC at that time was more into the private editors had their own little camps, and so it was difficult doing crossover books because everyone was trying to protect their little bailiwicks.
Right. So one of the things we've been talking about is how 2020 is led us into this era of new collaboration. We're collaborating with other creators in new ways. Because you can't be in person. You don't get to see each other at conventions. There's all these, things that we can't do anymore that we used to be able to. So, Jamie, you work with Pete, you work with Jim, you work with others. Jim, you work with a lot of people. How has your collaboration changed in the last year, and what do you like about it, and what do you miss about the old ways?
I miss seeing all of the other creators like on a regular basis. I miss the Lims, hi Ron Lim if you're watching, and Stephanie and Brandon. I miss seeing Spencer. I miss like all of our friends. So, it's a really great way of just continually seeing people and catching up. And now it's all virtual, which I've never been very good at like social media and staying in touch this way. And most of my friends get in touch with me via Facebook, and I ever since I got sick, I'm just terrible at it. I miss that, and just seeing the work that people are doing in hand. And I mean, I'm on the other side of the country, so I guess for Jim and I, it would have been the same, except we'd see each other more often and get to collaborate in person more. But and Keith, if I was working on something with him, but I mean, at least I work on some stuff with Joel Adams here and some other friends that are in California. So at least I've gotten to like still see some people, but it's just not the same. I miss that face-to-face kind of stuff.
But on the other hand, there's you and I have sort of developed an intimacy over the phone, and that with at the end of my workday, usually I'll take a picture with my camera or my phone of the page I've penciled, and I'll send it off to Jamie to see before she ever gets the art. And sometimes she makes suggestions and that are pretty handy. We've talked over things as we've gone along. There was one page that I said, I need a creature. I need an unusual creature. And you threw me like 3 or 4 different.
Oh no, I threw you 10 things. I was just like this, and this, and combine it.
Yes, and I combined a number of them, and we ended up with this pet-like creature with an eyeball floating in it, and tentacles, and so there have been things lost, but I think you and I, on our collaboration, have found some new ways of doing things that I think have worked pretty well. I'm quite proud of the Dreadstar Returns book, and I think we're doing even better on Dreadstar versus the Inevitable.
Yeah, and it's nice to be able to talk so much about it and to like actually just get that input out there more. And you know, I'll FaceTime and be like, this is what I'm doing here. Like, I changed this a little bit. Is that okay? But it's fun. I mean, I love this part. The creating part is really fun, and being able to actually communicate. Thank God for that technology during this, because otherwise it'd be really hard.
It would be faxing things. If this had been 10 years ago, we wouldn't have been able to get this project done the way we have.
Yeah.
You know, technology got up just in time for the emergency. You know, yeah, but I'm looking forward to the convention again.
Me too.
Yeah.
Miss my friends.
I want to shake hands and have a drink with folks.
Yeah.
So I want to dig in a little deeper on some stuff, but I thought maybe we would take a little divergent. And Jim, Mr. Starlin, you've worked on so much great stuff, and Jamie, you're working on so much stuff as well. Do you have a project in the back of your mind that says that you say, if I could just get my hands on that, this is what I'd do?
You mean an existing commercial character from DC or Marvel?
Yeah, a dream project. I mean, even if it's something that's your own, there's something. If I could just find the time to get to that.
I personally, we are doing something like that.
Yeah,
currently.
Julie and I are writing something together. We're working on another project that will be coming out through Ominous, probably sometime in the next month or so. We'll start doing a Kickstarter on it. We're working with the artist Rags Morales, and Jamie and I have written a story called Outrage, and it'll be a 3-part 3-segment story. We're still working on how the breakdowns of the actual print are. At this point, it looks like it's going to be like 3-issue miniseries.
Right.
And so we're working on that, and that is something that we're both hot on.
And there's another project that a friend of mine, Adriano Morales, is going to do the art on that, and that is something that Jim has pulled in on as well, and that is called Enhanced. So there's a lot of powwowing and other projects going on.
So you mentioned you're writing this project that you're doing with Rags Morales. How do you approach the creative process differently when you're writing as opposed to when you're doing the line art or inking?
In my case, I do much more work on the breakdowns. My breakdowns are, let's see if I can have, my breakdowns are little, I can't find my notebook. I know it's around here someplace, but they're little, I break down the panels, and then I have little notes that say, Thanos hit Warlock, that sort of thing. And when I'm working on something that somebody else is going to draw, I'm much more complete on those things. Where on Dreadstar versus the Inevitable, I've sort of winged it on the first 30 pages or so, and we'll tighten it up as I go along after that. That's the biggest thing.
Jamie?
As far as, I originally started doing stuff. It's funny. It started out as one story and kind of became a separate entity in itself. And I'd started just with ideas and little breakdowns initially, and passed them on to Adriano, who's an amazing artist, and I can't wait for people to see what he does. But the story kind of went in a totally different direction, and he's in on the writing process too. So we just started powwowing, and Jim is. I mean, it's just really interesting to have these ideas. You start it one way, and then it's like, oh, this went in a totally different place, but I like where it's going, and it's yeah. I did some initial breakdowns, but Adriano is he's up here. He's got it. Like I just say stuff and he just knows. So it's going to be interesting. I can't wait for people to see what's going on with that.
Yeah, and being able to have the flexibility of doing your own stuff. Originally on Outrage, I was going to be writing it all by myself. And I had done up a first script and started looking through it, and it's a female character. And I really didn't like my voice in it for the character herself. I liked the story part, I didn't like the voice, and so I sent it to Jamie to look at.
And I had plenty of voice.
Yeah, comes out all over the place. And so we've been incorporating her suggestions into the first script, and then ones from that point on we're going to work on all the way through.
Right.
Now.
And I think being a female, actually speaking in a female kind of mentality is something like, I mean, you have to kind of picture yourself in that role as well. And I think, trying to get a voice for a female character in that way, like I was just like, well, this is what I would suggest. And it was just, I love it. I'm excited about it. And I think that
she threw out all my parts where I had Rage scratching her ass or picking her nose.
Yeah,
it's interesting. I just want to remind people who are watching, we're fully interactive. If you have a question, throw it in the comments. We'll bring it up on screen. Nick Barucci from Dynamite says that Jim is one of the greatest creators the industry has ever had and probably ever will have, and Jamie is great on Jim.
Hi,
Nick. Hi, Nick. You could come on. You know how to get here. But when you guys find somebody who you have a handshake with that works so well, like you guys do, does it inspire more creativity? And what is that like when you have somebody who, like I said, you work so well together? That trust, does that help you to take more chances with the work you're doing?
Yeah, and I think it's a confidence build too, because we know each other and we're comfortable with each other. And so I may try some things I wouldn't have on my own. And I think with the team, when we were starting off, I think I know Joel Adams was a big help with you on the inking to begin with. But I think also just, talking back and forth with you was probably a help at the start, wasn't it?
I would say I'm really lucky that, like, I'd never done a project this big, and especially like, solo. And yes, Joel Adams helped me tremendously, but also there are other artists that I could ask questions to. And, like I can get direction. I can ask Scott Hanna, how would you do this? Or like, how would you handle this? And I've been looking at Bob Layton's metallics. I mean, he is the king of metallics. There is so much talent out there. And I find that I'm not scared to ask for it. And sometimes if I'm comfortable enough to tell Jim, like, what do you want this to, if I have a question, I'll just be like, what do you foresee this looking like? Like I'll show a rough or something. Or I think that it does inspire to just kind of branch out and try something different. Yeah. Uh-oh.
We don't hear you.
Sorry, I muted myself.
I was like, oh my gosh, my COVID brain.
No, well, and see, that's actually the problem. I keep popping myself out for a second or muting my mic. I literally have been 2 weeks COVID free, but I still have a little bit of a cough.
Oh.
So I keep bringing myself out so I'm not hacking into my microphone over you guys.
Oh.
So if I disappear, just yell at me that I forgot to turn my microphone back on. All right. I appreciate that. one of the things that's so impressive, and I think that adds so much to your work, Jim, and Jamie, you'll probably be able to speak to this a lot since you're inking it, is the background, the depth of the field. Your use of negative space to really make things feel huge.
I know where she's going with this one.
Yes, you do.
So my question is, and this is where my interview style is maybe different than others, is how do you get the depth? What does the process look like in terms of, are you somebody who's flicking a paintbrush, or are you using I have a friend who uses toothbrush to really get the stars and things in the background. How do you do that with negative space? And then how do you look at the depth of the page as you're, approaching it to decide how big you want to make it?
The story determines that, and the space stuff these days, I'm not doing any of that, drawing it in. I'm grabbing GPL photos and other things like that and manipulating them and making my own space stuff up that way. As far as depth goes, that's basically when we get into perspective. Jamie, would you like to touch on to the perspective and certain double page spreads?
I would love to talk about one particular one, which I am so on the fence about grabbing right now and showing how Jim loves
do it.
Space. He told me one time before he sent out a page that he had an inker that literally killed himself over a page that he sent. And I was like, are you serious? I was so naive and gullible, I believed it for a second. But when I saw the page he sent, I was like, oh my God, maybe that is a true story. Because there were so many little characters. I was like, oh my gosh. Noah, he can definitely throw some characters in there and he will utilize that space. But no, I think the perspective, yeah, like when you have to think about the space and what you're looking at, it's like a science as well, like a mathematics kind of thing where you literally have to study perspective, and it's you want it to work in that kind of space. But Jim does not take for granted any empty space. I will give him that.
I'm afraid of negative space.
Yes, I think you might be.
Yeah, it's a phobia of mine. Though I can see some negative space on that one that you got, but we filled it in with
Really?
color, didn't we?
Where do you see some negative? Yes.
Above Dreadstar there. That's negative. There's nothing behind him.
Oh, let's look at the other side of the page.
Well, come on, make it hard on me. You really want to dig out that page. Is that page handy?
Is what?
Is that
yeah,
page?
I can grab it.
Yeah, grab it. I'll
second.
fill in space in the meantime.
I will show you guys.
We had this one in Dreadstar where this guy named Medlow attacked Dreadstar and Company with about 1,000 androids that they kept on being fixed up or replaced as soon as they were destroyed. And so in Dreadstar Returns, there's sequences where old characters and old menaces return. And I decided the androids were one of them to bring on. And I thought 1,000 androids, that's a good place to use a double page spread. And so I started kicking around and penciling with it. And I had it sort of laid out. And I figured there were going to be a lot of them. But I drank too much coffee one day and while I was working on this. And apparently I sort of overdid it, according to Jamie, who's killed herself now. Here she comes back with things.
Good thing I'm organized.
Yeah.
Would you guys like to see the insanity that is called Jim Starlin? Look at the androids. Which way do I need to go? This way. I don't know.
This isn't even
nope, the other way.
And that's a product of too much caffeine.
No, actually, there's a worse page than this, isn't there?
Oh, there is another page that has, but this is, there is a worse page. Do you want me to try to dig that one out?
I think this was cover us right.
But I mean, look at those little characters in the background.
They're making
They're
bigger.
so tiny, and there's so many of them, and I keep going the wrong way because I'm a little dyslexic.
StreamYard is hard. I constantly am pointing with the wrong hand. So, you know, but now when you go to ink that page, I mean, what is that? Is it just progressively smaller brushes? What are you doing to be able to do that? I mean,
with the small,
well, as it gets smaller, it start, you know, as you move further away, and it's got to get tinier and tinier and tinier.
well,
Does the magnifying glass get bigger and bigger and bigger?
I do use a light up magnifying glass. I'm not gonna lie, because sometimes I like, especially since COVID, my eyes sometimes just don't want to cooperate with my brain. But the micro or the Copics get smaller, like a 0.05 to a 0.03 maybe, and they just get tinier and tinier with a microscopic thing, and a lot of patience. And then I'm always reminded that, like, I mean, Joel always say, it's going to be this big when it's in the comic. Don't worry. It's going to be this big. And it's like, yeah, but I'm going to know.
Right.
I want it to look good on the page art.
Right. Does the fact that you'll know affect the way you approach this? Like,
oh, absolutely. I am a perfectionist, and there's no way if somebody was to look at original art, it has to look good. I've seen the work of, I'm sorry, but Scott Hanna is one of my favorite inkers. And if I look at his stuff, it is perfect. I'm like, I don't want anything less than perfect. Yeah.
So we had Scott on yesterday.
Jamie is her obsessiveness.
Yes.
We had Scott on yesterday, and he's actually on right after you guys with Jim or with John Romita Jr.
Oh,
and
I love both of them so much.
He talked about that obsessive nature of it's got to be perfect every time.
Yes.
Don't turn in work you're not 100% happy with.
Yes, I agree with that 100%.
Yeah,
It's like embarrassing if somebody looks through, and you know, I've gone to like conventions and looked through people's you know, their portfolios where they're selling original art, and some of them leave the black just not there. They just have the X's. I guess they do it digitally, or they'll use a Sharpie which kind of turns purplish. And I just look at it, I'm like, this could have been a beautiful page. Like, I'm sure it looked good in the book, but it, like, again, like, this is a product of Jim's work and mine. And I'm like, I don't want to show something that looks like not as great as you would imagine it if you were to see just the inks and the pencils. So to me, it's not even an option. It's like, it has to look good.
Being self-employed, you have to be obsessive. I'm going to throw out two quotes to you from different folks. I don't know who the first one's by. It's always judged by your last job. That is a truism. And the other one is by the late Jack Abel, who this is more about the financial end of it. And Jack's quote is, "Every time I go to the bathroom, I lose money."
I'm gonna get that tattooed on me somewhere.
Yes.
I love that
I've
line.
not heard that one, but now that's gonna not leave my head anytime soon.
Yeah, that's
I love that.
Gives you an idea of just how scrambling you have to be sometimes with these deadlines.
Yeah. Well, we did that Haberlin cover, and I was like, it has to be good. It has to be good.
It's true. We're getting a lot of love for Jamie in the comments. So glad to see her here. Inkers are so often the unsung heroes of the comic world. We've had a lot of inkers on this weekend, and I think it's true. You know, the guys who do the pencils, rightfully so, get a lot of credit. But I think the inkers deserve as much credit because it's an art process, not just a one and done. If you turn in blue lines, a comic book's going to look weird. If you turn in just...
You can turn out the blue line. I mean, when you do it, but like if you're inking like on a blue line and such, like if it's not your pencils, I've got the blue lines of Jim's original pencils, and that way he can see the difference too. And I know he's got original scans of what he did, but it does change.
I'm saying if you publish the blue lines, the whole thing's going to look strange. Like it's going to be white pages, because that's the point. You know, it's inkers are so important because they add that shading, that depth, that feel to so much of what the line art is. Brainy would like to know, have you ever gotten to the point where it's so small or detailed you're like, I'll just copy and paste or do it digitally?
Me personally, no. Well, there was something originally. I was going to ink some other things for Jim, and I was like, there was so much little details. Like I could technically, but I wound up not doing the inking because we were wanting to get on Dreadstar. And maybe that was a little detailed, and I thought about it, but I just don't think that that's my way, and I think it would take away from the art itself. So no, I've never done it digitally. It's always been hand.
Yeah, I'm
So-
the one that's more to digital on this partnership, aren't I? You know, as far as putting the digital things in.
With the other one, yeah.
Yeah.
So
What
we're
did you
getting
do?
down to it here, and I haven't asked the big question. I haven't asked about Thanos. I haven't asked about the Infinity Gauntlet. Where did the inspiration for the characters and the story come from, Jim?
Well, the character is simple. I was taking a psychology class after I got out of the service, and we had a guest speaker come in and did a lecture on the Freudian concepts of Eros and Thanos, the dark and lighter side of human nature. Of course, I latched onto the darker side. The Infinity Gauntlet, I will have to credit my years of going to a parochial grade school and all the pounding in of religion that they did, and the nuns who were scaring the hell out of everybody all the time. And basically, I thought to myself, we've been taught about this benevolent, loving God. Wonder if he's a mad son of a bitch who wants to do it on half the
Language.
people
There's
around.
children on here.
Oops. Okay. Mad son of a gun who you can bleep me out later. And, you know, basically that was where he came from. And then we started doing the story, and the Infinity Gems were there already. And so I put them to use, and they were a throwaway in the Avengers Annual, and I put them to use. And now they make movies out of the damn stuff. Here I go again. Sorry about that. Yeah.
So, what's it like seeing Josh Brolin on screen playing your character? What's it like seeing so much of this stuff like on the big screen and revolutionizing the fandom? I mean, really, so many new fans because of it.
It was fun. I mean, what can I tell you? It's surreal. It's fun. When I sat through the premiere of the Infinity War, I was going, their scene, my scene, their scene, my scene. It's a trip that I'm still trying to get used to.
Oh, you have to tell them about your part on the movie, because that is so funny. You're going to like this one, guys.
Oh, okay. I did a little cameo in Endgame, and that was a strange experience because, you know, I've never acted before. And I got on set, and they gave us a trailer, and there was makeup and the wardrobe. They stuck me in their clothes and gave me a script. Fortunately, it was just one line, so I didn't have to rack my brain too badly. But we did about 12 takes on this. And it all went smoothly until about the fifth or sixth take. And Joe Russo's had this little soliloquy he was talking, which was about 4 or 5 lines, and before my line was supposed to come out. And I was always supposed to say, "And what about you?" And so he gets into it, and about the second line of it, I go, "I can't remember my line." And he gets into the third one, and I'm going, it's here somewhere. What is it? What is it? What is it? What was I supposed to say? And finally he ends his thing, and there's this dead silence on the set, and it comes to me, and all of a sudden I go, "And what about you?" And everybody sort of looks at me going, "I don't think we're going to use that take." It was really embarrassing. So
It's funny. Alan Alda has a story that goes, if you ever forget he tells actors this all the time. If you ever forget your line, just listen to what the person's saying and think about what is my reaction going to be, because usually it'll remind you. You know, he finishes his soliloquy and your job is to move the story on. Okay, well, what about you? It's an interesting thing if it ever comes up again.
After that one, I doubt if they'll ever give me another deal.
were you cameoing as yourself?
I thought I was just a member of the group, but Chris Claremont later on pointed out that I was probably the head of that talking group there because I was the one who asked about what was going on. For some reason, I always thought that Joe, the director, was the head, but then I realized his talk is he's another person in there for the therapy.
Yeah. Stan had a story about he would show up in a white shirt, khaki pants, and white shoes, and they'd hand him his wardrobe to be a white shirt, khaki pants, and white shoes.
Mine was a sports jacket, which I seldom if ever wear. So I dressed up a little bit for the part.
We're coming down to it. So tell people where they can find you. Obviously, they can head over. They can contact Spencer if they want to buy original art from either of you. But where can people contact you? Where can they follow you? Where can they see what you're doing?
I have a Facebook page that I go to occasionally. I'm not very good at social media. I'm on Instagram too. There's pictures. Once again, I haven't done anything in months.
Goodness, we both are terrible, aren't we, with social media?
Yeah, you can pick up our product through Ominous and eventually through the comic book shops. There'll be we'll be getting distributed through the comic shops rather fairly soon. There'll be some announcement. I can't get too deep into that. I don't think we're supposed to talk about that yet.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I've got an Instagram and Facebook, and I'm never on Twitter, so that one's useless for me. But just James Jameson Instagram is probably my easiest. It's hard to find me on Facebook.
It's best to probably just pretend you're talking to us, and you'll probably get a better conversation that way anyhow. No.
Well, and if you really need him, Spencer BCK at AOL.com can get a hold of him.
Yeah.
My last question for you guys, and this is just my being this guy. Well, I suppose I should have two. I have two questions. If together you could revisit any of the characters other than Dreadstar who you're working on, that you've worked on, who would it be and why? Is there a story you've yet to tell that you'd like to tell?
I would have done more with Eros. I really had some ideas there when things fell apart with me with editorial up there at Marvel, of doing more with him, and he's the one I want to have done more work with.
I really liked working. I liked helping and doing the work that I did on American Gods, and I feel like there are some sub stories in there, and I'd love to work with Neil Gaiman on something with that, like some kind of sub story from that, because it was such a great story, and I know he's very inspired by a lot of my favorite writers. I like the Long Tea Time of the Soul kind of thing, and I think that there's, that would be a lot of fun. But I don't know. I think there's a lot of sub stories with. I mean, you said other than Dreadstar, but I'd like to go and do some stuff with Eddie separately, which I've mentioned to Jim because I'm obsessed with that character. And yeah, I think those are the ones I want to do.
So, go ahead.
I think Victor's Eddie. You know that.
Yes.
Victor's my
got
cat.
So, personable cat who likes
no,
to get
if you heard that big bang when we started, that was my cat knocking over a stack of stuff. That's why he was suddenly on my lap. He's an alien. He's not a cat.
I'm surprised
he's flirking.
He hasn't made his way into
He's a
his
flirkin.
interview
Yes,
yet.
I actually have a flirkin. That's what Spencer says. And actually, if you met him and you saw him, you would agree. He is not a cat.
So you
know that.
So you have your Dreadstar book that's coming out from Ominous. Is there anything else in the next year that we should be watching out for that you can tell us?
Outrage through Ominous also. I'm working with
Nicole Jenelik.
Nicole. Geez, how do you pronounce that last name?
Jenelik.
Thank you. I drew a blank. Called Midnight Rose, which will be coming out through. Once again, I'm going to blank. Joe Pruitt's outfit.
Aftershock.
Dynamo Comics, yes.
Aftershock Comics.
Aftershock, thank you. This is why I have a reader. I have no memory on things. And that's about it for right now. That's quite a bit, actually. And Jamie?
I mean, I'm working on these projects with you, and I'm working, I mean, pretty much everything's in trying with Jim, but the Adriano, like I said, the artist that's doing Enhance, we're trying to really get back onto that track. There was a long break in there because Adriano got busy and I got COVID. So, you know, there was that. But yeah, I think this year we're really just plowing through the ideas we've kind of already talked about.
Cool. Well, I appreciate you guys being here. It's been so great to meet you both. It's been an honor for me to get to talk to so many legends this weekend, including yourself, Jim, and Jamie. It's been great to meet you. I hope we can do more. We'll have you guys back on and spend some more time when the Dreadstar book is coming in the comic shops, so we can promote that real well as your other projects. For those of you watching, we will be back in just about 2.5 minutes here on the EXP Expo Day 2. This is our Kyle has to at some point consume sustenance break, and we will be back in 2 minutes after I choke down a protein bar with John Romita Jr. and Scott Hanna. Make sure you refresh wherever you're watching now, so that you can see the live video pop up with those fellas. We will be back just very, very, very shortly. Thanks again to everybody who's been here so far. We'll see everybody in just a second.